Li Yao's mind went blank. He felt an indescribable chill in the air. There really was a cultivator who developed the demon god virus 40,000 years ago, leading to the rise of the demon beast civilization. Humanity was forced to enter into a 30,000-year-long Great Dark Age. Research-type cultivators were certainly existences on the level of devils and gods. Composing himself, Li Yao continued with a question, then what's the fourth type? The fourth type is the creation-type cultivator. This type has their spiritual energy and computational ability in opposing equilibrium. They also need to have a dexterous pair of hands with bold and unconstrained imagination. In this way, they become experts in fabrication. Actually, this type of cultivator is also seen quite commonly. For instance, the most popular profession in the world of cultivators, the master refiner, is precisely a creation-type cultivator. Legends say that the most powerful of creation-type cultivators can craft a warship bigger than the moon, encompassing the starry skies. They can also craft the star-pulverizing cannons that contain boundless power. One shell can flatten the entire continent. Li Yao's eyelids twitched. Finally, he knew what his own path would be, to be a creation-type cultivator. Zheng Dongming spread open his 5 fingers and curled with his pinky, saying, the fifth type is the culture-type cultivator. Both their spiritual energy and computational abilities may not necessarily be the most outstanding, but they possess the most profound and mysterious of mental powers. At any point in time and space, they can influence someone by their side by enveloping them into their own mental world. Honestly, the culture-type cultivator is the most mysterious type of all. No matter how much the expert researchers tried studying this type, they were all unable to break open the mysteries of this type's mental powers. Often, the culture type is found to be the best poet, artist, novelist, and musician. Li Yao nodded his head thoughtfully. Artists? Novelists? It sounds like they don't have any combat strength. Zheng Dongming laughed strangely. That's not necessarily true. The common culture-type cultivator may not be the greatest expert in combat, but there are a few utterly terrifying culture types different from the norm. So much so that no one would dare provoke them rashly, as they are existences with absolute strength. For a rare example, within the cultivator types, there is a special kind of profession called the Grand Illusionist. Normally when you look at one, you only see an ordinary author, with nothing weird about him. But once he gets angry, his mental world tears and explodes through to reality. He can pull others into a fiction marble of his own creation. Just think about it. The complete laws of nature within that domain field are all created by him. They can call the wind and summon the rain. They're omnipotent. Even cultivators several stages higher than the Grand Illusionist, once they are caught and forced into the fiction marble, will have great difficulty escaping unharmed. The world of cultivators really is filled with all sorts of fantastic marvels. So there's this many awesome jobs. Li Yao thought deeply for a moment and was forced to admit that a Grand Illusionist would be a completely difficult enemy to deal with. When compared to the most mystical of cultivators, the most ordinary battle-type cultivator could simply be considered a domesticated and harmless upright citizen. Zheng Dongming's fingers pinched together, forming a fist. He said, the sixth type is the hybrid type. They possess the characteristics of several different types, allowing them to assume many different important roles. They are rare geniuses known as jack of all trades. Anyways, the world of cultivators is vast and boundless. The more one studies in a subject, the harder they find to master it. The hybrid-type cultivators, who are able to cross over to other realms, are actually few in number. They appear once in a while, and when they do, the major guilds will always fight over them. And they become major stars that no one dares to approach for fear of getting burned. Li Yao's heart yearned. He felt that he possessed both the potential of being a battle type and a creation type. He had the chance to become a hybrid-type cultivator. However, it's still early to think of these things at the present. It's better to concentrate on dealing with the limit challenge competition for now. When Li Yao was lost in thought, the levitating ship vibrated lightly. Its speed slowed down gradually. The surrounding students let out gasps of surprise. Li Yao gazed as far as he can into the distance. The view ahead was completely different from the dead calm of sea with the golden scales of fish in the ocean. It was unknown when the ocean's surface turned black, but there were several dozen terrifying gigantic maelstrom up ahead. They cried with ear-splitting roars of thunder. They were like dreadful sea demons opening their dozens of mouths, revealing jagged canine teeth. And surrounded by layers of these maelstrom was a series of twisted archipelagos, long and twisted. It looked like a flood dragon in the middle of the ocean, thrashing with all its might in the raging waves and stormy seas. This was their destination, Devil Flood Dragon Island. Arena number 571 of the Limit Challenge competition. What caused the numerous students to gasp in surprise wasn't the figure of Devil Flood Dragon Island, but rather the demonic maelstrom that spun around the island, and even more so, the black ocean with its raging and bellowing waves. And floating calmly above all this, was a gigantic crystal battleship half covered by the clouds. This was a completely old, outdated, dilapidated, yet awe-inspiring, super heavy-class crystal battleship that radiated profoundness. Its total length was over 7,800 meters, weighed over 63 million tons, and was manned by 132,510 active-duty Navy personnel. And manning the critical position of handling the ship were 300 refinement stage cultivators. It was only in this way that this ship was able to operate without issues. It looked like this crystal battleship had been dealt heavy damage from its appearance. It was riddled with scars and was full of holes. There were marks of explosions and corrosion left on its exterior. Quite a few places were mottled, fragmented, and in pieces. Of special note was the forward deck and bridge at the front of the battleship. It was smashed through even more thoroughly, exposing a terrifyingly enormous gaping hole. It gave off a feeling of a regretful giant bellowing towards the skies with a giant open mouth. It had already lost its propulsion power, so it had been floating here for a very, very long time. Enough time for the ocean wind to erode its armor, leaving the traces of a countless number of years. Even its original shocking gaping wound had become a part of it. It had become a fossil, a monument, a gravestone. Only. On some different mental plane, in a spiritual world unseen by the naked eye, it was quite like an awe-inspiring ferocious tiger, a giant dragon soaring over the highest of heavens. It gave of an unapproachable radiance of coldness. It's the Federal Army's eternal flagship, the distant Expanse. Even Li Yao was stunned by the majestic aura of this crystal battleship. His breath was stifled involuntarily. The distant Expanse was born 500 years ago in the Federation. The Federation mobilized practically their entire cultivator workforce to craft this master battleship. 500 years ago during the Great Blood Ocean War, the distant Expanse acted as the flagship for the Federal Army. It fought in the fierce battle against millions of demon forces of the Far East Demon Kingdom at the Far East Ocean. The fate of the Federation depended on the outcome of the Great Blood Ocean War. Because they were able to secure victory in this war. Because they were able to annihilate the Far East Demon Kingdom. The Star Glory Federation was able to obtain ultimate supremacy in the Heaven's Origin sector. The fate of the nation grew more prosperous with each passing day. However, even though the distant Expanse was able to sink the enemy Heaven's field, it also suffered critical damage and fell into the ocean. It was only 80 years ago that the Federation was able to salvage it to the surface, however, it unable to be used as a battleship. The Federation took this crystal battleship and renovated it into a war museum and a patriotic education base. It would float forever atop the battlefield in which it fought. However, popular legends say that although the Far East Demon Kingdom was annihilated, the Demon Emperor did not actually perish. He hides still, deep in the depths of the endless ocean. He continues to gather the souls of his demon soldiers that perished on the battlefield as a futile attempt to one day launch a counteroffensive, to come back even stronger. And so, this was the reason why this area of the ocean has turned into a place where evil winds blow with fury. A place covered with maelstrom. A ghastly and terrifying sheet of deathly darkness. This was all caused by the demon emperor on the ocean floor wanting to create havoc. So, the Federation took the distant Expanse and had it hover in the air where it had fought back in the day. Year-round, tour groups of hot-blooded youngsters came and toured around, stimulated with vigorous thoughts of war and valor. These thoughts condensed into an immortal national spirit of Star Glory Federation, which would suppress the demon emperor for eternity and extinguish the millions of demon souls completely. Everyone, quickly look. There's something in the air, a student cried in astonishment. Equals 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 author's words. Under everyone's directions, I saw many friends in the comments section suggest that I add a some postscript to the end, to interact with everyone more. Teacher Cow did think of this before, but after some deliberation I felt that this method of chasing more readers every day would probably not make a difference. From the perspective of the general reader, if I were reading and am engrossed in the chapter, then suddenly the author jumps out with some gibberish and nonsense. I think this would have some influence on the reading experience. So Teacher Cow will still continue to keep comments/statements in this work to a minimum. Everyone, if there's any comments, just leaving them in the review section is fine. Teacher Cow has seen them. When I have time I will exchange words with everyone for sure. Today I mainly want to give everyone an update. At the present, my current release schedule is not very fast. Actually, Teacher Cow's speed can be considered so. I can write 800 to 1000 and even 12,300 words in a day when I'm inspired. However, my current energy has been allocated to the overarching story behind the scenes, delicate outlines, and also supporting framework, in preparation to bring together into a rough draft. So, when I don't have any suggestions, I have no choice but to control my writing speed. This is also for the sake of the overarching framework, so that it can explode forth often. I hope everyone can understand. Teacher Cow is a newcomer. This book may not be as dazzling and flashy as the top most popular books on the ranking list, but our comments section here is quite lively. There are quite a few friends who have offered valuable suggestions. Teacher Cow is deeply moved. I will earnestly write a good book for sure. Of course, if you can, everyone, hit the recommend button and etc. But, what's still important is to make reviews in the review section often. Teacher Cow will look at every comment. Everyone communicate with Teacher Cow, and Teacher Cow will be very satisfied as well. This time I thank everyone for the support. Teacher Cow also wishes for the day when the overarching framework is completed, and open an all-fire bombardment. My novel, 40 Millenniums of Cultivation, contains a lot of new content on the official WeChat platform. There's also a 100% lottery with big prizes for everyone. Open WeChat and hit the upper right plus friend button. Search for public ID, Dread, and follow. Speed is of the essence. Li Yao stared as far as he could into the distance and was met with only the gradual projection of a gigantic hologram amidst the furious rolling waves of clouds. The hologram expanded in all directions at lightning speed. Soon, it had spread to a length of dozens of kilometers. On the hologram appeared a blood-like setting sun, stormy winds and thunder, and 1,000 crystal battleships interweaved and amongst each other. They mutually collided, tore apart, and were engulfed in explosions in a bitter battle. It's 500 years ago during the Great Blood Ocean War. Li Yao's spirit was shaken. The hologram soon displayed upon its screen the stirring and tragic scene of the distant Expanse fiercely ramming into the Wild Heaven. Wild Heaven was the Far East Demon Kingdom's flagship. Rumor has it that the skeletons and corpses of 100 of giant demon beasts from the bottom of the ocean were catalyzed by demonic techniques to condense and refine into the incomparably large skeletal battleship. Its total length exceeded 20 kilometers and its weight reached 190 million tons. It was simply an ugly, levitating mountain peak. It gave off a feeling of indestructibility and dread. Even the distant Expanse was like a dingy boat when compared to the wild heaven, disintegrating with only a slight bump. But when faced with this powerful enemy, the distant Expanse increased its speed with no thoughts of turning back. It went faster and accelerated constantly towards the hardest front deck of the wild heaven, bursting with all its strength. Clearly, the wild heaven discovered the intentions of the distant Expanse. The countless acid sacs on its body, demonic energy cannons, and flaming poison glands all charged up. They fired out hundreds of acidic liquids, poisonous juices, and demonic lasers. They cleaved and struck, bombarding against the spiritual energy force fields of the distant Expanse. The distant Expanse was on the brink of collapse from the bombardment. Its spiritual energy force fields went dark. The ship could break into pieces at any moment. In response, quite a few of the surrounding battleships of mankind leapt forward one by one with reckless abandon for the sake of holding off the attacks on the distant Expanse by the wild heaven. The weights of these crystal battleships were rather small in comparison, and their defenses were weak. Most of them corroded completely after eating a few acid shots and poisonous juices, falling into the ocean and taking its entire crew and the whole ship to death. But even more of humanity's battleships blotted the sky in valiant defiance against death, as if they were all crazed. They formed the strongest shield to protect the distant Expanse. Finally, the distant Expanse and the wild heaven were less than 500 meters apart. For two battleships of this caliber in size, it was like a distance of a hair. The distant Expanse no longer powered their spiritual energy force fields. All spiritual energy were diverted into driving the propulsion arrays. The back of the battleship exploded forth with a violent red glow. The ship's speed increased to another level, and the ship rammed into the demonic energy force fields of the wild heaven. Like a meteor breaking into the atmosphere, the friction between the distant Expanse and the demon force fields of the wild heaven created great amounts of radiation and heat. A scarlet red glow enveloped the distant Expanse. The distant Expanse had turned into a radiating spear. It was too late. No matter how the wild heaven would dodge, it would be too late. No matter how much firepower the wild heaven would pour onto the distant Expanse, it would be too late. On the bridge of the wild heaven, no matter how much the Far East Demon Emperor bellowed in rage, no matter how much he roared in fury, no matter how maliciously he cursed against the crazed elite of humanity in front of him, it was too late. With its sky-piercing aura, the radiating spear stabbed fiercely into the forward deck of the wild heaven. The distant Expanse pierced two-thirds deep into the body of the ship before setting the propulsion array at the back of the ship to overload. Bright balls of light exploded forth like fireworks. It was the final moment of the distant Expanse. What followed was a world-shaking series of chain reaction explosions. The awe-inspiring and world-dominating wild heaven was like a body that lost its soul. Fumes of smoke were going off all over. Fire leaked out everywhere. The skeletal structure of the warship began to collapse, and the broken pieces fell one by one into the ocean. As the battle ended, the projection gradually faded away. The blood-stained ocean turned into blue skies and white clouds once more. In the final scene shown by the hologram, the setting sun and blood gradually condensed into 3 paragraphs of scarlet red words. In this battle, the 13,250 crewmates, including 300 refinement stage cultivators, 50 foundation building stage cultivators, and the core formation stage cultivator who served as captain, all perished. Not one survived. And there were an additional 110,000 crewmates and 4,352 cultivators who perished with them. What they created would forever be a powerful nation of humanity. The Star Glory Federation. And in this context, a red flag of monumental importance drifted carefree in the wind. It unraveled slowly, revealing a giant golden dragon that bared its fangs in the middle of the red flag. The giant dragon was seated upon a translucent crystal ball, and in this pearl were 9 glistening and dazzling 5-pointed stars. The national flag of Star Glory Federation. The rising dragon of the 9 stars flag. The 9 stars represented the first 9 cultivator guilds that founded the Federation. The giant dragon represented human civilization stand against the river of stars, their great ambition to conquer the cosmos. When they saw these 3 paragraphs, when they saw the dark red blood-like national flag, the hearts of all these youths became stirred, overwhelmed by emotion. Their blood fired up heatedly, and someone unknown first shouted, "Long live the Federation! Long live cultivators! The human race shines bright. We contend for the sea of the stars. Long live mankind! We humans are the strongest battle race in the endless sea of the stars. We will forever be the masters of this cosmos. There are no existences capable of stopping us. We will fight those who dare hinder us to the bloody end. Long live the Federation! Long live cultivation! Long live the human race!" All the youths on the 8 anti-gravity ships had stirred into patriotic cries in just a moment. As if feeling the purest of fever and willpower from the youths, the once grave still distant Expanse lightly trembled all of a sudden, and its entire body bubbled forth with a faint gold glow, transforming into a golden spear that stabbed fiercely towards the Devil Dragon Island below. Whoosh! Just when the golden spear pierced the head of Devil Dragon Island, the entire plain of the Black Ocean let out a weak jolt. It seemed that fragmented miserable shrieks could be heard coming from the ocean. And the maelstrom that dotted around Devil Dragon Island also seemed to freeze all of a sudden. He wasn't sure if it was his imagination, but Li Yao felt the air become a bit fresher and cleaner. Born to become a dragon. Died to become a monument. Forever defending the gate to the nation. Forever guarding the rivers and mountains. These words had emerged in Li Yao's mind. Looks like the legends are true. This flagship of the Federation, the distant Expanse, really has been refined into a gigantic artifact. To forever tower at the shores of the Far East Ocean, suppressing the destiny of the Far East Fiend Kingdom. Seeing the sight of the distant Expanse becoming bigger and bigger, Li Yao felt a sort of calling indescribable from the bottom of his heart. At first I didn't know what a master refiner was supposed to be. But, now I know. Only when one can craft a national treasure on the scale of the distant Expanse can one truly be recognized as a master refiner. If I can craft such an artifact with my own hands. Even if I'm just helping out by doing some simple maintenance. It would be of the highest glory for a refiner. I want to become this sort of refiner. To be able to craft artifacts like this. A torrent of emotion surged in Li Yao's heart. He gripped so rigidly to the railing that his hands began to sweat. It seemed as if even the palms of his hands were on fire. Author's words, my novel, 40 Millenniums of Cultivation, contains a lot of new content on the official WeChat platform. There's also a 100% lottery with big prizes for everyone. Open WeChat and hit the upper right plus friend button. Search for public ID, Dread, and follow. Speed is of the essence. Thump. The 8 anti-gravity ships gradually moved into the docking bay of the distant Expanse, like tinner fleas jumping on the back of an ocean turtle. The difference in size between the two was enormous. Li Yao was still in a revering state of mind when he jumped onto the distant Expanse. The present-day distant Expanse had already been remodeled into a war museum. As soon as he stepped on the front deck, Li Yao saw an enormous bronze statue, engraved upon which was a Navy officer having the expression of resolute determination. One hand was on a long sword, while the other hand pointed to a distance. He seemed to be in the middle of a battle roar. Even though it was just a statue, there was an absolute aura of courage from that of bloody battles. Li Yao could even faintly hear the crackle of lightning and roaring of thunder coming from within the bronze statue. Heaven's field has been sunk. This was the first, and the last, appointed captain of the distant expanse. A statue of the core formation stage cultivator, Ping Yuan Tao. There were even 9 words engraved at the base of the statue, a famous quote said by this Ping Yuan Tao. Legend has it that Ping Yuan Tao entered a cultivator guild when he was a kid. During those days, the Heaven's Origin sector was still a paradise for demon beasts. Humanity could only live a bitter life full of struggles in the towns and cities controlled by the cultivator guilds. The Star Glory Federation had just been founded, and so nobody really took the Federation for a real nation. For the sake of mutual convenient communication, the 9 cultivation guilds established a lax organization. At that time, Ping Yuan Tao and a bunch of other youths entered together into cultivator guilds. The elders of the guilds asked them according to convention, "Why do you want to cultivate?" The youths chatted and bustled lively. They chatted with vigor. Some said they wanted glory, riches, and beautiful women. Some said they never wanted to grow old, to be free and unconstrained for all eternity. Some said they wanted to learn 100 magical abilities, 1,000 transformations, so that they could do whatever they want and move freely within heaven and earth. There were also some who wanted to slay and destroy the demons and devils, to protect their friends and family. And when it came to be Ping Yuantao's turn, he said 9 words, "I cultivate so the Federation can rise and tower." 100 years later, Ping Yuantao gave up his life for the sake of these 9 words, resulting in a glorious and splendid ending. And these 9 words become the motto of countless cultivators in the Star Glory Federation, encouraging them to pursue and manifest destiny, slay demon beasts, and make the Star Glory Federation the strongest human nation in the entire Heaven's Origin sector. Way too cool. Even though he had learned of Ping Yuantao's story from textbooks on more than one occasion and had heard of these words before, when he saw these words on the distant expanse, he couldn't help feeling excited. It said that these words were written personally by Ping Yuantao here. And so, the significance was obviously different. Quite a few students were stirred into shouts and cries. They continuously came over to take a selfie with the bronze statue of Ping Yuantao as a souvenir, posting the picture to the web to show off to their friends. Li Yao also wanted to take a selfie, but Zheng Dongming actually dragged him away, walking directly inside, saying that he wanted to take him to check out some commotion. "The statues right here won't run away. We need to attend the big occasion early. If we're late, we won't be able to squeeze in." What big occasion? Every time before the Limit Challenge competition, the 9 elite universities will hold a conference outside of the arena, an interactive exchange convention. The intention is to show off how awesome the 9 elites are to the exam candidates and to attract the interest of self-candidates of genius cultivators. There is a total of 9 booths where cultivators from the 9 elites will directly exchange words with the exam candidates. The occasion is quite chaotic. "We need to get in quick," Zheng Dongming said, being familiar. "Cultivators from the 9 elites?" Li Yao's eyes shined with a bright light. He didn't need Zheng Dongming to drag him, suddenly increasing his own speed. They entered the first holding of the ship. That large space was packed with over 1,000 students. The bustling of human voices was in the air, creating a lively atmosphere. The entire hall was into 9 separate areas, and atop of each area hung the names of each university in the air. Zheng Dongming looked left and right before pulling Li Yao to walk towards the area of the Sky Fantasia Academy. "Why do you want to go to Sky Fantasia Academy's booth first? Is their comprehensive true strength the strongest?" Li Yao didn't quite understand. It looked like Sky Fantasia Academy had the most people crowded by their booth. Who gives a damn if their true strength is strong or not? Sky Fantasia Academy is the only school of the 9 elites to specialize in educating culture-type cultivators. They produce large amounts of beautiful women. The quality of their women is good, and they all are super cultured. Zheng Dongming swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His two eyes glittered with light. The two people had just entered the crowd with extreme difficulty when they were met with Sky Fantasia Academy's extremely plain booth. A few written works were hanging on all sides of the walls. One corner to the side had a few university students squinting their eyes, shaking and swaying their heads, being immersed in a world of music. The other side even had a youngster with unkempt hair and stubbled beard trembling all over. He was in the middle of reciting a poem. And in front of them was someone wearing a white robe. Her black hair reached her waist to form an image of a classical beauty. She was in the middle of pouring her heart into a painting. Li Yao watched, following her sparkling, jade-like fingertips. He discovered that her painting style was completely different from that of a goddess. The strokes were painted in an utterly violent and sharp manner. She painted out a raging sea with stormy waves, in which a small dilapidated fishing boat was struggling against an 8-clawed ocean monster. The painting's not bad, although Li Yao didn't understand the fine arts, he still felt a hair-raising aura coming from this scroll painting. He nodded lightly, and he heard the faint sound of waves coming from the corner of his ear. The sound of waves? Li Yao blanked out. All of a sudden, he found himself standing on the front deck of a violently shaking small fishing boat. In his surroundings was a berserk ocean that stretched as far as the eye could see. Li Yao raised his head and saw the mountain-like skull of the 8-clawed ocean monster just above the boat. A pair of blood-red monster eyes stared rigidly at him. Those eyes seemed to give off a soul-sucking aura. Ah! Li Yao's hairs stood on end, and he could not hold back a scream. This scream seemed to shatter the illusion. His mind returned to his body that was already covered in overflowing cold sweat, waking up from a different world. He looked to his side. Zheng Dongming was also pale and his two legs were trembling. You should know just how fearsome culture-type cultivators are now, right? This beautiful woman did not have bad intentions, and the painting is only half completed, yet it was able to pull us into a terrifying illusion. If she were to actively attack and were to use a completed painting, do you feel like you can still escape? Said Zheng Dongming with a trembling voice. Li Yao let out a long sigh of relief and thought back to the moment inside the illusion. The scene where the 8-clawed ocean monster glared fixed at him. Even now, he didn't believe that the cause of this terrifying illusion was actually from just a half-completed painting. Indeed, culture-type cultivators are extremely terrifying existences. Sigh. Although there are plenty of beautiful women, all these culture-type cultivators are lunatics. We cannot tease them rashly. We can only gaze from afar. We can't disrespect and toy with them. Horrible. Just look at the bastard reciting poems over there. His face is flushed red with excitement. He's reciting to the point of forgetting his surroundings. When his mental powers explode, who knows what sort of terrifying illusion he will create. Let's get the hell out of here. It would be bad if we get pulled into his illusion. I really don't want to enter the mental world of an ugly guy. Zheng Dongming dragged Li Yao, squeezing out of the crowd. They arrived at the second booth of the universities. My novel, 40 Millenniums of Cultivation, contains a lot of new content on the official WeChat platform. There's also a 100% lottery with big prizes for everyone. Open WeChat and hit the upper right plus friend button. Search for public ID, Dread, and follow. Speed is of the essence. Chapter 44: A Collision of Essence Particles. When compared to Sky Fantasy Academy's booth, it was quite obvious that there weren't as many students congregated here. The sign written on their booth read the words, Star Nebula University. A white ashen, bearded old man stood next to an enormous model artifact. In high spirits, he faced several dozen students to explain as his spittle flew all over. Each and every student here is an elite youth of the Federation, people who are determined to become cultivators. What is most important, you may ask? In the eyes of a cultivator? And that is, of course, to absorb and refine the spiritual energy from the heaven and earth. Whether everyone knows or not, the spiritual energy we speak of, what is it? Fundamentally, I'll tell everybody. The fundamental nature of spiritual energy is that it's an elementary particle called a spiritual energy particle. We, Star Nebula University, are the sole and only university who are doing research on the spiritual energy particle, the strongest in the Federation. Each and every student, please watch this demonstration. The white-bearded old man pointed towards the model, which had quite a strange and bizarre shape. Its core was a large tube in the shape of a ring, sealed from beginning to end. It looked like a metal tire. After a short period of time, a glowing ball of light came into being at different times from the opposite sides of the ring. They headed to the center at the speed of a flint spark. They collided violently together with a bang. Thousands of flaming stars set off like fireworks. It was dazzling to the extreme. The white-bearded old man was extremely proud as he spoke. This is the Spiritual Energy Particle Collider, crafted by our Star Nebula University. The spiritual energy generators on both ends, in theory, can simulate the strikes of two Yuanying stage cultivators using all their strength. The two colossal energies collide directly with each, creating a large explosion, making it highly probably for a few discrete spiritual energy particles to leap forth for capture in the end. Soon, we will be able to unlock the mysteries of spiritual energy. What do you all think, students? If you want to crack open the final mystery of spiritual energy, then apply for our Star Nebula University. So it was like this all along. All this time, spiritual energy is fundamentally a type of elementary particle. A spiritual energy particle collider. It really is amazing. I want to apply for Star Nebula University. All the students were in awe of the lecture given by the bearded old man, and so they discussed amongst themselves heatedly. Even Li Yao had a ripple of emotion stir in his mind. He felt that choosing Star Nebula University would not be a bad choice. Right at this moment, an ear-splitting voice came ringing ferociously from behind him. Each and every student, do not be fooled by all means by the words of this old geezer. They're all completely false. A tall silhouette parted the crowd, walking on stage. This person was 8 feet tall. His skin was tanned and dark. His hair was grizzled. And on his sternum, he wore the crest of the Federation's first military college. Immediately, the face of the white-bearded old man went scarlet with rage. Zhao Tiange, why aren't you staying at your school's booth like a good boy? What the hell did you come to our Star Nebula University for? Zhao Tiange snickered and his tiger gaze swept over the many students. He said, Zhong Boya, I could not stand to watch you use these preposterous fanatical and absurd words and demonstrations to lead these people astray. What do you mean that the fundamental nature of spiritual energy is the spiritual energy particle? Simply ridiculous. All students. You all must not be misled by his words. There still hasn't been an authoritative accepted theory for the fundamental nature of spiritual energy in the circle of academia. However, I can tell everyone here with absolute certainty that spiritual energy is not a particle, but an inseparable wave. Spiritual energy particles do not exist. It's spiritual energy waves that do exist. How absurd. How laughable. You're simply the biggest laughingstock under the heavens. Zhao Tiange. If you want to spew out rubbish, go fart in your own booth. Don't fart at my place. The white-bearded old man Zhong Boya seemed to have a violent temperament as he had howled back in rage. Contrary to his military background, Zhao Tiange was not indignant and did not rise to anger. He said composed, in rational debates of logic, there is no need to insult the other person. Professor Zhong Boya, you spoke so heatedly just a moment ago. Why don't you show these students just how many discrete spiritual energy particles were captured by your Star Nebula University's Spiritual Energy Particle Collider? As soon as these words were spoken, Zhong Boya's expression was like that of a chicken whose neck was stuffed and choked. He was immediately struck speechless. The wrinkled old face turned deathly pale. He hemmed and hawed for a period of time before saying, "At present, we have not captured any discrete spiritual energy particles, but according to our analysis, this is because our spiritual energy particle collider is not at a high enough level. The Yuanying stage strikes it emulates does not create a sufficiently powerful explosion. As soon as we can simulate the strikes of two spirit transformation stage experts giving their all, the resulting collision will produce the discrete spiritual energy particle with absolute certainty." "That's enough." Zhao Tiange glared with his eyeballs. The complete iron-blooded aura of a military personnel burst forth as he shouted, "For the sole sake of crafting this spiritual energy particle collider to be able to emulate the strikes of Yuanying stage experts, just how much funding did your school ask and receive from the Federation? To cause our few military colleges to live on scraps for several of years. And now, you even say that your spiritual energy particle collider needs to emulate the strikes of spirit transformation stage experts at their full strength? Then I'm afraid that even 10 years of the Federation's budget won't be enough for you. This much money is enough to craft the military several main battleship forces, or to craft several tens of thousands of crystal tanks and arm several battle platoons to flatten the Fiend beast wasteland. The Federation gave you this much money, and you can't even capture a single fart particle. Yet, you still dare to beg for more money? Indeed, the money would have been better off going to feed our military spirit beasts. At least they can look after and protect our yards." The shame and humiliation caused the white-bearded old man's face to be flushed red. With his loss of face, his anger was at its peak. And the imposing aura of Zhao Tiange further antagonized him. The white-bearded man suddenly exploded. Veins leapt up and beat wildly all over his body. His entire body expanded, in a flash, by a fold. With violent palpitations, he said, "Zhao Tiange. Any further words are pointless. It would be better for us to go outside to settle this." Zhao Tiange retreated a step, staying away from the burning imposing aura of Zhong Boya. With a sneer, he said, "Zhong Boya, aren't you a professor of Star Nebula University? Do you think you're a barbarian of the ancient cultivator civilization of 40,000 years ago? Academic disagreements, debates, and arguments are a truth that will always exist throughout eternity. What's the point of destroying my fleshly body? Even if you crush and grind my bones to ash and shatter my soul so that I will be unable to reincarnate for eternity. Spiritual energy will always be a wave. Never will it turn into some bullshit particle." These words were like a bolt of lightning that struck Zhong Boya motionless in a flash. Only after much time passed did his entire body crumble and shrink down, like leaking ball of air. With a wave of his hand, he said, "Fellow Taoist Zhao, what you said is absolutely correct. Arguments about the truth have nothing to do with the physical strengths of both parties. It was my fault. I nearly fell into madness. My loss of self-control just now was due to my lack of self-cultivation and maturity. It has nothing to do with the path I persist in. Spiritual energy is a type of elementary particle for certain. In the end, we of Star Nebula University will prove it. Each and every student, if you approve of my theory, then you can stay behind and we can discuss it some more. If you feel that fellow Taoist Zhao's words are correct, then you can go walk along with him. Walk to the booth of the first military college and listen to his lecture." "I have no sort of lecture. The Federation's first military college emphasizes practical application. We don't have excess resources to go research the mysteries of the spiritual energy wave. All we can do is slay demon beasts and defend our nation. Each and every student, if you're willing to come stand side to side with me on the battlefield to slay demon beasts, then you might as well come with and join our cause for defending the nation. We need hot-blooded men." Finishing his words, Zhao Tiange faced Zhong Boya with a nod and turned around to leave. The vast majority of youths followed Zhao Tiange. Only a small portion of students was enraptured by the spiritual energy particle collider. They stayed behind to ask Zhong Boya more deeply. That was close. I even thought that these two might start a fight. This contention was largely outside of Li Yao's realm of expectation. His face was covered in a cold sweat. Fear still lingered in his heart when he had spoken. These two university professors were at least at the building foundation stage. They broke out with all their strength to produce an imposing air that was absolutely frightening. This was not something that Li Yao could bear. Who said this wouldn't happen? Cultivators, Taoists. The character has the meaning of truth. Every cultivator pursues their own truth. If truths are different, to the extent of being completely opposite, then of course there will be a collision of truths with sparks flying everywhere. There is an absolute need to demolish the opposing party. Fortunately, there's a lot of people here today. Both sides were able to control themselves. If this was a different situation with no one around in all directions, the two parties will really go and have a bout. This is trivially common. Zheng Dongming said with utter sorrow. They would be this extreme? They would go so far just for a theory? Li Yao smacked his tongue. Of course they would go this far. Cultivators, or means to cultivate, in the truth. To explain in terms from the ancient cultivation world, this truth is our Tao heart. Our heart's path. When our truth becomes refuted by others, when doubts arise in our hearts, then our hearts become swayed and becomes an unguarded Tao heart, making it easy to fall to madness. The cultivation of the self is then halted. In serious cases, their world collapses, their cultivation falls wildly, and they become cripples. Legends say that there once was a strong monad cultivator who debated with others on the Tao. His opponent brought out an irrefutable fact, thoroughly demolishing the truth he persevered in. The monad exploded. And his heart became unguarded. An external demonic influence took advantage of the opening and entered his heart, transforming him on the spot into a demonic cultivator. And this demonic cultivator quite nearly caused a great calamity. And so, when cultivators debate over the truth, it's more like they're debating over the greater truth, the great Tao. Only the brave can forge ahead and press forward. They cannot shrink back by even half a step, said Zheng Dongming with utter graveness. Li Yao looked pensive as he nodded his head. Indeed, today his world has been broadened. He received so much knowledge on the world of cultivators, but there was a bit that he still did not understand. Oh, that's right. At the end, Zhong Boya addressed Zhao Tiange as fellow Taoist Zhao. What does that mean? After Zhao Tiange heard this, I saw his attitude become gentler. He even sent his regards to Zhong Boya with a nod before he left. It seemed that he wasn't that hostile anymore. Zheng Dongming explained, fellow Taoist is an honorific used in the world of cultivators. The meaning is, I may not agree with your concept, but I recognize that you and I are the same. We both pursue the truth and advance forward on the great Tao. Our truths may be different, but we both have the same kind of heart, the kind that pursues the truth. Therefore, we are friends, though ones who walk alone on our respective great Taos. And that is the fellow Taoist. It is a very formal address. When Zhong Boya addressed his opponent as a fellow Taoist, he gave goodwill on his own accord. Zhao Tiange also did not want to escalate the matter, so he naturally went with the flow and walked off the stage. Zheng Dongming, upon seeing Li Yao muttering to himself and not speaking up, laughed and asked, "What is it? Are you interested in Star Nebula University?" Li Yao thought seriously to himself. He shook his head while saying, "It looks like Star Nebula University's expertise lies more in the underlying theory in their academic subjects. I have never received a proper education, so my fundamentals are on the weaker side. Also, I am not interested in theory. Is there a university that focuses more on practical applications?" focuses more on practical applications? Of course there is. Let's go have a look at Empyrean Capital School of Medicine. The two walked to the next booth, to the Empyrean Capital School of Medicine. All who appeared here were doctors wearing white gowns and surgical masks. The air was also filled with a faint acidic smell of disinfectant. A large glass chamber was placed in the middle of the booth. Confined within was a tiger-shaped demon beast. It was unknown what sort of secret technique bound it down, but the demon beast continued to maintain a frozen state. It could not wag its tail even by a tiny bit. Its eyeballs whirled and turned chaotically, flickering occasionally with a glow that contained both great panic and savage brutality. This was the only thing that showed that the demon beast was a living creature. A few nervous white-gowned doctors were bustling in front of the console. After a short time later, a white-gowned doctor lifted his head. With a bright voice, he said, "All students, please watch." Thousands upon thousands of traces of dazzling sword flashes flickered in an instant within the glass chamber. Everyone was incited to the point of tears. Quite a few people were even forced to take small steps back. When everyone was able to see the glass chamber again, they discovered that the savage aura within the tiger-shaped demon beast's eyes had already been frozen. Whoosh! 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 From head to tail, several dozens. Over 100. Over 1,000. Thin red lines appeared on the demon beast's body. It was crazy. Incorporeal blades of air had cut the demon beast into several thousand pieces. A white-gowned doctor spoke unenthusiastically. "What is currently going on is our Empyrean Capital School of Medicine's Demon Beast Slicing Research Project. We take a demon beast and slice it into 0.01 mm thick sections. We then use telepathy to scan each section. From this, we are able to clearly determine the composition of the demon beast's body. Taking this data and uploading it to a crystal processor, we are then able to create a complete simulation of a virtual demon beast. By going through this process, we are able to know the demon beast's habits, characteristics, and battle strength like knowing the back of one's hand. And, we are also able to conduct all the various tests we could ever want in the great illusionary land without fear of being injured or killed by the demon beast. At present, we already have 98 major classes, consisting of 1352 different types of demon beasts in this demon beast slicing research project. All students, if you're interested, then you can apply for our Empyrean Capital School of Medicine. Our mission isn't simply to help the dying and heal the sick, it's primarily to exterminate demons and demon beasts. Zheng Dongming met Li Yao with a wink. What do you think of this one? But first, I want to remind you. The minimum required score for the Empyrean Capital School of Medicine is very high. It's pretty much the highest required of the 9 elites. Even I have no guarantee to test in. Li Yao scratched his head, having some hesitation. There were so many universities, each with their own world-shocking miraculous marvels and exterminating techniques. But when compared to the university of his dreams, it seemed that there was still just that small difference in feeling. Within our federation, is there a university that focuses heavily on creating artifacts? I'm not talking about artifacts such as the Spiritual Energy Particle Collider, but rather for military use. For example, flying shuttles, flying swords, crystal rail cannons, crystal-powered mobile armors. These sorts of war artifacts. Of course, there is. Just ahead is the Deep Sea University. In the Federation, they are the strongest in the field of crafting and refining. That place is known as the Refiner Holy Land. Zheng Dongming pointed to a booth not too far away. The Holy Land for Refiners. A flame ignited and blazed within the depths of Li Yao's eyes, transforming into a myriad of fiery serpents that danced wildly. Like with all the other booths, the Deep Sea University's booth had a bunch of people crowded together. It looked like the vast majority of students were extremely passionate about this university, which had more of a focus on practicality. Li Yao could barely squeeze into the crowd. In the middle of the booth was actually the enormous model of a city. It had mountains and it had rivers. It had skyscrapers and it had mansions. The sky even had flying shuttle passing by occasionally. It was small but was complete in every detail. It was crafted to be a perfect imitation. Right at this moment, a dozen or so metal-crafted miniature demon beasts suddenly flew from one end of the booth, bringing with them an ear-splitting and piercing whistle. They charged into the miniature city. At nearly the same time, over 100 pentagonal metal balls rose abruptly from all around the city. The cubes spun rapidly in the air to form a giant net that blanketed the sky. They tangled around and held the invading flying demon beasts at bay, immobilizing them. After a burst of ding-ding-dong-dong sounds of fighting, all the flying demon beasts were intercepted by the pentagonal metal balls. The demon beasts were sucked and firmly stuck to the surfaces of the metal balls by an indescribable force. All students. It was a man whose hair was as white as a crane's and whose complexion was as rosy as a child's. This purple-clothed man was full of hale and hearty vigor. With beaming smiles, he said, "The model you all just saw was the anti-demon beast defense system that our deep-sea university has researched, developed, and crafted. It has already been purchased by the military for use in every strategic city in the Federation. It can withstand a simultaneous attack of up to 1,500 demon beasts and can even repel the flying swords of the strong demonic cultivators. With this kind of artifact, it doesn't matter if it's a powerful demon beast or a demonic cultivator. As soon as they enter the airspace of our Federation, they become gifts with their hands tied, waiting to be taken prisoner." The purple-clothed old man paused for a moment. Then, a dozen dark, dull, and completely ordinary flying swords floated and emerged from behind his back. They spun and circled randomly above the numerous students' heads. From time to time, the flying swords would perform maneuvers at rapid speeds within a small area. They dove, they turned, and they flipped, causing the observing students to cry out in surprise over and over. With a laugh, the purple-clothed old man spoke, "All students, if the recent demonstration of the anti-demon beast defense system was not enough to satisfy you, then look at the latest, unmanned autonomous flying swords, crafted by our deep-sea university. These flying swords come in two models. The Alpha model can be controlled through a dedicated crystal processor remote control system, allowing for operation of the flying sword at a distance over 10,000 miles away from the cultivator controller. And these beta models you see here are completely and thoroughly unmanned and autonomous. There are absolutely no cultivators controlling these flying swords. If there's no one to operate them, how are they able to fly by themselves?" There were students who could not hold back from asking questions. In the master CPU in these types of flying swords, we employ a completely new type of glyph array architecture. We are able to input several hundreds of thousands of telepathic commands in advance to simulate all the possible situations that may arise in battle, and have it run the proper pre-installed combat programs in response. This is our miraculous unmanned autonomous technology. Of course, to actually research and develop this technology is not as easy as I described. The unmanned autonomous flying sword was just recently created, it still contains many problems. All students, if you're interested, then you might as well apply to our deep-sea university. Together, we can research, develop, and perfect miraculous artifacts such as these, the purple-clothed old man said, beaming with smiles. Li Yao watched the unmanned autonomous flying swords fly about through the air. He felt his heart stir and automatically thought of Black Wing. Black Wing also flew about without Li Yao issuing commands to it. It even lies in front of the hologram projector, humming and buzzing, singing and dancing. It simply didn't seem like an artifact, but rather an actual living being. When compared with these unmanned autonomous flying swords, Black Wing's intelligence was clearly on a much higher level. Anyways, his old man had once said that Black Wing was a relic found in a historical ruin in another greater thousand world. An entire lifetime of research and study was not enough to crack Black Wing's architecture. He even couldn't crack open Black Wing's shell. His old man had speculated that Black Wing should be the product of a different cultivator civilization on a higher level. It's already amazing enough that Deep Sea University was able to craft these kinds of flying swords that didn't need cultivators to control them. Right at this moment, an unmanned flying sword suddenly flipped around and swept past over Li Yao's head. Li Yao felt an itch in his mind. He instinctively reached out with his hand, wanting to grasp the flying sword by its hilt. As soon as his fingers were about to make contact with the hilt, the flying sword vibrated chaotically to create an azure blue glow. Like that of an electric eel, an electric arc flashed and struck Li Yao's fingers. It hurts. Li Yao pulled back his hand, his fingers had turned black. He looked once more at the flying sword that continued to circle above his head. From time to time, the sword exploded maliciously with azure electricity. With his tongue stuck out from fear, Li Yao contracted his neck. He no longer dared to be so reckless. The purple-clothed old man chuckled as he walked to be in front of Li Yao. He said, "This student, you should now know just how amazing the unmanned autonomous flying sword is. Fortunately, in time, the flying sword will be able to figure out your identity of being a civilian. If it had recognized you as a demon beast or a demonic cultivator, then you would have long been beheaded. Come, let me look at your hand. To see if you're injured." As Li Yao obediently reached out with his hand, his mind was actually revolving with interest. He did the utmost to figure out a method to break the unmanned autonomous flying sword. Huh! The purple-clothed old man's face leaked out a trace of an astonished and happy expression. His smiling expression intensified. "This student, do you often do artifact maintenance in your free time?" Li Yao stared, stunned. He asked, "How do you know?" "I can feel that your hands are different from the common person. This kind of pliable and tough feeling should be from the growth of calluses that are later worn away. Then grown again. Then worn away. This must have happened over and over for at least a dozen times to produce your hands. Additionally, the muscles of your palm produce subtle responses. It's impossible for other people to have these hands, only experienced artifact technicians have these kinds of hands. How about it? Do you want to apply to our Deep Sea University?" the purple-clothed old man asked, being completely cordial. Li Yao took a look at the anti-demon beast defense system. Then, he took a look at the unmanned autonomous flying sword circling over his head. With a forceful nod, he said, "I have a dream that one day I will become a refiner, to craft the most powerful artifact of the Federation. Of the top 10 master refiners in the Federation, 7 of them graduated from our Deep Sea University. Deep Sea University is the holy land for refiners. My name is Xia Tingxian. I'm a scout for our Deep Sea University in Arena 571. You're pretty good. I'll pay special attention to you during the competition, so be sure to give a good performance." The purple-clothed old man patted Li Yao on the shoulder. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by a blob of different students. "Wow!" From outside the crowd, Zheng Dongming cried out quite exaggeratedly, "You actually met Deep Sea University's scout. He's very influential and probably has some authoritative power for special admittance. As long as he chooses you, you won't even need to take the entrance exams. You can be admitted directly into Deep Sea University. I should have known to let the flying sword shock me too just then. You still need to be chosen in order to get in." Although Li Yao spoke without thinking, his heart was actually beating wildly. He was nervous, excited, happy, various feelings were tangled into a complex knot. It caused his emotions to be stirred to the peak. Deep Sea University was the ideal university in his mind. He absolutely needed to give a good performance during the limit challenge competition to make this Xia Tingxian sit up and notice him. Having already determined his #1 goal, the other universities no longer appealed as much to him. Li Yao and Zheng Dongming circled around the ship's hold, completing a circle. They didn't pay particular attention to the remaining universities and were preparing to leave. At this time, they suddenly discovered that there was still a small exhibition hall in the deepest corner. The other universities had decorated their areas to be quite lavish, their setup featured state-of-the-art technology. When comparing the exhibition halls that drew in people, this hall was really extremely unpresentable. There wasn't even a single student taking a look inside. There was only a lonely staff member sitting in the depths of the hall. Li Yao raised his head to look. On top were the written words, Grand Desolate War Institution. Is this also one of the 9 elites? Why is this place so abandoned? No one wants to apply to this school? Li Yao asked with utter curiosity. Zheng Dongming glanced at the sign and couldn't help laughing. The Grand Desolate War Institution has the worst internal resources. Their overall true strength is the weakest, and they're located in the nastiest of places, the Demon Beast Wasteland. But these factors aren't enough to make this hall this abandoned. The main reason lies in their combat department that the Grand Desolate War Institution is most famous for. They are experts in educating people who temper their bodies to walk the martial path, the body practitioners. It is said that the most extreme body practitioners even forego all artifacts. They believe that the body is the strongest and is the sole and only artifact. They rely purely on their fists to fight demon beasts. They're simply a group of lunatics. Li Yao, upon hearing his words, also agreed considerably with him. He was born in the artifact graveyard. He was an expert at taking any item he can get and use it as a weapon. It was beyond stupid to rely solely on his 2 fists to fight hand-to-hand against his enemies. Zheng Dongming continued, the cultivation philosophy of the Grand Desolate War Institution has a bit of logic behind it. Because of the environment around the Grand Desolate region is of the worst quality, resources are in short supply. Quite a few powerful artifacts with precise architectures are excessively worn out due to overuse after using them a few times in such a bad environment, to never be used again. This kind of extreme environment is what fostered those who relied purely on their fleshly bodies, the body practitioners. But in the southeast region, all cultivators specialize in using artifacts. These types of martial art methods are very unpopular here. And in addition, tempering the body is incomparably painful. Traversing the path of body tempering means to endure 81 torments for even a slight chance of success. What do you think? Among us Southeasterners, who would rack their brains deciding to walk the path of body tempering? Pausing for a bit, Zheng Dongming suddenly thought of something. He tapped his head saying, I almost forgot. Your Crimson Nimbus second produced a cultivation genius Fiend Blade Penghai. He decided to go with the Grand Desolate War Institution. He's not an extreme body practitioner though, he's a sword cultivator. This is the university that Fiend Blade Penghai studied at? A light flashed in Li Yao's eyes. A strand of interest towards the Grand Desolate War Institution was born in Li Yao. Since they were able to rise up into the 9 elites, they must have something that sets them apart from the norm. Let's go over and take a look. Li Yao spontaneously strolled towards Grand Desolate War Institution's booth. The Grand Desolate War Institution is full of barbarians with well-trained bodies, but simple minds. What possibly is there to see? It would be better for you to come with me to go back to Sky Fantasia Academy to see if there's a chance to find a few female seniors to eat dinner with. Together, we can discuss literature. Hey! If you're not coming, I'll go by myself. Don't say that I didn't consider you a swine friend. Zheng Dongming shouted a few times behind Li Yao's back and was met with no reaction by Li Yao. Zheng Dongming then rubbed his nose, took out his micro-crystal processor, and set it to mirror mode. He spread open his hand to comb his hair to the side. After letting out a whistle, he headed walking towards Sky Fantasia Academy. As soon as Li Yao entered Grand Desolate War Institution's exhibition hall, Li Yao felt his footsteps go heavy all of a sudden. It was as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on his shoulder. Even the air turned somewhat more viscous. An artificial gravity field? Li Yao became interested. This exhibition hall was set up in a rough and wild cultivation gym. Dumbbells, barbells, sandbags, and other cultivation equipment were placed all around in a chaotic mess. To the astonishment of Li Yao, most of the cultivation equipment weren't actually made from metal but rather crafted and created from rock and demon beast remains. It gave one a coarse, barbaric, but blood-heating feeling. It made the muscles of his entire body, from head to toe, itch to give the equipment a try. As he made his way inside, Li Yao recalled the month when he spent his utmost effort, shedding sweat and youth in the school's warehouse. He could not help walking up to a squat rack, hefting a barbell onto his shoulders. This barbell on the squat rack was made and crafted from the spine of a demon beast. When grasped in his hand, he felt the extremely fine knurling. The feeling in his hand felt extremely good. The barbell plates, made from polished obsidian stone, had the perfect weight to them. Li Yao took a deep breath. His toes dug into the ground. He sent power to his hips, squatting steadily down. Lingdang was restless. She sat upon a dumbbell bench. Gripped in each hand was a 100-kilogram skeleton dumbbell. As she destroyed, ravaged, and tormented the dumbbells, she sent e-crane messages to the head instructor of Grand Desolate War Institution's combat department thousands of miles away. Complaining loudly, she said, "Teacher Xia. Can we of Grand Desolate War Institution really recruit students from this pussy-ass place? The arms and legs of the people here are delicate and thin. The people are weak to the extreme. I fear even a mere sneeze can topple them. And these pussies even look down upon our Grand Desolate War Institution. It's already been half a day and only a few little kittens came in to take a look so far. And, each of them had an extremely strange expression as they looked at me from top to bottom, as if they were looking at a combat madman. So unfair. It really was mean of them." She waved with some effort and creaking noises rang out. The dumbbell had actually been squeezed bent. Lingdang went, "Oh no," stuck out her tongue, and tossed the bent dumbbell to the side. 7 to 8 dumbbells were piled up in the corner. There were hand marks clearly imprinted on each of the handles of these dumbbells. On the hologram was a buff dude who was over 2.2 meters tall, with muscles as hard as a rock, and with scarlet red skin. The buff dude said helplessly, "Small Ding, don't take things so personally. It's been 3 years since our Grand Desolate Institution has recruited any new students from Arena 571. Everyone's used to it. Otherwise, we wouldn't have let you, a recent graduate and new faculty member, come and act as a scout here. We just came here to get in on the action and expand our influence. It doesn't matter whether we recruit people or not. Anyways, in our Grand Desolate region, there's been plenty of cultivation geniuses trying to enter our school. From what I've seen here, I agree. Everyone here's a pretty boy, not one is suited to be a body practitioner. Hold on, Teacher Xia. I think I've found a target." Lingdang happened to raise her head. She saw Li Yao doing squats, causing her 2 eyes to glow all of a sudden. "Really? How's his potential?" The giant red-skinned dude in the hologram was a bit astonished. The fellows who can be considered targets by Lingdang are few even in the Grand Desolate region. He's fairly decent. Those biceps. Those pectorals. Those lats. Those quads. Those glutes. TSK 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 TSK. Every muscle in his body is flawless and beautiful. It makes one unable to hold back from giving a few pinches. What a natural young talent. He's simply just made to walk the path of body tempering. Enough talk. I'm going to go over now. To capture him. Ding Lingdang rubbed her hands together as her face filled with excitement. With a step, she scurried just behind Li Yao. Little brother, you've trained your pecs quite well. Li Yao felt only a ferocious and vicious hurricane sweep over from behind his back. A powerful oppressive aura, nearly on the exact same level as Fiend Blade Penghai's, appeared behind him. The only difference was that Fiend Blade Penghai's aura was earth-shattering in form of ebbing tides and waves. This aura was as if a Tyrannosaurus Rex had come crashing from afar, fiercely and viciously. A strong air of terrible beasts was mixed in the aura. All Li Yao felt was the tip of a spear pressing against his back. He could no longer bear the barbell, so he directly rolled forward, utterly miserably, to avoid the terrible beast assaulting from behind. He spun around like lightning with a strength that nearly broke his waist, automatically adopting the tightest defensive guard. Cold sweat rained from his forehead. His wild beating heart nearly ripped open his chest. Whose aura could be so overbearing? It's simply a Tyrannosaurus Rex in the form of a human. Li Yao gasped for breath with a gaping mouth. He was trembling with fear as he sized up this human-shaped T-Rex. What appeared behind his back was beyond his expectations. It was actually a woman. An absolutely young girl. At most, this girl was 3 to 4 years older than him. She appeared to be just over 20. She had a very tall stature, so much so that she was taller than him by just a little bit. Her figure was extremely healthy and beautiful with broad shoulders, a strong and flexible waist, and a slender pair of legs. Her plump thighs were bulging and bursting, they were exceptionally buff. They caused one to dream helplessly about her other bulges, wondering what sort of beautiful sensations would arise from coping a feel. She wore the bare minimum of clothes, just a tank top and shorts, exposing a succubus-grade beautiful figure to the air. She wasn't the sort of classical beauty that had flesh so tender and white it seemed like congealed oil. Her skin was a color of honey like amber, glistening and shining under the light, looking to be as smooth as velvet. After having just done some exercise, her amber skin glistened faintly with sweat, making her skin appear sparkling, translucent, and gem-like. Her looks weren't considered exceptionally pretty, but that was due to her having coarse eyebrows, overly large eyes that contained too much spirit, a nose that stuck out too much, lips that were too thin, and ears that stuck straight out like a monkey's, kind of like jug ears. To describe her in a single sentence, she was too outstanding, too straightforward, and too forceful. Her invasive personality was too strong. There was completely no trace of the cool tenderness that most guys liked in a girl. However, it looked like she completely didn't give a damn. She continued being like a small sun, spreading heat and radiance absolutely without restraint. The weirdest thing was the object on each of her beautifully contoured ankles, an ankle bracelet comprised of faded red string connecting 3-4 tiny bells. Logically, she should have made some ding-ling-dang-lang sounds as she leapt over here in large steps, but Li Yao didn't even hear the tiniest of noises. Those 8 strings of tiny bells seemed to be rusted to death and were tied firmly above her beautiful feet. Li Yao gasped inwardly in surprise. This girl had already reached the peak in regards to the fine motor control of her leg muscles. She made her muscles vibrate continuously throughout the entirety of her high-speed movement, superimposing and cancelling with the vibrations of her movement. Through destructive interference, she was able to keep the tiny bells from moving. My name is Ding Lingdang. You can call me Sister Ling. You can also call me by my nickname, Ding Lingdang Lang. You're quite strong and buff, little brother. You were able to do quite a few squats under 5 times gravity without breaking a sweat. And you were able to sense me dashing over here. Your intuition is quite sharp. You're good material. Come. Let's get to know each other. Ding Lingdang reached out her hand at lightning speed. She grasped Li Yao's right hand and gripped firmly, leaving no chance for Li Yao to resist. Inhale. Li Yao felt like his palm was gripping a piece of red-hot coal. Even though he had endured a month of torment with "give up," he was caught off guard and was forced to take a deep cold breath in pain. Your grip strength isn't bad. I squeezed the hands of 7 or 8 students a moment ago. All of them cried tears of pain on the spot. One had even wet his pants. You Southeastern students are far too weak, not being able to take a single strike. You're actually an exception. Ding Lingdang withdrew her hand as she spoke, being completely pleased. Li Yao shook his hand. He was pained to the point of being speechless. He finally realized, at this time, why there wasn't anyone who dared to come look around at the Grand Desolate War Institution's booth. If he had known of this earlier, it would have been better to go along with Zheng Dongming to Sky Fantasia Academy's booth and gaze at the classical beauties. While his mind was running wild with imagination, a fragrance of earthly nature assaulted his nose all of a sudden. Ding Lingdang had moved closer to him abruptly. 2 lips faced each other, 2 noses faced each other, and 2 pairs of eyes faced each other. 2 female, beast-like eyes were staring wide and large. Those eyes were fiercely gazing fixed at Li Yao from a hair's distance away. What are you up to? Li Yao was completely stupefied. His entire back was covered with cold sweat. This female beast was way too bold and straightforward. What she has done so far was simply unimaginable. However, Li Yao was not your typical kind of person. He grew up in the artifact graveyard. What sort of weirdo has he not seen? This kind of always being led by the nose feeling really was a bad feeling. Ding Lingdang's aggressiveness completely awakened Li Yao's core and fundamental nature, the vicious vulture. He no longer retreated. Rather, he strove forward to face her, refusing her even an inch of ground. If you glare at me, I'll glare at you too. It's not like that you would eat me under the sun in broad daylight. If he was face to face at hand's reach with a different girl, like the painting classical beauty from a moment ago, this would have been an extremely alluring and exciting moment. But from Li Yao's perspective, he did not feel the least bit of attraction to the opposite sex coming from Ding Lingdang. This was because of the far too violent and fierce expression coming from this girl. It was like a shining blade. The unconcealed murderous aura bubbled forth, ferociously stabbing into Li Yao's eyes. The aura drove constantly inside Li Yao's mind. Rushing across and crashing directly, it bombarded recklessly without reason against Li Yao's central nervous system. It was 10 seconds. A short 10 seconds of confrontation, and it was as if Li Yao had engaged endlessly in direct combat. Right when his 2 legs grew weak, when he was unable to hold on any longer, Ding Lingdang suddenly retracted her gaze. She grinned, exposing 2 pure white canine teeth. Her mouth was very large, as were her eyes, nose, and ears. Her smile seemed to possess a peculiar charm, like the splendid sun that appeared suddenly after days of rainy clouds. It made one forget about their troubles in an instant, making one feel crisp and bright. Little brother, you're quite amazing. Even in the Grand Desolate War Institution, there aren't that many students of the lower grades who dare to face eye to eye with me for so long. Not bad. Not bad at all. You possess strength and spirit rarely seen in a high school student. And your awareness is incomparably sharp. Most importantly, you will still able to resist while being enveloped by my strong killing aura. Good. This is really good. I've waited so long and I finally ended up with you. Ding Lingdang waved her fist with strength, suddenly causing air to circulate around. Li Yao's head was covered in a cold sweat. It seemed that the other person had misunderstood something. But if he were to say that he just came here to play around willy-nilly, wouldn't he be beaten to a pulp of meat? Ding Lingdang patted Li Yao's shoulder, causing Li Yao to grimace in pain. Paying no mind, she said, "Little brother, these 2 eyes of senior sister have never been mistaken before. You are the real deal. A man of steel. Those dazzling flying swords, artifacts. They're all used by pussies. Real men of iron should become body practitioners by tempering their own bodies to become powerful artifacts. Use a body filled with blood-racing heat and a pair of iron fists to strike open a giant land under the heavens. Come then. Come to our combat department of our grand desolate war institution. Here lies the paradise for hot-blooded men. We're completely different from those pussy-ass universities. Li Yao summoned the courage to speak. I'm terribly sorry. Miss. Sister Ling. My dream is to become a refiner, so I'm preparing to apply for Deep Sea University. What? A refiner? In a flash, Ding Lingdang's eyes bulged to twice their size. Not caring about anything else, she roared and thundered, with this good of a body, with this great of willpower, you don't want to be a body practitioner, but rather some refiner? This is simply a reckless waste of talent. Li Yao's head hurt as if he had been hit. He retreated to the edge of the booth without batting an eyelid. With a humble gesture, he said, I'm truly sorry, Sister Ling. Everyone has a different understanding of the road of cultivation. Maybe in your eyes, a refiner is not a powerful profession. But where I was born and raised, everyone would seize tools and weapons for the sake of survival. They racked their heads to assemble weapons from scrap. In our hands, even if it's half a glass bottle, even if it's a piece of paper, they can all be crafted into fatal weapons. Those who know only to use their fists do not live long. Only those who can seize materials and craft them into weapons can continue living on. It's precisely because of this that I feel refiner is an extremely incredible profession. To become a refiner is my dream. I cannot apply to your school's combat department. I thank you for your certainty in me. With a slight jump, he leapt out of Grand Desolate War Institution's booth. He turned around and was just about to leave. Hey! Ding Lingdang suddenly shouted, freezing him. Li Yao's body went rigid and his heart thumped. This female T-Rex wouldn't come chasing after him, right? Fortunately, Ding Lingdang did not have the intention of chasing after him. She stepped one foot onto a barbell bench. Extending a finger, she said, Little brother, don't make this decision so rashly. Go back and think it over carefully. You can ask around and see what the circle of cultivators think about our Grand Desolate War Institution. As everyone knows, the Federation has a total of 9 elite universities. 8 of them breeds cultivators. Grand Desolate War Institution is the university that only breeds warriors. Li Yao was stunned. He gave her a quick nod and turned around to squeeze into the crowd. Looking at his back, Ding Lingdang licked her lips. She spread open her hands and then squeezed tightly. The air in the palm of her hand exploded with a bang. Let's wait and see. You're this strong and buff. You're just made to be a part of our Grand Desolate War Institution. I, Ding Lingdang, will capture you for sure. In order to leave a deep impression of the 9 elite universities on the exam takers, the exchange convention lasted for the entire day. The hold continued being brightly lit and filled with a bustling atmosphere all the way until 9 p.m. Anyways, Li Yao had already chosen the university he most aspired. After blazing and ravaging a meal at the affiliated buffet in the distant Expanse, he returned early to his assigned single room to rest. On the way back, all that appeared in his mind was Ding Lingdang's face that was full of vitality. This girl, who couldn't be considered that pretty, was the type to leave a deep impression on a person in just a mere half a second. However, even if her behavior was special and her words cause one's blood to heat and boil, it was still impossible for Li Yao to apply to the combat department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. His path had already been determined, and that is the refining department of Deep Sea University. Tonight, I'm going to get a good night's rest so that I can put on a good performance at the competition tomorrow. I will win over people by blowing their minds with my brilliance. I will catch the eye of Deep Sea University scout, xia ting xian. Li Yao made a resolution to himself in his heart. A facial recognition glyph array was drawn on the door of the cabin. A red light swept across Li Yao's face, ringing twice with beep-beep sounds. With a * click, the cabin door opened. The room inside was very simple and plain. There was only a bed and a tiny bathroom. There wasn't even a desk placed anywhere. Li Yao actually knew that this was special treatment given to them. On a crystal battleship, only officers can enjoy the benefits of having a personal room. The average enlisted sailor lived in 4 people, 6 people, or even 8 people rooms. Li Yao grew up in the artifact graveyard. He was able to sleep perfectly fine even in a pile of garbage. The environment here was luxurious in his opinion. He walked in with large strides, tossed his luggage into the corner, and smashed himself ferociously onto the bed, letting out a sound of satisfaction. Pudgy pudgy. Pudgy pudgy. Student Li Yao, hello. I'm your personal pudgy critter number 2899. You can call me 2899, or you can call me Small G. A chubby, plump, and charmingly innocent pudgy critter had squeezed out from under the bed with great difficulty, giving Li Yao a scare. The white pudgy critter laboriously flapped its wings to fly into the air, speaking, starting from now all the way until the end of the competition, Student Li Yao will always have Small G at his service. Small G will explain the rules of the competition to you, answer your questions, help you get in touch with scouts from the 9 elites, and shoot pictures and videos of every action you do in the competition, which will be transmitted to our monitoring center. If you encounter some sort of mortal crisis, Small G will even yell for cultivators to come save you. So contrary to my dull-witted appearance, I'm actually Li Yao's good assistant in this competition. Li Yao stared unwaveringly at the white pudgy critter for a long time before asking suspiciously, Small G, are you speaking of your own accord? Or is there someone controlling you from behind the scenes? The white pudgy critter began flying, orbiting around his head. It spoke cheerfully, Small G isn't saying these words by himself, and there is no one controlling me from behind the scenes. It's that Small G's body has been installed with the latest CPU system. 100,000 telepathic functions were programmed in advance so that Small G can perform the proper response in real time towards certain sorts of situations. Small G is the product of a joint R&D collaboration between Deep Sea University and the Empyrean Capital School of Medicine. I'm not your ordinary spirit beast. I'm the most advanced, crystal beast, a spirit beast controlled by a crystal processor. Oh, so it was like this all along. You're quite advanced. So they increased the intelligence of spirit beasts in this fashion. This way, they don't need to worry about losing control over spirit beasts like with demon beasts. Li Yao's resolution to enter into Deep Sea University hardened even further. He continued asking, then Small G, please explain to me the rules of the limit challenge competition. Sure thing. The hair on top of the pudgy critter's head shook to and fro. A meaty pink antenna extended out, and on the tip of the antenna was a flickering and shiny synthetic crystal stone. A beam of light shot out from the crystal, forming into a large 3D hologram right in front of Li Yao. With a flare of spiritual energy light, the holographic image of Devil Flood Dragon Island appeared in front of Li Yao's eyes. The Limit Challenge competition is a time-honored traditional competition of the Federation. Its purpose is to allow the 9 elites to select young talent gifted in cultivation. At the same time, it also gives the opportunity for students whose expertise are more focused on practical use rather than theory to show off their talent. The annual Limit Challenge competition has always been held 2 months before the university entrance exams. The entire Federation is divided into nearly 1,000 different exam regions with each area containing 3,000 competitors. Floating Spear City and its surrounding area are cultivation cities in the Federation. Quite a few cultivation geniuses have emerged from here. So, Exam Region 571 has an extremely vicious environment, gaining the nickname as an exam region of death. 3,000 competitors must do their best to find a way to survive for 5 days on Devil Flood Dragon Island along with the rampaging demon beasts. Student Li Yao, try not to underestimate Devil Flood Dragon Island. Back in the day, this was the location of the final battle between Star Glory Federation and the Far East Demon Kingdom. Countless corpses are buried in the depths of the ocean. Demonic aura permeates the air. The demon beasts of Devil Flood Dragon Island absorbs this aura year-round. The demon beasts here are far more vicious than those in other places. The white pudgy critter flew to face Li Yao. It shook its stubby wing, speaking completely cheerfully. The 5 days of the Limit Challenge competition are divided into 2 parts, the preliminaries and the finals. The first 3 days are the preliminaries, and the last 2 days are the finals. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., 3,000 competitors will be tossed together into Devil Flood Dragon Island. You will be wearing the most plain of clothing, a sports tank top and shorts that contain no defensive capabilities whatsoever. You won't have weapons. You won't have food. You won't have water. You won't even have shoes. Each person will only have a single pudgy critter. And what you must do is survive for 3 days under the attacks of countless demon beasts. Of course, you won't always be unarmed and defenseless. Several dozen supply points are scattered all around Devil Flood Dragon Island. Large amounts of artifact parts and supplies are prepared there. If you have the ability, you can assemble the artifacts yourself to use to fight against the demon beasts. On the hologram, Devil Flood Dragon Island was being zoomed in without end. The hologram turned transparent, and concrete coordinates of several dozen supply points appeared. The white pudgy critter continued speaking. In the competition, the most important thing to keep in mind is your total points. Your final ranking is determined solely by your total points. You can get points by killing demon beasts. The stronger the demon beast, the greater the number of points. In order to test the competitor's overall ability, many methods were incorporated for the competitor to earn points. For example, if you specialize in artifacts, you can repair and assemble artifacts as much as you want. If you're gifted in synthesizing drugs, you can discover all sorts of herbs in the forest. To summarize, as long as you demonstrate a gift in an aspect of cultivation through an action you do on Devil Flood Dragon Island, you will receive points for it. And another important thing to keep in mind is the trade system. This is a rule that is set up for competitors who aren't fighting specialists. In this competition, you can use your accumulated points to perform trades. For example, say you are gifted in crafting artifacts. You assemble and craft a dozen flying swords at a supply point. You can trade these flying swords to a competitor who is a fighting specialist. As long as both parties make an oral agreement on the price, the pudgy critters will automatically conduct the point transfer. You don't need to worry about being cheated by a competitor. This way, it's fair for non-fighting specialists in this competition. Li Yao raised his right hand, putting out a question. Let me interrupt you for a moment. I want to ask something. In regards to the non-fighting competitors who play a supportive role, when they gather resources on Devil Flood Dragon Island, will their lives be endangered? The white pudgy critter shook its small furry tail. Student Li Yao, please do not worry. When the competition begins, there will be over 20 cultivators patrolling in the air above Devil Flood Dragon Island, and inside Small G's body is a specially refined gel sac. As soon as a competitor is about to receive life-threatening injuries or the accumulation of his injuries reach critical status, Small G will automatically belch out the gel to envelope the competitor in a stasis, and Small G will notify the patrolling cultivators in the air. This gel is a super amazing artifact. It can protect the competitor to completely guarantee his safety. It's impossible for the level of the demon beasts on Devil Dragon Island to break through the gel. Just relax already. Li Yao nodded his head. The Limit Challenge competition has been held over 100 times. They had adopted perfect protective measures long ago. He was just overthinking things. Thinking for a bit, he asked again, "You just talked about the preliminaries. What rules are there in the finals?" The pudgy critter spoke. After the 3 days of preliminaries, the 600 competitors with the highest ranking in points will then be able to enter the finals. The rest of the competitors will be evacuated and brought back onto the distant Expanse. The biggest difference between the finals and the preliminaries is the release of super powerful demon beasts locked in caves underground on Devil Flood Dragon Island. The strength of these demon beasts is not something that the typical high school student can deal with. If you're able to kill these demon beasts, you will receive far more points than from killing normal demon beasts. In addition, the 600 students will be separated into 2 teams, red and blue. The 2 teams can attack each other however much they want. When an opponent is eliminated, that is, when the opponent's pudgy critter is forced to spout out their protective gel, all the points of the opponent will be given to you. In other words, not only do you need to kill demon beasts, but you will also have to fight with competitors. Li Yao's heart stirred as he suddenly felt an excitement indescribable. Just being able to reach the finals means that these competitors will have accumulated a great number of points. Rather than go laboriously slay demon beasts, wouldn't it be better to launch attacks on enemy competitors? As long as a competitor was eliminated, it would be the same as killing several dozens, or even over 100, demon beasts. With these type of rules in place, the raging desire for battle will undoubtedly be satisfied in these youths. These competitors will be able to show off their complete potential. Small G continued, "So, that's pretty much all the rules. After 2 days of finals, the last remaining surviving students will have their points fixed and be ranked. The higher your ranking, the higher the likelihood of being chosen by a scout of the 9 elites. The excellent ones won't need to take the university entrance exams when they're directly admitted. So student Li Yao, work hard. Direct admittance." Li Yao's throat went somewhat dry. He licked his lips, asking, "Small G, how many students were chosen for direct admittance in the past few competitions?" The white pudgy critter tilted its head to think as a buzzing sound came from deep within its body. Li Yao could tell from hearing that this was the sound of a crystal processor running at high speeds. Small G was probably gathering the data right now. A moment later, Small G answered, "In the past 3 annual challenge competition in Arena 571, each year on average had 51 students be directly admitted to the 9 elites. There was also the possibility of getting on the preferential score admittance list should one not be directly admitted." Preferential score admittance list? What's that? Li Yao delved deeper, asking. "I'll give you an example. Say you possess some aspect of a gift for cultivation, that you're extremely suited for a certain university. But, your overall actual strength isn't strong enough such that your final points end up ranking you in the 100 or 200 range. Or even if you encountered an extremely strong demon beast at the start of the competition and were forced to retire. All these things don't matter. As long as you're selected by a scout of the 9 elites, he or she will sign a contract with you for a preferential score that reduces your score requirement on the exam by 5 points, 10 points, or even 20 points. That's awesome." Li Yao became truly excited at this moment. The entrance exams. The entrance exams. The competition is like an army of thousands trying to cross a single log bridge. Scoring a point higher means to crush 1,000 people. This is no exaggeration. If all of a sudden he was favored by a dozen or 20 points, then the odds of being admitted to Deep Sea University will increase greatly. Excellent. Even if I can't beat 3,000 people, enter into the top 50, and receive the qualifications for direct admittance. As long as I demonstrate my brilliance and manage to win 5 points or even 10 points of score-reducing preferential treatment, coming here won't be a waste at all." Li Yao's mouth was dry from talking so much. His excitement could not be described. He only felt a boundless energy coming from his body. He was heated up and could not wait until tomorrow morning to begin fighting at once. This won't do. I need to calm down and go to sleep ASAP. I need to conserve my energy and stamina. Tomorrow morning is the time that will decide my fate. Li Yao was lying down on his bed, his pair of hands formed a pillow behind his head. He tried forcing himself to go to sleep, but no matter what he did, he couldn't fall asleep. The scene of Fiend Blade Peng Hai piloting the Mystic Bird battle shuttle through the skies filled his eyes. That sort of freedom, that field-crushing domineering aura was deeply branded in his mind. It would take a long time for him to forget that scene. Do I have the chance to become the second Peng Hai? Li Yao opened his eyes and saw the splatter of rust on the ceiling. He tossed and turned, causing his single bed to creak with pressure. Right at the same time when Li Yao was tossing and turning on his bed, in another single room 2 floors above his, Si Jiaxue was in the middle of receiving a very special guest. Professor Xie, I'm truly indebted to you. I never thought you would come here personally. Si Jiaxue spoke extremely respectfully. She was welcoming the artificing expert of Deep Sea University, Professor Xie Tingxian. Calling me Grandpa Xie is fine, little girl. You don't need to be so polite with me. After all, your grandfather and I are old friends of nearly 100 years. I remember back in the year when you were born, I held you with my own hands. Ha ha ha. Xie Tingxian chuckled as he spoke, then soon changed the subject. Little girl, you've called Grandpa Xie here. Is something the matter? To clarify things, if it's in regards to the competition, Grandpa Xie can't just cut you some slack. Si Jiaxue giggled. Grandpa Xie, my specialty lies in data calculations and analysis. I'm afraid that I will walk the path of being an admin-type cultivator in the future. The Deep Sea University is most known for their artificing department. I fear that it's not suited for me. So don't worry, I won't cause you any difficulties. Xie Tingxian's old face reddened. Little girl, don't blame Grandpa Xia for being petty. Being a scout causes all sorts of relationships to become complicated. Sometimes, I have to mention the dirty talk first. Si Jiaxue nodded her head and withdrew a crystal processor from her backpack, handing it over. I understand, Grandpa Xie. I called you over this time is mainly to ask for your help to inspect this crystal processor. This is an heirloom left behind by my grandma. It's an antique of over 100 years ago and it broke a few days earlier. I found someone to fix it and it's working now. There are no major problems when I use it. But, I don't know if there are some latent defects. So, I wish to ask you to inspect it. I don't know if this is convenient for you. Oh, so it was like this all along. It's a piece of cake for me. Xie Tingxian let out a breath of relief and his expression became lively. His vision swept across the crystal processor and he went, huh. His eyes radiated with light full of interest. It's the Heavenly Zither Sect's Vast Tomb 7 tube-type crystal processor. A product from 144 years ago. It's an extremely rare antique. You've maintained it quite well. Not bad. Not bad. You said you've asked someone to fix it? Nowadays, people who are able to fix these sorts of antiques are far too few. I need to take a good look at this. If the internal components are damaged, it would be such a pity. Si Jiaxue did not see Xie Tingxian cast any spell, but with a wave of his right hand, the crystal processor flew into the palm of his hand, spinning and whirling around. It looked as if it was being controlled by an invisible hand as one component after another separated away from the artifact to float gracefully in the air, exposing the profound and complicated internal architecture of the tube-type processor. He saw that the heat sink with clear traces of the cooling system used in modern CPUs that was integrated seamlessly with the classical style of the tube-style crystal processor. Xie Tingxian stared, distracted. How is it, Grandpa Xie. Is there any problems with it? Si Jiaxue became nervous. Little girl, you're wrong on this count, Xie Tingxian dragged out his tone. Me? What's going on? Si Jiaxue was stupefied and was completely lost. A trace of suspicion emerged on her delicate cute face. Xie Tingxian glanced at her and saw that she really was clueless. He frowned, saying, "Little girl, this processor of yours. You've clearly had it repaired by an expert. This expert completely redesigned the heat sink structure. His reasoning is exceptionally exquisite, and his installation technique is perfectly skillful. He not only guaranteed the stability of its structure and heat dissipation efficiency but also left behind space for future upgrades such that another heat sink can be added using the same method, to form a heat sink system with higher efficiency. This way, the performance of your crystal processor can increase by over 10%. To have such a deep understanding of antique processors and to have such brilliant techniques, it must have been a refiner, right? You should know that each refiner has their own code of honor. They have the utmost confidence in their works. You chose someone to fix this, but then you brought it to me for inspection. Your lack of confidence in him is the greatest insult to him. Once he knows of this matter, not only will he have malice towards you, but he will even take some anger out on me. He might even come challenge me to a duel. To see if, in the end, I'm qualified to inspect and fix his work. It's this serious? Si Jiaxue said in fright. You're not a refiner, so it's natural that you don't know codes of the circle. Each piece of work from a refiner is his heart's blood, it's like their child. They absolutely won't allow other people to mess with them. In a situation like this, you needed to at least notify the other person and receive his permission. Then, I can go ahead and examine it. Have you discussed it with the other person yet? Si Jiaxue was completely bewildered as she shook her head. Oh, I was also careless. I had assumed you just found a random person to repair this. I never thought it was actually an expert. This time, there's going to be some trouble, Xie Tingxian spoke somewhat frustrated. But I really did randomly find someone to fix it. I found a classmate, stammered Si Jiaxue. What? Your classmate? A high school student? Xie Tingxian went wide-eyed all of a sudden and every wrinkle on his face began to tremble. He drew an arcane glyph with his right hand and a purple beam of light enveloped the crystal processor. Every single breath of remnant memories from the previous repair was drawn from the artifact. A long time passed before Xie Tingxian slowly nodded his head. Keeping what you said in mind, I telepathically scanned this artifact again for careful analysis. I was able to sample a few places that weren't done quite skillfully. There were a few joints that were a bit conspicuous and rough. But for a high school student to be able to reach this kind of level, it's already quite amazing. I don't quite understand. He's just an ordinary high school student whose actualization quotient can't possibly be more than 70%. Is he that amazing? Si Jiaxue could not help asking. It's precisely because his actualization quotient doesn't exceed 70% that he was able to complete a work as refined as this. This makes him even more extraordinary. What's the name of this classmate of yours? Is he participating in this competition? Xie Tingxian asked, filled with interest. His name is Li Yao. I have some information here about him. Grandpa Xie can take a look. Si Jiaxue pulled out some videos from her crystal processor. Oh, so it's this small fellow? Xie Tingxian stared blankly once again, and a smile continued to unfold from inside his heart. He nodded his head over and over. This small fellow is very interesting. It seems like I need to keep an eye on him in this competition. Early morning the next day at 8:30 a.m., 3,000 students were congregated on the afterdeck of the distant Expanse. The spacious deck was packed tightly with 3,000 hot-blooded youths. They created a clamor of noise so loud that it seemed the deck was about to tip over. After experiencing yesterday's interactive exchange convention, everyone now understood the strengths and details of the 9 elites and were looking much more greatly forward towards world of cultivation filled with its endless mysteries. Kill, kill, kill. I will kill to my heart's content on Devil Flood Dragon Island. I'll rise above the other 3,000 students, attract the interest of the Federation's first military college, and become a glorious military student, a youth with a tall figure and a face covered with pimples roared in the crowd. What I'm most proficient in is medicinal synthesis. I've heard that there are over 10,000 different types of herbs and medicinal plants on Devil Flood Dragon Island. Just let me demonstrate my skills and show off to the scout of the Empyrean Capital School of Medicine. At his side, a girl with tanned skin and a pretty face spoke with the utmost confidence. I had an ambition since I was growing up, it's to become a great general, to command a great army. If I make it to the finals, those who are in the same team as me will be quite lucky. I will certainly coordinate everybody with me to fight just like the way the Federal Army does. The enemy will be beaten to complete defeat. This third youth was short and small, but his aura was strong as he spoke. These 3,000 youths were heavenly blessed, carefully chosen from a dozen cities. It didn't matter how strong their actual strength was, their confidence was at its absolute peak. The scouts from the 9 elites, military representatives, and the teachers of numerous students came from the 2 sides of the ship's hold. They came one by one, congregating together, and revealed smiles when they saw the exploding confidence in these youngsters. They were deeply moved. 1 year after another, and yet another year has gone by. Time really does go by quick. As soon as I saw these young fellows, I remembered back to that year and day when we participated in the Limit Challenge competition ourselves. Us back then, we sure were young. Yepers. The only reason why Star Glory Federation is able to become stronger and stronger under the onslaught of demon beasts is due to the plenty amount of new blood that flows in every year. Who knows how many young talents will be able to burst forth from this year's batch of students and receive the qualifications to walk the road of cultivation. I want to get this out of the way. Teacher Zhang, I've already chosen exam candidate 2087. Do not, by any means, fight over him with me. Number 2087? Then I'll have to pay special attention to him later. If he really is some good talent, then depending on everyone's resources, let's see who can bid the highest. Li Yao stood calmly in the corner of the deck during this boiling and rumbling day. The white pudgy critter was very content to lay perched on his head. Its head was tilting back and forth, it seemed that it was snoring. Last night, Li Yao was restless and was completely unable to fall asleep. So he just got up halfway through the night to study the rules in the competition. Li Yao had somewhat bloodshot eyes, but he was still energetic from being a bit too excited. It was because he discovered what seemed to be a loophole within the rules of the competition. Perhaps in other words, it was an opportunity that only he could exploit. He just didn't know if the battle tactics he formulated from focusing on the loophole would be effective. If he was successful, he would seize a 90% chance of storming into the top 50 of the finals. While he was mulling things over in his mind, the lighting in his vision turned dark. A tall silhouette had suddenly appeared, towering over looking down at him. It was Helian Lai. Fellow student Li Yao, Devil Flood Dragon Island is a very large place, yet at the same time, it's also very small. I hope you retire from the competition as soon as possible. You wouldn't want to run into me on Devil Flood Dragon Island. Helian Lai paused after each word, firmly squeezing out a somewhat sinister smile. Li Yao looked at him unperturbed. After some time later, he fished out a pair of earbuds from his ears. Wild music was blasting out from the earbuds. Fellow student Helian Lai, what did you say just now? I'm terribly sorry, I was listening to music. I couldn't hear you clearly. Could you repeat that again? Li Yao said somewhat perplexed. Helion Lai's face reddened. With a cold snort, he turned around to walk away and merged into the crowd. Li Yao watched Helion Lai's back with special attention and then chuckled. A trace of the malevolent vulture could be faintly seen in his smiling expression. Actually, I really look forward running into you on Devil Flood Dragon Island too, fellow student Helion Lai. Right at this time, a large hologram flared at the front of the deck. As if carved by a blade, a weathered and experienced face appeared in the center of the hologram. The pair of eyes set deep in their sockets seemed to contain the entire universe. 100,000 stars flickered with radiance in those eyes. It's Su Haoran. It's the Federation's chairman, Su Haoran. Quite a few students let out cries of excitement. Each and every student, we have reached yet another year of the Limit Challenge competition. Today, you all are baby hawks having yet to spread their wings and soar in the sky. You all have yet to step onto the road of cultivation. But soon in the future, you will become pillars of our nation. You will defend our homeland, defend our federation, and defend the hopes, dreams, and sanctity of our human civilization. Therefore, struggle and fight. Fight for yourselves, and fight for the future of the Federation. The future of the human civilization. Remember this. Humanity is the strongest race of war in the endless sea of the stars. And cultivators are the dazzling blades of human civilization. These blades will slay fiends and purge demons. Break mountains and topple temples. Exterminate nations and raise countries. Expand our borders and enlarge our land until we conquer the entire cosmos. I hope that you all will become cultivators like these. To become the blades of the human civilization. I wish you all every success. The Federation's chairman, Su Haoran, stood up from behind his office desk. He retreated a step and, with a solemn expression, performed the official military salute towards the 3,000 youths. Demon beasts ran rampant in the Heaven's Origin sector. Star Glory Federation was founded based on martial might. The highest leaders are also military personnel. The military salute was the most majestic of etiquettes, representing unsurpassable respect. Federation Chairman Su Haoran actually performed the military salute to us high school students. For the sake of the Federation's future. For the sake of human civilization's future. Do we have that much power? Of course we do. Right now, we may be ordinary high school students, but think about those core formation stage cultivators, those old Yuanying stage monsters. Which one of them didn't start from elementary school, to middle school, to high school on their road to being a cultivator? Who can possibly become a Yuanying stage monster as soon as they're born? If they can be what they are, then obviously so can we. There will be a day when I will become a great cultivator whose power shakes and radiates everywhere. To slay demon beasts. To defend our federation. Slay fiends and purge demons. Break mountains and topple temples. Exterminate nations and raise countries. Expand our borders and enlarge our land. And conquer the entire cosmos. Too awesome. This is precisely the path I wish to walk. This is precisely the destiny of cultivators. I really can't wait much longer. The entire atmosphere was ignited with a single salute by Su Haoran, causing 3,000 youths to all enter into a state of zealotry. Similar scenes could be seen simultaneously at the other exam regions. The blood of countless youths were heated to the utmost boiling point. An officer dressed in black with the emblem of the skull of a demon beast on his shoulders stood on the upper deck. He saw how the morale was already excited to the highest point and announced in a loud voice, "The 137th Annual Federation Youth Limit Challenge competition officially begins now. All competitors, prepare yourselves." **VRR. A large hole 30 to 40 meters wide opened up in the front of the deck. A biting freezing wind was drawn suddenly into the deck and hold of the ship, causing the youths, who were only wearing sports tank tops and shorts, to feel a bone-piercing coldness. All competitors. Jump down, the officer in black pointed to the large hole as he spoke expressionless. As soon as these words were spoken, quite a few students' faces went white. The distant expanse was floating several hundred meters above sea level. Devil Flood Dragon Island was right beneath it. If they were to jump off from here, even if they fall into the ocean, they would simply be falling to their death. There's no need to say what would happen if they landed directly on the island. What's wrong? Is no one brave enough to jump? Well, that's fine too. You can still retire from the competition, it's not too late. The Limit Challenge competition wasn't made for cowards. The officer dressed in black laughed with disdain. These words incited the bravery of quite a few students. The red-pimpled youth who first said that he wanted to apply for the first military college pushed through the crowd. He bellowed, "If you're going to jump, then jump. What are you scared of? If you're scared of death, then you can't become a cultivator." His pair of legs stepped forward, his pair of arms opened wide, and he jumped down the open hole. The throat-ripping battle cry of the pimpled youth was torn and silenced by the biting wind in a flash. With someone taking the lead, people started going continuously close behind. Actually, everyone knew that something had to be deployed down there to make sure that they don't fall and die in vain. They just had to overcome their mental blockade. Li Yao was mixed in the crowd and soon was nudged to the edge of the hole. He looked down while the cold wind rushed at him and saw that the previous 1,000 youths who had jumped earlier still had yet to hit the ground. They were stuck in a giant transparent net hanging midair, causing their falling velocity to be extremely slow. A slow glyph array? Li Yao smacked his lips. The slow glyph array was absolutely a necessary type of glyph array for those who flew on flying swords. In the case where enemies attack them, causing them to fall, all they would need to do is activate the slow glyph array. Then, they can slowly float to the ground. They probably wouldn't instantaneously die from a fall. However, the average slow glyph array only covers an area of 3 to 5 meters. This slow glyph array actually covered a diameter of several thousand meters. It really was drawn to be extremely large. Li Yao no longer hesitated and grabbed his white pudgy critter. He leapt forward and jumped down from an altitude of several hundred meters. The wind screamed by his body, birds flew below his feet. This sort of feeling, like surfing the wind on flying swords, was way too awesome for words. However, Li Yao enjoyed this feeling for less than 2 seconds before he felt a white light flash all around him. His body felt sluggish as soon as he was caught within, like he had sunk into a soft ball of cotton. His speed had suddenly slowed to the minimum. After several dozen seconds of being in this transparent cotton ball, his body loosened and his normal weight and velocity were restored. The wind started to scream in his ears yet again. And this time, not even 2 seconds had passed before he entered into a second ball of transparent cotton. He looked several hundred meters below where several hundred competitors were flapping their arms and legs as if they were in water. Li Yao was deep in thought. He finally understood the mysteries of the slow glyph array. A dozen or so slow glyph array layers were set up in the air space between the distant Expanse and Devil Flood Dragon Island. Every layer had a cushioning effect. This way, the competitors are able to safely arrive on Devil Flood Dragon Island by going through the layers of cushions. This usage of this kind of large-scale glyph array was of the utmost ingenuity. Li Yao let out a sigh of admiration in his heart, having discovered that the things he needed to learn still numbered a lot. And from the depths of his mind came the flickering light and passing shadows of Yezi's memories. They emerged numerously and chaotically. Until finally, after passing through 10 layers of the slow glyph array cushioning, Li Yao managed to safely reach a height of a dozen or so meters above Devil Dragon Island. A verdant and lush dense forest was as far as the eye could see. Quite a few students had already landed on the ground. The howls of demon beasts and the thundering of competitors came in waves through the depths of the dense forest. Within the first second, intense close-quarter combat unfolded completely. Li Yao suddenly opened his eyes. His blood was completely boiling, like when he would wait for the garbage ships in the artifact graveyard. His pair of legs landed lightly on a branch. Using the last of his falling force and borrowing the elasticity of the branch, Li Yao changed his direction and fled into the forest, moving like a nimble black panther. He landed steadily on the ground. He took a deep cold breath suddenly. While he was falling and observing below him, all he felt about Devil Dragon Island was the fact that it was a strange-shaped narrow island with black smoke swirling around it. He didn't really feel anything too scary from it. But as soon as he stepped foot onto Devil Flood Dragon Island, he discovered that actually the entire island was covered with gargantuan trees that blocked the sky and shielded the earth. Lifting his head looking up, all he could see was the faint gray fog curling around in between the black tree branches. It was practically impossible to see the blue skies and white clouds. No matter how intense the rays of sunlight were, when shone through the gray fog, the rays turned a blurry, faint yellow. A faint green miasma permeated through the air as far as the eye could see. It caused Li Yao to only see a distance of 3 to 5 meters clearly in his surroundings. Any further than that, all he could see were the gray outlines of crisscrossed canine teeth. The twisted giant trees were like corpses of demon beasts brandishing their claws as they swayed in the wind. Just a moment ago, he could hear the sounds of close-quarter combat. Right now, it was as if the miasma had cut them off from him. Even the howls of demon beasts turned vague and indistinct. 1 second, the howls seemed to come from the horizon, and the next second, the howls seemed to murmur in his ears. It was as if a terrible demon beast were hiding behind his back. The 3,000 competitors landing on Devil Flood Dragon Island were like 3,000 grains of sand entering the ocean, disappearing without a trace. It seemed like Li Yao was the only person left in this world, staying in this island inhabited by dreadful fiend beasts. Li Yao was leaning his back against a large black tree covered in knobs. He warmed up his arms and legs in a calm yet not slow manner, carefully observing his surroundings. There weren't any predefined paths or roads on Devil Flood Dragon Island, mud and decay ran underfoot. If one wasn't careful, one would step onto the skeletal fragments of demon beasts, causing the soles of one's feet to be stabbed very painfully. The green miasma released fumes that were somewhat irritating. The smell was quite similar to that of the artifact graveyard. HSSS. The Demon Emperor won't let you all go, an extremely minute and warped shout came suddenly from behind the black tree. Li Yao was terrified and frightened. He turned around to look and saw that the knobs on the tree were actually twisting and squirming. They converged together, condensing into an incomparably ugly face of a demon beast. This face spoke with a nasty grin, "Just wait and see. The Demon Emperor has already amassed a demon army numbering 1,000,000 forces on the far eastern ocean floor. Soon, he will assault the coast, engulf the Federation, annihilate all the males, and eat all the females and children completely. TSS. 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 Li Yao sneered, speaking calmly and composed, "I've already carefully examined the introduction to Devil Flood Dragon Island. It said that the island is covered with a type of demon plant called the Delusion vine. It releases a mild green hallucinatory miasma day in and day out that's capable of hypnotizing people's minds, causing people to see and hear visible and audible hallucinations. You're just an illusion, you can't trick me." The demon beast's face suddenly froze and shattered into pieces, transforming back into tree knobs and fading away without a trace. Li Yao let out a breath of relief. But right when he was about to leave, the black tree started to tremor. The bark wiggled and was actually pried open from the inside. A half-rotted human figure climbed out in a complete stiff manner. It lifted its head and chuckled at Li Yao. Its body was already half-rotted. Its flesh was mangled, and its organs were fused with the roots of the black tree. They were blended together. The left side of its face was covered with large chunks of bark and moss. Only the right side of its face was vaguely recognizable. It was actually the form of O Yezi. Did you think that it would be that easy to engulf my memories? One day, I will completely possess this body. To be reborn in cultivation era year 40,000. O Yezi laughed evilly as he spoke. A branch that had transformed into his arm swayed and lifted, heading to grab Li Yao over to him. Li Yao's heart froze in an instant. But he recovered in the next second. He was still intoxicated in the illusion produced by the delusion vine. Biting down ferociously on his tongue, he awoke from the stimulating pain in a flash. Then he felt a gale blasting at his face. Li Yao did not have time to dodge, forming a fist instead that bombarded against something unknown. The enemy let out a shrieking cry, pushing Li Yao 5 to 6 meters away with a strange force and causing Li Yao to crash into some shrubs. After shaking his head, Li Yao glared ahead. O Yezi's illusionary form had disappeared without a trace. In front of him was an enormous, green-covered ape with bizarrely long arms hanging from the giant tree. There was a mutation growing on the forehead of this ape, a strange eye with a dirty yellow iris that flickered with fiendish glow. Three-eyed ape. Li Yao searched at lightning speeds in his mind and quickly found the data on this demon beast. The three-eyed ape was one of the more difficult of the low-level demon beasts. Besides its nimble body and its expertise in jungle hunting, the third eye on its forehead can discharge a special mental attack to cause its prey to have splitting headaches and give birth to a cluster of illusions. However, today, this ape had chosen the wrong opponent. Although Li Yao's true strength wasn't considered to be spectacular, in the mental realm, his mind had undergone the tempering of O Yezi. His mind was incomparably strong and unyielding. A typical mental attack would have absolutely no effect on him. That was why he was able to awaken from the illusion this quickly. HSS. The three-eyed ape let out an ear-piercing hiss. The third eye on its forehead suddenly opened wide, and the eye's color also turned bright in an instant, like a piece of iron heated until it was red. And Li Yao felt a piercing pain burrow deep inside his mind. Li Yao knew that this was the mental attack from the three-eyed ape. He let out a blood-curdling shriek on purpose and was trembling all over in an uncontrollable manner. The three-eyed ape let out squeaking shouts, as it thought that its trick was a success. The ape swung on the branch a circle, borrowing the elastic force as it rushed and pounced at Li Yao. Its pair of arms opened up, leaving it wide open. It hadn't noticed that early on Li Yao had his right leg thrusted deeply within the spongy rotten growth below, clenching the bone of a dead fiend beast. When the ape approached near, Li Yao's right leg kicked out like lightning and the bone pierced straight into the ape's third eye. This bone was probably the fibula of a certain demon beast. It was incomparably hard. The bone delved inside in an instant, without resistance, through the third eye and pierced the brain of the ape. A giant mass of brain matter shot out suddenly from the hollow bone. No matter how powerful the three-eyed ape was, it would die on the spot if it took critical damage to its brain. The massive and strong body suddenly trembled, collapsing over. After a fit of unusual twitching, it ceased moving completely. Similar scenes of slaughter occurred simultaneously all throughout Devil Flood Dragon Island. The portion of cultivation geniuses with resolute willpower awakened from their respective illusions one by one. They unleashed their terminating techniques, proceeding with bloody slaughter. Quite a few of the youths had bad luck though. They were not able to shake the illusion in time and were targeted by demon beasts. The instant the demon beasts unleashed what would be fatal attacks, the pudgy critters spouted giant blobs of pink gel like that of jello. The gel safely encased the youths within while the attacks of demon beasts were unable to do any damage whatsoever. At the same time, the sky-patrolling cultivators flew over at lightning speed. They took these failed competitors out from Devil Flood Dragon Island. In the annual Limit Challenge competition, the first 10 minutes was the hardest. A large portion of competitors were dazed in the illusion and forced to eat defeat. This year was the same. Within the first 10 minutes, 725 competitors left Devil Flood Dragon Island with broken hearts and returned to the distant Expanse. And at the monitor center within the distant Expanse were scouts of the 9 elites, teachers of the various high schools, and high-ranking military personnel. They were all gathered together here and were staring fixed with great interest at the incessantly flickering holograms. To the side was also a large flickering list of names that displayed the top 100 ranking competitors in order. Li Yao killed a three-eyed ape in an instant, receiving quite a few points, and had actually slaughtered his way into the top 100. At the present, he ranked number 98. The quality of this year's batch of new talent is quite decent. Only 720 people left the island within the first 10 minutes. I remember last year that over 1,000 people failed within the first 10 minutes, a high-ranking military personnel laughed as he spoke. Magnify the top 100 competitors. We need to observe them very closely, said a scout. 100 holograms metamorphosized immediately, transforming larger, clearer, and brighter. And flame decals were now on the perimeter of the hologram's frame. Huh! The artificing expert from Deep Sea University, Xia Tingxian, went slightly blank. He saw the entire sequence of events of Li Yao slaying the three-eyed ape. He never thought that this youth who possessed such a high gift for artificing would actually possess such a proficiency for battle. I knew it. My eyes weren't mistaken. The scout from the Grand Desolate War Institution, Ding Lingdang, waved her fist in excitement. But, what the hell is he up to now? On the hologram, Li Yao performed a bizarre action that caused Xia Tingxian and Ding Lingdang to simultaneously have a feeling of bewilderment emerge in their hearts. As seen on the hologram, Li Yao did not leave after killing the three-eyed ape, but instead he removed the fiend bone from the ape's forehead. Using the bone as a blade, he cut the neck artery of the three-eyed ape in a completely skillful fashion and smeared the incomparably noxious demon beast blood all over his body. He smeared the blood completely even all over him, not even missing a single toe for exposure. And in the end, he even soaked all the hair on his head in the blood before he clapped his hands in satisfaction. He grabbed the fiend bone with his mouth and leapt onto a branch. Li Yao took a deep breath, and it was as if he had returned to the artifact graveyard. The crisscrossing tree branches formed narrow pathways and were quite similar to the narrow pathways among tottering towers of garbage in the artifact graveyard. Sweeping a glance at lightning speed, Li Yao unleashed his calculating ability to the limit. And emerging into his mind were countless coordinates, wind vectors, and digits. An incomparably clear and transparent pathway appeared and spread before his eyes. Small g, help me locate the closest supply point. Li Yao spoke to the pudgy critter on his head. A moment later, the translucent map of Devil Flood Dragon Island was cast before his eyes, clearly marking his present location and the positions of several dozen supply points. Chuckling lightly, Li Yao jumped from branch to branch lively, shooting towards the closest supply point. Swish! 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 Li Yao passed unhindered between the branches through what seemed to be dead ends. It was as if Devil Flood Dragon Island was made just for him, a corridor in the air that let him move as fast as lightning. It wasn't that there weren't any demon beasts encountered on the way there. It was that every time he felt the existence of a demon beast, Li Yao would stop at once. He would enter into a state of deep concealment on the branch. The demon beast blood on his body let out a strong fiend aura. And in addition, he was used to concealing himself since young in the garbage heaps of the artifact graveyard. He was unable to be discovered and distinguished by all the other demon beasts. Sometimes, demon beasts would even attack amongst themselves. But presently, there were several thousand new arrivals of fat, tender, and extra juicy, small fresh meat, on Devil Flood Dragon Island. So all the demon beasts were busy hunting for the smell of humans. They had no intention of eating the bitter and stenchy meat of their own kind. Li Yao used this sort of method to arrive at the supply point, traumatized but unharmed. His strange behavior also excited the curiosity of numerous cultivators in the monitoring center on the distant Expanse. Everyone was making conjectures on his intentions. The movement technique of this competitor is quite nimble. It seems that he grew up in the mountains and woods. And his aura concealment skill is on a rather high level. Come look. 2 demon beasts who were 3 to 5 meters away from him already went past him, not discovering him in the least. You're right. This competitor possesses an abundance of actual battle experience, not at all like a newbie entering the battlefield for the first time. And his mental strength is also very strong to be able to let demon beasts pass by him without actually moving a single whisker. Even his eyes didn't even blink. This piece of material, after going through some education, can become an outstanding assassin. However, why doesn't he lift a finger? There were clearly several opportunities for him to kill a few demon beasts with little to no effort and receive a great amount of points. Why did he cock his bow, but not release the arrow? What's he up to? Other than killing the first 3-eyed ape, Li Yao had not dealt with any beasts for half an hour. His ranking was dropping down, soon entering the end of the 2000s ranking. It should be known that the competitors that still remained on Devil Flood Dragon Island had killed 3 to 5 demon beasts on average by this time. Some of the experts with tyrannical strength were able to slay over a dozen demon beasts in a single breath. At the moment, the name placed number 1 in the rankings was Helian Lai. Small fellow, so you want to be the first to reach a supply point to show off the artificing side of your talents? Okay then. I will pay close attention to you. To see in the end what sort of tricks you have up your sleeve. Xia Tingxian chuckled as his pair of eyes glistened and brightened. With a light leap, Li Yao jumped into the supply point. The supply point was a piece of flat empty ground amongst the forest. An offensive glyph array was set up encircling the surroundings. As soon as a Denib beast enters within, the demon beast would be assaulted relentlessly by the glyph array. After time passed, demon beasts would no longer come here seeking their own deaths. Piled up in the supply point were some food and water. There were also several dozen camo green weapon crates as well. Li Yao swept his gaze in a circle. He opened a weapon crate first and took out a set of jungle camo battle clothes. He did not even consider the battle boots due to the excessively complicated environment of the forest. Wearing boots would get in the way of attacking, it would be better to go barefoot. He opened the second crate and discovered several dozen alloy blades glittering like snow inside. As if facing a pile of garbage, Li Yao kicked the crate away in disdain. He opened the third and the fourth crate in succession. They were packed full to the brim, loaded with artifact parts. Li Yao examined the crates for a moment and discovered that the rest of the crates were filled with artifact parts, save for a crate containing first aid drugs and etc. He went ahead and opened all the crates, sending the parts toppling out and forming a small mountain. What is he up to? Cultivators whispered to each other's ears in the monitoring center. The artifact parts in these supply points are for competitors to assemble their own artifacts. It tested the competitors' degree of familiarity and manual dexterity with these artifacts. However, most people would open at most 1 or 2 weapons crates and extract parts for a set. It was enough to assemble 1 or 2 artifacts. This little fellow took all the artifact parts and mixed them all together. Can he distinguish them clearly from one another? I mean, they are the most rudimentary of artifacts, but there would be several thousand different components when added all together. To be able to find matching sets of components would be hard. Hard. Way too hard. A high-ranking military officer disapproved and shook his head. Artifact assembling competitions were quite popular within the military. Soldiers were required to assemble complete artifacts in the shortest amount of time. Some experts were even able to assemble artifacts to completion with their eyes blindfolded. But these sorts of competitions used components of the same kind of artifacts. Nobody would take components of several dozen different kinds of artifacts and mix them together. How would one distinguish parts from one another? Even though Li Yao's ranking was falling lower and lower, the interest that these cultivators had in regards to him was growing stronger and stronger. Li Yao didn't know that numerous cultivators were paying careful attention to his performance from the distant expanse. He was neither tense nor slow, instead moving at his own pace in this match. He first picked out a crystal cell for the part heap. Then, he picked out some artifact parts and coiled them around the crystal cell, creating an ugly and peculiar small device. After doing this, he took out approximately 20 more crystal cells and coiled the artifact parts around them following the same pattern. Finally, he connected them in series. What is this? The cultivators in the monitoring center were puzzled and confused. Everyone's gazes fell towards the artificing expert Xia Tingxian. Xia Tingxian looked to be deep in thought as he spoke. Crystal cells are the cores for the most low-level of artifacts. They are responsible for providing essence energy to artifacts as an energy source. But what this competitor has made and created using crystal cells isn't your standard artifact. At most, one can say that this is a device that carries some artifact capabilities. Professor Xia, what sort of uses does this device have? A military officer could not help asking. Xia Tingxian thought to himself for a time. It's a kind of explosive device. It can disrupt the stabilizing glyph array within the crystal cells to cause the powerful spiritual energy contained within the crystal cells to rupture in an instant and give rise to a great powerful explosive force. Could it be that he wants to make over 100 explosive devices and bombs his way as he goes? That can't be right. He set up 20 of them crystal cells in series. With that big of a mass, it would be impossible to carry around. Don't even mention about going out to bomb demon beasts, it would be impossibly lucky of him to not be caught in such a big explosion. The military officer wrinkled his eyebrows, having sunk into deep thought. After making a small and a large crystal cell bomb, Li Yao did something unexpected by changing his style completely. His dexterity increased abruptly in a flash. His pair of hands transformed into two trailing shadows as he plucked out several hundred components from the pile at lightning speeds. A crackling exploding sound rang forth as a long sawtooth-edged sword began to form at lightning speed. Such fast hand dexterity! The monitoring center was in an uproar. Assembling artifacts was a basic skill of cultivators. Every cultivator had some understanding of it. But at their level, they long since ceased using their hands and instead used spiritual energy to manipulate the components. For an ordinary youth whose spirit root had yet to awaken, possessing hand dexterity as demonically fast as these means that he had absolutely gone through long, difficult, and unsurpassed amounts of practice. Such solid fundamentals. Xia Tingxian nodded his head over and over, faintly feeling that he was about to snatch up a diamond this time. The other cultivars could only see that Li Yao's hand dexterity was demonically fast. With the eyes of an expert, only he could tell that Li Yao was maintaining a super high speed while also maintaining a pair of steady hands. Li Yao ensured that every component was assembled firmly and accurately. Even breathing did not cause the slightest hint of disruption. The only thing was. Xia Tingxian blinked his eyes. He had discovered that the assembling sequence Li Yao went through differed somewhat from the standard military greatsword assembling procedure. At first, he thought that Li Yao had made a mistake. But a moment later, he found out that Li Yao was modifying the architecture in the most inconspicuous place. There he added a little something. Interesting. This really is interesting. Xia Tingxian did not expect that Li Yao, a high school student, would actually take these classical artifacts with finalized designs and go on to modify them. Although he had yet to figure out what the small modification would entail, he was already made to nod his head over and over, firmly increasing his resolve to pay close attention to Li Yao. Not 5 minutes had passed when Li Yao completed assembling the first artifact. This was a military standard chainsword nicknamed the Tiger Shark. It was a two-handed broadsword exceeding 1.5 meters long. A sawtooth ring crafted from superalloy steel revolved around the exterior. Powered by crystal cells, the sawtooth ring was able to revolve at super high speeds. As for its killing power, it can easily chop through a giant tree with a girth that one could not wrap his arms around. No matter how hard the shell and bones of low-level demon beasts were, they were no use when faced with this sword. 4 minutes 39 seconds. This speed already exceeds that of several veteran military personnel, the officer from a moment ago cried out. Strictly speaking, assembling artifacts in this manner was only taking pre-crafted artifact components and assembling them together. Technically, it wasn't real artificing. But when adhering to the standards of a typical 18-year-old, Li Yao demonstrated an absolutely praiseworthy virtuoso performance. What followed was. Contrary to the expectations of most of the cultivators, Li Yao did not heave the Tiger Shark chainsword out to go slaying around with it. Instead, he put it aside. He picked out a great amount of components once again and began to assemble his second artifact. The components he picked out this time were completely different than those from last time. The style increased in crudeness, ferocity, and wildness, giving it the appearance of a war blade. Soon, a somewhat shorter, but broader and thicker, strangely shaped blade looking like a dog's leg was born in Li Yao's hands. Thunderblade, the military officer shouted involuntarily. It was also one of the most fundamental and rudimentary of artifacts. But the Thunderblade and the chainsword designs were completely different in reasoning. This blade relied on the Jolt glyph array engraved on both sides of the back of the blade. The array generates high-frequency vibration ripples, causing the blade to produce over 10,000 oscillations per second. This way, the killing power is increased. Each time the blade chops down, the internal organs of the demon beast will be completely disintegrated by the vibrations. Among the rudimentary artifacts, this was one of the most fierce. These two types of designs had completely different logic behind them, creating completely opposite artifacts. In Li Yao's hands, they were so easy due to experience, as if he had known these artifacts since birth. This little guy is really quite the monster, muttered the military officer. And this wasn't even the end. After completing his second artifact, Li Yao was engrossed once more with the pile of parts. He selected components that were of completely different styles than that of the first two. Again, he used another 5-minute interval. It was powerful and heavy. One look at this giant battle axe caused people's scalps to go numb as it formed in Li Yao's palm. Li Yao grasped the drive glyph array on the handle tightly and slightly brandished the axe. The numerous engraved glyph arrays on the surface of the battle axe suddenly shined. The edge of the axe turned orange, like an iron heated red. This was a heat axe known as the Burning Sky. Its combat design was different again from the other two artifacts. The large amounts of spiritual energy bursting from the crystal cells wasn't transformed into a form of mechanical energy but was directly transformed into a super high temperature flow of heat through the use of its glyph arrays. When this axe descends, the internal organs of demon beasts will be all burnt to ash. 3 completely different styles of rudimentary artifacts with polarizing different designs were assembled in only a short 20 minutes. There was no trace of sorrow nor happiness on Li Yao's face. It was as if he had completed something small that wasn't worth mentioning. He went and took a sip of cool water, splashing some onto his hands, carefully rubbing them to cool them down. It was only now that everyone discovered his pair of hands were already burning hot, a sheet of crimson red, from the long duration of high-speed movements. Trading artifacts, there's someone with this kind of gift for artificing among today's high school students? How extremely rare. Deep Sea University must desire this sort of genius, right? Why did he assemble 3 completely different artifacts? The techniques required to use the Chains Word, the Thunderblade, and the Heat Axe are completely different. Can it be that he's proficient in all 3 types of artifacts? He would simply be a monster then. Even if he's proficient in all of them, there's no need to make all of them. These 3 artifacts are all heavy weapons. If he were to carry them all on his body, his speed would greatly reduce. This is of no benefit when fighting in the jungle, instead, it becomes a burden. While every cultivator discussed amongst themselves, a second competitor had arrived at the supply point. This youth was tall and his temperament was completely vicious. Beneath his chin grew stubble all around, giving him a mature appearance. When he saw Li Yao resting and sitting to the side, he clearly became distracted for a moment. But as soon as he saw that there were actually 3 artifacts displayed on the ground, he became immediately overjoyed. He walked up to them in all smiles and grabbed the burning sky battleaxe in his hand. He swung it vigorously a few times and continued to shout with excitement. Today is my lucky day. I never thought that there would be pre-assembled artifacts in the supply points. With this burning sky battleaxe, I can kill 100 demon beasts in a day. The vicious youth hefted the battleaxe. But right when he was about to leave, a voice rang out unexpectedly from behind him. Li Yao called lazily, fixing him in place, "Hey, fellow student. I just assembled this battleaxe a moment ago. I'll sell it to you for 200 points. Since you're my first customer, I'll give you a 5% discount for a price of 190 then." The vicious youth went blank, following immediately with a laugh. "So it was you who crafted these? Then I truly need to give you my thanks. I'll treat you to dinner when I have time." With absolutely no intentions of trading, he hefted the battleaxe and turned around to leave. Li Yao had foreseen this happening early on. He shouted after the youth without a change in expression, "Fellow student, hold on. Please take a look at this." Upon speaking, Li Yao gently unfolded his arm, ferociously tossing the first crystal cell bomb he assembled far into the forest. Boom! A large sound suddenly rang out from within the forest. A ball of smoke rose gradually into the air. Flickers of a malevolent flame were mixed within the smoke. A surging wave of heat assaulted their faces. The vicious youth was frightened by the large sound. The color of his face changed as he turned around to stare fixed at Li Yao. "What do you mean by this?" Li Yao held a large bomb comprised of over 20 crystal cells connected in series. He giggled while saying, "I don't mean nothing. It was only the powerful explosion of a crystal cell bomb just now. You saw it. I still have over 20 crystal cells hooked in series in my hands. If you're not willing to trade and you want to walk away with my burning sky battleaxe for nothing, then you leave me no choice but to activate the glyph array, ignite the crystal cells, and blow the both of us out of the competition. Then you." The vicious youth was suddenly struck dumb. He never expected that Li Yao would play this hand. Li Yao chuckled, saying, "If you don't want to buy, that's okay too. There are quite a few ordinary swords over there. You can take any you please. It doesn't matter if you take all of them away, but please relinquish my burning sky battleaxe." The vicious youth squinted his eyes and saw the ordinary swords scattered all around the ground. A color of disdain was revealed in his irises. Had he not tried out the burning sky battleaxe, using ordinary swords may have been fine for killing demon beasts. But he already had a taste of the burning sky battleaxe with its truly ecstatic feeling of being of the highest quality. He was somewhat unwilling to return and choose an ordinary sword. Li Yao continued speaking, "Killing one low-level demon beast will net you approximately a dozen points. If you purchase this sky-burning battleaxe for 200 points, you can increase your demon beast killing efficiency greatly. How many dozens of demon beasts can you kill within 3 days? You can probably make back the points in half a day." The color of the vicious youth's face was dark and unclear. He was in complete hesitation. After all, the competition had only just begun. None of the competitors had many points. 190 points seemed to be all he had in his possession. If he went ahead with the trade, his ranking would drop to the very bottom. But what this fellow said was correct. If he had this burning sky battleaxe, his demon beast killing efficiency would greatly increase. The rate of earning points would increase by at least twofold. Li Yao was smiling from ear to ear. Like a business shark, he spoke with consideration for the customer out from the bottom of his heart. Fellow student, think clearly. If you don't buy this burning sky battleaxe, later I will sell it to someone else. That person's offensive strength will greatly increase over yours. He might rank higher in points than you later on. In this manner, you might suffer from not just a little bit of a loss. The vicious youth snorted coldly, saying, I admit what you say is true, but you're not the only one who can assemble artifacts. I have taken the relevant courses in my school. I can also assemble a sky-burning battleaxe by spending a bit more time. What? How could you mix all the artifact components together? What a huge mess. You're way too shameless, fellow student. Li Yao shrugged his shoulders, speaking indifferently, make up your mind already. Are you going to make the trade or what? If you're not, then please relinquish the battleaxe. Thanks. I don't believe you'll set off the bomb. The vicious youth stared dead fixed in Li Yao's eyes, grinding his teeth as he spoke. Sure then. I'll count down from 3 and we will all retire from the competition. Anyway, my actual strength differs a lot from yours. I only came here to broaden my world. I never expected to enter the finals. 3. 2. Li Yao laughed a devilish laugh unperturbed. Before he could count down to 1, the vicious youth collapsed completely and let out a crazed howl. Stop. Stop. I'll trade. I'll buy this burning sky battleaxe. The two's pudgy critters bumped lightly into each other in the air with a ding sound. The 190 points that the vicious youth earned from painstakingly killing demon beasts were transferred completely all to Li Yao's name. A glistening bright name suddenly faded away from the rankings and Li Yao's name appeared once more in the top 100. He blazed to the 88th spot in a flash. Depression filled the vicious youth's face. He glared ferociously at Li Yao, hefted the burning sky battleaxe, and walked away with his head down dejected. So from the beginning, he wanted to act mainly as an artifact peddler. To use this sort of method to earn points. Numerous cultivators in the monitoring center suddenly came to an understanding. One by one, a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry grew in everyone. In the past, there were also dozens of competitions who went ahead and traded artifacts. But they would do this occasionally in between primarily slaying demon beasts. The main reason was because there were too many loopholes within the trading rules. They were quite disadvantageous towards the artifact crafter. If the crafter was even slightly off guard, their artifacts would be easily snatched by other people. They never thought this evil little fellow would think of a mutual destruction method to seal the loopholes in trading. After completing his first trade, Li Yao threw himself into assembling a new artifact. He was just like an untiring essence golem. His hands continued to operate at high speeds without showing the slight bit of tremoring for the next few hours. During this period of time, several hundred competitors had already arrived at the supply point. The majority of competitors possessing sufficient points walked away with an artifact under the influence of Li Yao's glib tongue. In other words, Li Yao just waited comfortably in this incomparably safe supply point and earned the equivalent of killing several hundred demon beasts outside, if not 1,000 demon beasts. He was soaring up on the ranking board, managing to blitzkrieg into the top 10. There was only a 100-point difference between him and Hellion Lai. Every competitor can check the ranking board through using their pudgy critters. Obviously, when Hellion Lai saw Li Yao's name, he was shocked, astonished, and stupefied. This mishmash was clearly a rotten piece of trash. Piece of trash. Piece of trash. How the hell did he blitzkrieg his way into the top 10? To have such a small difference between us? This is completely impossible. Hellion Lai's eyes were bloodshot. His anger was exploding incomparably. No matter how he racked his head, he could not find an answer to what Li Yao did to reach here in the end. Soon, all the artifact parts were consumed bare by Li Yao and all assembled artifacts were traded for points. Li Yao chuckled and then whistled. He took the big explosive and put it in his military pack. He was setting out towards the next supply point. Chapter 56 First in the Rankings. First in the rankings. He did not have as much luck at the second supply point. Quite a few competitors had already arrived and snatched stuff first. Several weapon crates were already opened. Some artifact components were already used by other competitors, however, most of the weapon crates were still relatively intact. After all, when compared to fighting prowess, there weren't that many youths who possessed a gift for artificing. Although the majority of youths had studied the basics of artificing knowledge, the extent of that knowledge only covered a few dozen rudimentary artifact compositions and assembling procedures. They did not have Li Yao's abundance of hands-on working experience. Modern artifacts differ from ancient artifacts. Even the most rudimentary of cold weapons would be composed of over 100 parts. When assembled by a novice, aside from the slow assembling speed, whenever a part wasn't carefully installed, there would likely be problems arising during battle. Best case scenario, the artifact would suddenly fail. Worst case scenario, it would explode on the spot, causing the spiritual energy to backfire from the inside, creating an incomparably dangerous situation. Therefore, the majority of youths who weren't good at crafting still chose to use ordinary swords to fight. Li Yao began doing procedures, starting the second round of crazed assembling. In the beginning, the trading went rather well at this supply point. But after selling his 20th artifact, Li Yao finally hit an iron wall. If you want money, I have none. If you want life, I have one. I'm gonna take and walk away with this burning sky battle axe. Go ahead and set off the explosion. The worst thing would be mutual defeat. It was a male youth with dark skin, the height of a cow, and the size of a horse. He looked to be a demon as he spoke fiercely. Li Yao had somewhat of a toothache. Fellow student, don't be so stubborn. I already gave you 10% off. You can buy such a great battle axe for only 270 points. It's simply a blood-spitting price reserved for family. Or does it mean that you really don't believe I will set off the bomb? You're correct. I was stubborn since birth. Other people call me the stubborn bull at school. I just don't believe it. If you have guts, then just set it off. The tanned male laughed loudly, hefted the burning sky battle axe, and turned around to leave without looking back. Li Yao sneered as he looked at the male's back. A trace of ferocity exuded from Li Yao's eyes. Before the tanned male could walk outside the supply point, a gale of wind blasted suddenly against his back. Without even the time to react, his body turned wet from a blob of pink gel that bound him firmly. The tanned male was encased in the pink jello with an expression of shock and grief as he sadly left the competition. That's what I'm talking about. This kid is suited to be an assassin. Think about it. He doesn't need to be supplied with weapons when he hides behind enemy lines. He can craft and maintain any sort of artifacts himself. This kind of fellow is an existence that will cause headaches for the enemy no matter where he's placed. A cultivator could not help speaking out in the monitoring center. How ruthless and merciless. It's true that there's nothing preventing competitors from attacking each other in the preliminaries, but to use this kind of deathly back-to-the-head sudden attack means that he has a strong mental fortitude. That kind of fortitude isn't typical of a high school student. He's good. He's really good. A cultivator with a shriveled, skinny figure and cold eyes also chuckled, nodding his head repeatedly. The competitors like the stubborn bull, with a blockheaded behavior/one-track mind of walking towards doom, are few in number. Most of the competitors straightforwardly chose to trade with points after weighing the pros and cons. As the competition went on, the number of demon beasts slain by everyone grew larger and larger. The competitors with stronger strength had over 1,000 points each. Even though Li Yao played things by ear when increasing his prices slowly, his prices were still quite fair. Most of the competitors did not want to get caught in hassles, for it would be much more delightful and easier to kill demon beasts with a better weapon. The second supply point was swept clean in no time. And once again, Li Yao headed out towards his third supply point. It took a full 2 days for him to sweep all of the supply points on Devil Flood Dragon Island clean. He had assembled several hundred rudimentary artifacts in succession to trade with other competitors. Later on, he even sent a message through his Pudgy critter on the public channel meant for communication between competitors. He broadcasted an great amounts of chains words, thunder blades, and burning sky battle axes are available for sale. They are mighty and very powerful. Their quality is solid. The prices are cheap. They are essential treasures for slaying demon beasts and earning a great amount of points. If you wish to buy, please come post haste to so-and-so number supply point. Li Yao killed a total of 4 demon beasts. One was from the three-eyed ape in the beginning. The others happened when he had accidentally revealed some tracks when moving around, so he was forced to kill 3 demon beasts. But when the competition entered its 49th hour, Li Yao's name had actually inconceivably appeared in the first place spot on the rankings, even placing above Helion Lai's name. This was unprecedented in the history of the Limit Challenge competition. But top place ranking lasted briefly, it's hard to be sustained for long. This was because all of the supply points on Devil Flood Dragon Island were swept clean by the end of the second day. At his first supply point, there were a lot of artifact components for him to assemble. But after all, there were still quite a few people among the competitors who knew how to assemble artifacts. All the artifact components in the last few supply points were already consumed and exhausted. Additionally, quite a few competitors who dealt with Li Yao earlier suffered from fatal attacks later and were forced to retire. Great amounts of chain blades, thunder blades, and burning sky battle axes were lost in the forest and found by other competitors. This was something that Li Yao was utterly unable to prevent. By the end of the second day, Li Yao's business had already become very difficult to maintain. Li Yao didn't give a damn. He chose a rather warm and dry supply point and began sleeping. While the other competitors were battling endlessly in the forest, being soaked in blood, gaining scars all over their bodies, and using up all their energy, Li Yao snored in deep sleep. He was conserving every last ounce of precious strength. His name fell, sliding down on the ranking board. By noon of the third day, his name had dropped outside the top 100. By the end of the third day, his ranking fell all the way down to 293rd, Li Yao still didn't give a damn. As long as his ranking was within the top 600, he would still enter the finals. He was waiting for the finals to put on a good show. Pop! Li Yao opened a pressurized tin can in the supply point and ate big mouthfuls of food that he chewed over and over. Bzz. 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 A strange vibration spread all throughout Devil Flood Dragon Island. Powerful restriction arrays had been initialized. The once vicious and fearsome demon beasts seemed to go fixed like statues. All of them turned rigid and motionless. Congratulations, Student Li Yao. You have entered into the final stage of the Limit Challenge competition. Please rest for 3 hours. All demon beasts will be shackled during this time period, they won't attack you. The finals will begin in 3 hours. There will be even more powerful demon beasts released onto the field during that time. At the same time, you will have 300 competitors as enemies and 299 competitors as allies. Good luck. The white pudgy critter orbited around Li Yao's head, dancing elegantly. It seemed to be happy for Li Yao. 1,000 or so beams of light rose from Devil Flood Dragon Island, flying towards the distant expanse. Li Yao knew that those were the competitors who ranked below 600th place. None would have a chance at the finals. The remaining 600 competitors on Devil Dragon Island were the powerful who managed to survive for 3 days and slew countless demon beasts. The true battle just started from this moment. Li Yao chuckled, keeping his head down and eating without a single worry in the world. Right at this time, Small G's pink antenna at the top of his head swayed slightly, casting a 3D figure in front of Li Yao. It was someone that Li Yao was familiar with. Headmaster Zhao. Li Yao was struck dumb. Appearing in front of him was the headmaster of Crimson Nimbus II, Zhao Shud, who was also a core member of the Crimson Nimbus Guild, a high-level foundation stage cultivator. This ordinarily mysterious bigwig headmaster had a kind expression piled on his face. He repeatedly nodded his head as he spoke, "Student Li Yao, your performance has been outstanding. Speaking of which, have you thought about which university you want to attend?" "Many thanks for the concern, Headmaster Zhao. I've already made up my mind. I want to apply for Deep Sea University and become a refiner." Li Yao puffed up his chest. Deep Sea University is quite good. However, Star Nebula University also has quite a decent artificing department. Are you interested? If you want, I can represent the Crimson Nimbus Guild and have you sign an entrusted education contract. You won't need to go through the entrance exams. You can directly enter Star Nebula University. Zhao Shud had spoken astonishing words. Li Yao's eyes bulged wide. Entrusted education? After Headmaster Zhao explained for a moment, Li Yao knew the gist of it. Entrusted education is a special collaborative effort between the cultivator guilds and the universities. Simply speaking, if Li Yao signs this contract, then he would be considered an official member of the Crimson Nimbus Guild upon graduation from high school. Then, the Crimson Nimbus Guild will entrust him to a university for his education. The Crimson Nimbus Guild will assume all responsibility for tuition fees and living expenses during that time. And once he graduates from university, he'll directly get a job with a corporation of the Crimson Nimbus Guild. This kind of education process for talented students can be said to be streamlined. As long as Li Yao signs the contract, he would live a life without worries and walk a road full of future promise. Zhao Shud smiled as he spoke. Our Crimson Nimbus Guild just established a new company last year called the Crimson Nimbus Real Estate. They specialize in developing new towns and cities on the frontier of the Federation. Building a single new city generates several times in profit, up to 10 times. But demon beasts run wild on the frontier. It's not necessarily safe. And since the area is desolate, it's hard to bring in supplies. Therefore, we need hybrid-type talented people who possess great battle prowess and understand how to craft and maintain artifacts to respond to safety issues during periods of construction. If you sign this contract, when you graduate, you will get a high-ranking position in the Crimson Nimbus Real Estate. It won't take years before you become the second Peng Hai. The second Fiend Blade Peng Hai. Li Yao's heart surged and he was in high spirits, feeling his mood floating past the highest clouds. Zhao Shud chuckled and continued speaking, "You're very lucky, student Li Yao. Did you know that even Elder Zhou of the Crimson Nimbus Guild considers you of complete importance? It was precisely under his arrangement that you are able to receive this entrusted education contract. He's a real bigwig. If you enter the Crimson Nimbus Guild, you will become one of Elder Zhou's men. Your future will be boundless. However, there's no need for you to answer in a rush. Your performance has already stimulated the interest of several universities. There should be more people looking to contact you later. You might as well weigh the offers so that you won't blame me for not giving you any options. Ha ha ha. Zhao Shud waved his hand without waiting for Li Yao to respond and said, in a word, give a good performance in the finals. Elder Zhou and I will be watching you. If you have any other conditions, there's no harm in bringing them up. Crimson Nimbus II won't treat any genius unfairly. After speaking, the image flashed and Zhao Shud's translucent figure changed to a white glow, disappearing in a flash. Li Yao then took a deep haggard breath. Oh man! He never thought he would actually attract the interest of the major players of the Crimson Nimbus Guild. He had the chance to step into the skies. Is he going to agree to them or not? While he was still hesitating, Small G's antenna started to sway lightly to form a second virtual image. And this second image caused Li Yao's heart to beat even faster. Professor Xie. Li Yao bowed to the virtual image of the purple-clothed old man with the utmost respect. Opposite from him was the artificing expert of Deep Sea University, Xie Tingxian. Xie Tingxian chuckled. Student Li Yao, congratulations. You may not have the highest point ranking in this year's competition, but you are the one who attracted the most eyes. I'll get straight to the point. I've already sent competition recordings of you to our admissions office of Deep Sea University. What I've requested from our admissions office is for you to be specially enrolled as long as you enter the top 50 rankings in the finals of the competition. If you enter the top 100, then I'll give you a preferential score treatment of 20 points. If you enter the top 200, then I'll give you a preferential score treatment of 10 points. How is it? Doesn't this count as good faith? Really, I'm far too grateful, Professor Xie. I will do my best and fight my way to the top 50. Li Yao spoke loudly. Good. Right now's the critical moment. I won't bother your resting. Do your best to maintain a tranquil state of mind. Fight and bring out your best. Xie Tingxian nodded towards him, chuckling as his figure faded in the hologram. The instant Xie Tingxian faded away, another virtual image appeared with a jerk, seeming hot-headed and itching to get on with things. It forcefully squeezed into Li Yao's line of sight. Ding! Ding Lingdang! Li Yao went blank. It was that female T-Rex. Ding Lingdang sized Li Yao up and down with utterly scorching eyes. She spoke sternly, Student Li Yao, you appear to have somewhat of a misunderstanding about the Grand Desolate War Institution. It's true. Our school's combat department is the strongest in the Federation. But, we don't have just empty-handed body practitioners in our combat department. We also have experts in bladed weapons and melee artifacts, sword cultivators. You come from Crimson Nimbus II, so you ought to know of a famous senior, Peng Hai. He entered our Grand Desolate War Institution after graduation from high school and specialized in training in the usage of various melee artifacts. Later, he even won the nickname Fiend Blade. It's okay if you don't want to become a body practitioner. It would also be great if you can come to our Grand Desolate War Institution's combat department to become a sword cultivator. The two words, Peng Hai, caused Li Yao to be stupefied for a second. A flame ignited in his eyes. Upon seeing that Li Yao hadn't immediately refused, Ding Lingdang became more lively as she spoke. In brief, I feel that it is in your nature to become a battle-type cultivator. You're extremely suited for the combat department of our Grand Desolate War Institution. As long as you can fight your way into the top 300 of the finals, I can give you special enrollment. And, all tuition fees will be waived and you will receive a giant scholarship. What do you think? Consider it over then, Student Li Yao. Even until after Ding Lingdang's virtual image faded in the air, Li Yao was still dazed. His heart undulated with emotion. It took a long time before he could calm down. 3 gold-paved roads unfolded before his eyes, extending completely straight. Each road led to the supreme apex of the world of cultivators. In the end, which school ought he choose? Li Yao sat cross-legged and calmly thought over the pros and cons of each of the three options. Of the three options, the invitation from Ding Lingdang was clearly the most sincere. With Li Yao's actual strength, as long as he brings out his normal strength, fighting his way into the top 300 of the finals shouldn't be that difficult. And Fiend Blade Peng Hai graduated from the combat department of this grand Desolate war institution. Obviously, they did not just specialize in educating body practitioners, but also in sword cultivators. It matched with his own strengths. However, after careful consideration, Li Yao still eliminated Grand Desolate War Institution first from his choices. He promised his long-past old man that he would become a refiner for sure. Becoming a simple battle-type cultivator would be deviating from his dream. And Headmaster Zhao's conditions better align with his ambitions. Although Star Nebula University's artificing department wasn't ranked as high as deep-sea universities, they were still able to craft treasures like the Spiritual Energy Particle Collider. Clearly, they had their own originalities. This quite suited Li Yao's liking, and all expenses would be covered by the Crimson Nimbus Guild. After graduation, he would get a job in a large company controlled by the Crimson Nimbus Guild. After a certain number of years, he would be able to experience a life of new cars, beautiful women, and luxurious villas. It was simply a path of instant success. However, everything has their negatives. After dinner comes the reckoning. Once he signed the contract with the Crimson Nimbus Guild, he would become an official member of the Crimson Nimbus Guild. Any cultivation courses he would take would be determined by the Crimson Nimbus Guild. His future path of development would also be limited. He would be unable to have his own characteristics. Since the Crimson Nimbus Guild is paying for everything, he will certainly be educated to be a concentrated cultivator that's specialized for a certain job. Like being a cog in a big artifact machine. He would always be on board the Crimson Nimbus Guild's chariot. This was something Li Yao could not stand. After considering everything over, Li Yao still resolutely settled on his initial aspiration. He will bring forth everything in the finals to fight his way into the top 50. He will attain special enrollment into Deep Sea University. Even if he was unable to fight his way into the top 50, at least he would fight for that 20 points of preferential treatment, so that he would have a big advantage in the entrance exams. Deep Sea University is his only choice. Let the finals begin. I can't wait to get started. He watched the muddy yellow clouds above get snatched up by the giant bird-like distant expanse. Li Yao licked his lips and punched hard to the sky with a fist. Just wait a moment, and I will let you experience just how fearsome a shameless refiner can be. At the moment, the distant expanse was bustling with unusual noise. There were cultivators in the monitoring center and 2,400 defeated competitors in the hall outside. These youths were only upset for a short while before they fixed their attention raptly onto the giant hologram, waiting for the finals to begin. After all, they would receive benefits to their future cultivation when witnessing numerous experts radiate like burning stars during exchanges of blows. 3 hours passed quickly under the gaze of the large crowd. The Limit Challenge competition officially began. Bow. Bow wow wow. The restriction arrays that covered Devil Flood Dragon Island were released. The demon beasts who had been restricted for 3 hours impatiently jumped forth. They used the craziest of snarls to vent the rage coming from the depths of their hearts. Roar! Roar roar! Responses came from underground, shouts mixed with tyrannical strength like muffled thunder. Upon hearing the howls, the just before majestic demon beasts began to reveal expressions of utter fear on their faces as their necks shrank. At several hundred hidden points all around Devil Flood Dragon Island, countless transmission arrays began to flash. Under the flickering radiance, powerful demon beasts with larger bodies, fiercer appearances, crueler expressions, and more violent auras were set free. They stuck their heads out, observing their surroundings. Their noses shook as they took in the fresh meat scent in the air, the smell that soon caused them to go wild. They shook their heads and wagged their tails, bore their fangs and brandished their claws, and threw themselves into the depths of the forest. And in front of each of the 600 competitors, their respective pudgy critters listed the 600 names of those who entered the finals. The 600 people were divided into teams, red and blue. A blue or red glow also curled around the pudgy critters to show the teams. At the same time, the communication channel of the competitors promptly changed. From this moment on, they can only send messages to their own team. Li Yao skimmed through the 600 names at lightning speed and discovered that he was on the red team. And that Helian Lai and Si Jiaxue were divided into the blue team. Surprisingly, the fellow Zheng Dongming had become his teammate. Helian Lai. Per your own words, Devil Flood Dragon Island is quite large and is quite small at the same time. I hope we won't encounter each other. Li Yao did final inspection on his artifacts and laughed with utter confidence. He was equipped with 2 short progressive daggers. They were smeared with sludge to form a blackness that won't reflect light. They were like the fangs of a demon. After sticking the daggers on his waist belt, he examined the myriad of improvised artifacts in his military pack. With a light leap, Li Yao entered the forest and faded away amongst the branches. The intensity of the finals was 100 times greater than that of the preliminaries. Besides the several hundred powerful new demon beasts lurking in the forest, quite a few competitors were resting in groups together before they were suddenly split into 2 teams. The pudgy critters turned either red or blue. Under each other's gazes, the opposing team members turned into giant sacks of EXP filled with great amounts of points. The just laughing cheerful students engaged in bloody close-handed slaughter in a flash. In a short 5 minutes, 37 competitors were ejected from the competition, and their points were robbed by the competitors who slain them. In the ranking board shown in the monitoring center, the top 100 names seemed to be changing every second. Everyone, don't panic. We should organize ourselves and fight like the Federal Army. My name is Gao Yi and I come from a family of military. I've followed my father and uncles since young, learning the commander tactics of special forces. I possess extremely powerful computation and commanding abilities. Everyone, listen to my commands. Group onto my position. If you're far away from me, group with the teammates by your side. Assemble into small battle squads. A sound suddenly rang out from the blue team's communication channel. The voice was somewhat hoarse but contained great confidence and powerful inspiration within. It caused people to automatically believe in those words. Quite a few of the members of the blue team slightly hesitated, then subconsciously moved closer to Gao Ye's coordinates. The commander for the blue team has appeared. All the cultivators were in high spirits in the monitoring center. 600 students were divided into 2 teams in the finals. A competitor's individual combat ability was actually not the most crucial thing. The most crucial thing was for everyone to assemble together in the shortest time frame, form into battle squads, and fight against demon beasts and the enemy team. It can be said that in this battle, whichever team has an expert commanding admin-type talent first appear will seize the initiative. They would very likely seize the final victory. In the previous competitions, often it took at least several hours, or even a day, of strife and a bitter price to pay before a commander was born. It was very unexpected for such a gifted commander talent to appear in this competition. The chaos of the blue team had been dissolved in a mere 5 minutes. In the blue team's comm channel, Gao Yi issued commands after commands, coolly and calmly, giving no chance for anybody to refute his commands. Although there were people who questioned his strategic decisions, Gao Yi would justify himself and refute them within several seconds. The opposition were left dumbstruck and everyone accepted Gao Yi's commands willingly. Under his command, the remaining 280+ competitors on the blue team gradually grouped together, forming a standard-like battle formation. A dozen or so competitors even formed a hunting squad, killing a powerful demon beast that had just walked through the transmission array. On the other hand, the red team was in a bad situation. They did not have an organizing admin-type genius among their 300 competitors. Voices were clamoring in their communication channel. If you're noisy, I'll be noisier. Voices were talking over one another. It was like the special bargain sale time at the supermarket. My actualization quotient is at 75%. Let me be the commander for the red team. Everyone, convene onto me. Convene onto me. Who gives a fuck if your actualization quotient is at 75%? My actualization quotient is at 77%. I can kill 2 demon beasts with a single strike. But, I know myself. I don't have the makings of a commander. Kid, you should just stay where you belong. You're this arrogant? What school are you from? Don't you dare going back after the competition. Everyone quiet. First, let's quickly think of a way. I saw that the blue team has likely assembled themselves already. Our side is completely suppressed. They have 7 to 8 people fighting our 2 or 3. Not good. A powerful demon beasts appeared in my position. My coordinates are. Someone come and help. No go. We've been intercepted by the blue team here. These goddamn bastards. How is it that the blue team has people everywhere? Red team. Where the hell has red team gone? Li Yao's body was smeared all over with sludge. On top of the sludge was an entwined layer of weeds, sticks, and vines. He concealed himself deep inside a shrub and waited calmly. Even small G was smeared in the same fashion of camouflage. He turned down the voice mode of the comm channel, skimming over the words in the comm channel with the weakest brightness. Looking and looking, Li Yao let out a sigh somewhat helplessly. He did not expect a genius-level commander to appear on the opposing team while his own team was a mess. The situation seemed to be a bit disadvantageous now. Li Yao knew himself. His skill was in crafting, not commanding the battlefield. And he didn't have the ability to charismatically sway people with a few words. The ability to be revered and be saluted to. He did not have the makings of being a commander. Even if he does enter a squad, he would be laughed at and ridiculed by his teammates. Maybe it's about time to use my ace in the hole. Li Yao fondled a hard and stiff object in his embrace. It was a simple artifact that he made at the first supply point. It was a remote control. Chapter 59 Paralyzed. The situation was within Li Yao's expectations. Victory was cast slanted towards the blue team. It could be seen clearly through the giant hologram in the monitoring center that the blue team had completely assembled together in under 3 hours. They formed into small combat units with sizes of 3 to 5 competitors each. The members of a single unit were mostly from the same school and area, they were familiar with each other, so their attacking and assisting teamwork were well coordinated. They attacked and defended as one entity. The distance between each combat unit was perfectly adjusted. Together, the combat units faintly formed a large circle, enclosing Gao Yi in the center. A dozen competitors with administrative talent provided support to Gao Yi to form a command center. The command center was the brain and all the combat units were fists. The blue team came from the north side of Devil Flood Dragon Island and moved south, sweeping everything in their path. The two teams were created from choosing random competitors, so their actual strengths as a whole hardly differed. When one side organized as a battle squad went to fight against non-organized scattered sand, the non-organized side was simply massacred. Whether it was demon beasts or members of the red team, it seemed neither beings were capable of withstanding the blue team battle squad. Even if there were several red team members with tyrannical strength who were able to resist for a while, they would immediately find themselves surrounded by 3 or 4, or even 5 or 6 combat units of the blue team. Under the endless attacks from cleaving blades, members of the red team were gelled off and expelled from the competition. Not even half the first day had passed and the red team had suffered a loss of over 120 competitors. They were routed and stunned by the blue team, ending in complete defeat. On the other hand, the blue team only suffered a trifling loss of 30 or so competitors, and they were getting more and more proficient in coordinating with each other. The red team's sphere of influence was being suppressed step by step. The battle losses between the teams further grew in difference. There's no suspense. If things go on like this, it won't even take a day and a half before the complete annihilation of the red team. Several experienced military officers concluded with sure confidence. The numerous cultivators sighed one after another. They never thought that a godlike commander genius would actually appear on the blue team to allow the blue team to achieve an overwhelming victory with ease. It really wasn't quite fair in regards to the ordinary competitors of the respective teams. Nevertheless, this was reality. Sometimes, luck was more important than strength on the real battlefield. Xia Tingxian and Ding Lingdang watched with tightly furrowed brows in the corner of the monitoring center. They also did not expect the occurrence of such a one-sided situation. The blue team had control of great influence. No matter how strong Li Yao's individual ability was, it was probably no use. Fearfully, it would be very difficult for him to fight his way into the top 300. Li Yao. What are you still waiting for? Two people had their eyes gazed fixed together onto the red dot representing Li Yao on the large hologram. Li Yao's red dot could be seen on the map to be unmoving all this time on a dark corner on the north side of Devil Flood Dragon Island. It had been motionless all this time. Even when a great number of blue dots steamrolled in front of him, he did not have the least bit of intention of jumping out. Right now, Li Yao was behind the blue team's rear line. All around him was emptiness. All the members of the red team in the area were slaughtered, save for him. All that was left were 4 blue scout groups who continued to roam around, patrolling. A pair of eyes opened leisurely from within the depths of a dark shrub. Within them blossomed radiance. It was as if a stomach-rumbling hungry vulture had discovered the fattest lamb. Swish swish, swish swish, rocked the shrub. Li Yao threaded his way out calmly, but not slowly. He examined the footprints on the ground and gouges on the trees. Then, he moved flowingly up a large tree like a large python. Li Yao moved between the branches without a sound. His speed was even faster than his crazed ground speed. Soon, a blue team scout group that was formed from 3 competitors appeared in his sight. As expected, these 3 competitors were all holding melee artifacts that he assembled. Li Yao chuckled. This situation was within his calculations. He had assembled several hundred artifacts during the preliminaries. There were only 600 people who entered the finals, practically each person had one. Additionally, the red team had lost a portion of their manpower. Their artifacts must have been snatched by the blue team. The artifacts you're holding are all assembled by me. And you still want to fight with me? Li Yao stomped powerfully with his pair of legs, causing the branches below his feet to split with a * crack. And just like a giant owl, he descended from the sky, throwing himself towards the blue scout group. Enemy attack. The blue scout group had gone through half a day of coordination, so they long fostered somewhat of a tacit understanding. They did not lose their heads from Li Yao's ambush. In practically a tenth of a second, the 3 activated the initiate glyph arrays on their artifacts. The chain's word rumbled. The thunder blade vibrated. The burning sky battleaxe's edge turned orange in a flash. But within the next tenth of a second, a stabbing pain was felt in each of these 3's hands. It was like a piercing electric current had surged into their arms from the grip of their weapons, then the current flowed all the way to ruthlessly stab into their hearts. Ah! The 3 scouts let out blood-curdling cries simultaneously. Their bodies locked rigidly against their wills for a second. In this short flash of a second of being paralyzed, 2 flowing black rays of light flashed past their necks. Just before the light touched their skin, 3 pudgy critters immediately belched out gel, securely protecting these 3 blue competitors and cutting off their hopes of advancing in the competition. The 3 blue competitors were judged as losers and ejected from the competition. Swoosh 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 swoosh. The points under their names were immediately transferred under Li Yao's name. Li Yao shot up by over 30 places on the ranking board. What's the matter? Quite a few cultivators had seen this brief sneak attack scene from the monitoring center. They were bewildered by the obviously clumsy performance exhibited by the 3 blue competitors. Have these 3 blue competitors gone retarded? Why did they all stop all of a sudden? Had it not been for that 1 second of stun, even at a small price, they totally can finish off this red competitor. Huh. This red competitor seems to be the crafting expert who assembled several hundred melee artifacts during the preliminaries. I never thought he would survive until now and even eliminate 3 blue competitors in a flash. His actual strength is this strong. Nope. There's something weird. There's something wrong with the artifacts of the 3 blue competitors. Some cultivators with great insight saw through the ins and outs in a flash. Everyone threw their gazes at Xia Tingxian. Xia Tingxian had been observing Li Yao's brilliant performance with wide-open eyes all this time. He waited until Li Yao faded into the darkness before he let out a long breath and revealed an expression of revelation. Xia Tingxian chuckled and spoke to the people around him, "Fellow Taoists, don't be baffled. This student Li Yao did a few small modifications when he assembled each of his artifacts. He implemented a small spiritual energy loop capable of having each artifact receive remote commands from a short distance. The spiritual energy is overloaded in a flash, causing essence force to overflow. This causes a small ripple of essence force to be released. This ripple is weak, so it does not have too much killing potential. At most, it causes the victim to be paralyzed for 1 or 2 seconds. That's it." The entire room was in an uproar as soon as these words were spoken. A second or 2 of paralysis. That's what he calls not having too much killing potential? 1 second was enough to kill an enemy 100 times over in the world of cultivation. Well, did he make the same modification on all his artifacts? A cultivator asked with bulging eyes. Yep. Xia Tingxian chuckled. Numerous cultivators turned their heads to glance at the giant hologram. They discovered that it didn't matter whether it was the red team or blue team, seemingly every competitor's melee artifact was an artifact created by Li Yao. They carefully rethought the outcome and simultaneously gave a cold shiver. This kid is really way too despicable, too shameless, too fearsome. That's truly remarkable. He's already learned the practice of opening the backdoor of the refiner circle at such a young age. A cultivator had muttered to himself and somewhat unintentionally swept his gaze at Xia Tingxian. There was an unspoken practice within the circle of refiners. A great deal of refiners were used to leaving behind some super tiny special structures on their artifacts when crafting artifacts for their customers. Ordinary cultivators were completely unable to see these marvelous structures. But in the eyes of the refiner himself, having these structures allows him to seize the life gate of the artifact. When the need arises, they can go through the life gate to control the artifact. In the circle, this kind of move was called opening the backdoor. Initially, this was a method used by refiners only to protect themselves and to prevent others from holding artifacts they crafted and conveniently silencing them right away. After all, when compared to battle-type cultivators, the fighting capacity of refiners are often weaker. Anyway, these kind of practices became more and more common as time went on. It seemed that it became an open secret within the circle of veteran refiners. It turned into an unwritten rule. There was only one way to prevent the backdoor from opening in an artifact. To craft your own artifact. But, the present was different than the old days. In the ancient cultivator civilization of 40,000 years ago, all kinds of artifacts were utterly simple in nature. There were merely flying swords, throwing knives, and spatial pouches or so. An artifact like the Heaven Upheaval Seal would be considered complicated. Cultivators were certainly able to craft these themselves. But as time progressed into the modern era, the social division of labor became increasingly specialized and divided. The architectures of artifacts became more and more complex. The subject of artificing became a giant can of worms, a mysterious and profound subject. It was an extremely difficult subject to succeed in without spending over dozens of years of effort. And if one doesn't have a gift for artificing, it would require twice the work for half the outcome, spending countless hours of bitter blood. Even then, one may not necessarily comprehend the mysteries of artificing. It was improbable for a common battle-type cultivator, who didn't have a hint of a gift for artificing, to spend several dozens of years to study artificing. Otherwise, when would they have time to fight? Therefore, after considering the matter, they could only pinch their noses and endure through the clearly known artifact loophole. Or they could find a trusted refiner to craft their artifacts. Or after having an artifact crafted, they could find another refiner to crack the backdoor. The offensive and defensive battle between the installed backdoor and the backdoor cracker was also a battle that was completely common to see in the artificing circle. After going through several typical battles, every refiner sought the honor of installing an uncrackable backdoor, or even an undiscoverable backdoor. The most glorious of all was to be able to discover and crack the backdoors left behind by others. Of course, no refiner would admit to any backdoors installed on his artifacts. Xia Tingxian curled his beard. He shook and swayed his head, saying, "Man. Although student Li Yao's methods are effective, in the end, they go against the professional ethics of refiners. It's somewhat inappropriate. If he enters Deep Sea University, we will certainly properly educate him. How could he leave backdoors on his artifacts willy-nilly? Come on." Quite a few cultivators scowled at Xia Tingxian. Deep Sea University was the holy land for refiners. At the same time, it was one of the headstreams of the loathsome behavior of opening the backdoor. It would be a wonder if they were to properly educate him. If Li Yao really did enter Deep Sea University, he would be just like a fish back in water. It wouldn't take years before he became a backdoor expert. Right when everyone was simultaneously speechless, another 4 blue dots, representing a scout group, strangely perished on the north side of Devil Flood Dragon Island. What replaced them was a tiny red dot. The dot flickered tenaciously. The second scout group had fallen into Li Yao's evil clutches. Besides the cultivators in the monitoring center, even the 2,400 competitors in the hall outside all paid attention to Li Yao's existence at this moment. Despite the majority of the blue team charging through and slaughtering all around the middle section of Devil Flood Dragon Island, the 2 ambushes situated behind the back lines seemed to spell the arrival of a small change in circumstances. Who is this fellow? He's actually this awesome. He took out 7 blue team competitors in succession. Something's fishy here. It looked like the 7 blue team members went somewhat retarded. They simply extended their necks, waiting to be killed. Can it be that this fellow is an expert in mental illusionary attacks? That he launched mental attacks against his opponents? I know why. This fellow is from my school. His name is Li Yao. Although he looks ordinary and mediocre from the outside, in fact he's actually a super ferocious person. Even Hellion Lai can't do anything to him. He's this amazing? Then I really need to pay good attention to him. Hellion Lai had quite the fame in Floating Spear City and even in the surrounding few cities and towns. In this limit challenge competition, his points ranking was always within the top 10. He was a renowned expert. To be considered Hellion Lai's opponent, it was clear that Li Yao was not your typical sort of person. Ah! Again! He slaughtered a 3rd scout group. These fellows are really too retarded. Come on and fight back. What are you all frozen for? Are you waiting to be killed? Hey you guys, do you think that this kid will continue slaughtering everything in his path? Will he bring forth a gargantuan counterattack? That's impossible. When teams face off, a single person alone is not enough. The blue team has the commander genius Gao Yi. They've already hold great influence. They won't be rocked that easily. You guys look. Gao Yi has noticed that something's off. He'll make a response soon. The contents of the red and blue team's communication channels were shown in real time on the hologram, so these retired competitors were also able to see the commander tactics of Gao Yi. Gao Yi discovered that it has been a long time since he was able to contact the backline scouts in the communication channel. He determined that there was a valiant red team squad or a powerful demon beast behind the blue team's backlines. He commanded the majority of his army to cease attacking on the spot. He ordered them to be on alert and be on standby. At the same time, he ordered the 8 strongest combat units to combine by twos, to form a new scout group, and to completely sweep the backline for the fish that escaped the net. Everyone must be on high alert. Don't let this temporary victory get to your heads. Until we completely annihilate the last of the red team, there's still a chance of them making a comeback. Right now, there's most surely a great enemy within our backlands. We must understand clearly what we're dealing with. Let's first eliminate this big enemy before we steamroll over the defeated enemy to the front. Gao Yi made his decisions quickly. His voice was calm and unhurried. He had quite the bearing of a general. His tactics were quickly shown to be effective. After annihilating the last scout group roaming around the north side of Devil Flood Dragon Island, Li Yao became tangled with a new scout group. This scout group was formed from 7 competitors. Each of them was as tall as an bull and as large as a horse. Their eyes were filled with vigor and energy. Their temples swelled and bulged. Their actual strength was incomparably powerful and daunting. And leading the group was Li Yao's acquaintance, Helian Lai. Fellow student Li Yao, Devil Flood Dragon Island is quite a large place. I never thought we enemies would meet face to face. At first, Helian Lai was stunned. But soon after, the muscles on his face twisted gradually into an evil grin. He's a classmate of yours? How's his actual strength? The several blue team competitors did not dare to be careless. They adopted defensive stances and had asked filled with caution. His actual strength is very powerful. Helian Lai gritted his teeth in acknowledgement. Not only is his strength very powerful, his methods are underhanded and despicable. He's shameless and vulgar. He'll do anything for victory. He'll go to any length. He's the most fearsome of opponents. No wonder he was able to kill 4 of our scout groups in succession on his own. Everyone needs to be careful dealing with him. I don't want to give him a shred of an opportunity. The 7 blue team competitors raised their awareness to the max. One of them retreated to contact teammates in the area. Helian Lai, Devil Flood Dragon Island is quite large, yet it is also quite small. This sentence shall also be said by me to you. There really is some animosity between us. If you still consider yourself a man, come fight me one-on-one. Let's settle this once and for all. Li Yao's pair of hands crossed, pulled out the black progressive daggers, and licked the corner of his mouth. Helian Lai laughed involuntarily. His expression was actually tranquil. He spoke unhurriedly yet not slowly. Li Yao, you don't have to goad me. I won't be fooled. Right now, we're in a competition. In accordance with the rules, I will use my greater numbers to bully your few. It will be several dozen versus 1. If you want a duel, I will honor it any time after the competition. That's fine. Just you wait. After speaking viciously, Li Yao blinked his eyes and jumped lightly back. Like a large ape, he leapt into the undergrowth and faded away without a trace. He actually ran away. Hellion Lai and company were stupefied for a moment. They never thought that this kid would, in a blink of an eye, actually slip away faster than a mud fish after speaking such righteous and revering words. Hellion Lai suddenly grew angry. He felt that he had been toyed with savagely by Li Yao. His handsome face swelled deep red. He stepped forward, seeking to give chase. But Gao Ye's voice sounded from the communication channel, Hellion Lai. Pay him no mind. The opponent's goal is to infuriate you. To break your formation. Then, he will attack you one by one. Don't be fooled by all means. Contained in Gao Ye's voice was an indescribable authoritative power. Even the wild and unruly Hellion Lai had his raging fury suppressed. Hellion Lai took a deep breath and spoke through gritted teeth, Gao Yi, what you said is absolutely correct. What do we do now? It took a moment before Gao Ye's voice sounded out. It seemed that he had gone through some meticulous calculations. Hellion Lai, this person is your classmate. In the end, how is his actual strength? Hellion Lai hesitated before speaking. A month ago, he was just a piece of trash with mediocre strength. But through some unknown fortune, he flew ahead boldly in a month's time. Right now, he should still be beneath me, but the difference is minute. I just don't know if he's still concealing some strength or not. He paused a moment and continued, right, this kid grew up in the garbage dump. His circumstances growing up were extremely complicated. He possesses an extreme abundance of actual combat experience. Gao Yi coolly and calmly said, okay, let's assume his actual strength is higher than yours, even to the point of being 1.5 times yours, and that he's an expert in jungle warfare. It's still impossible for him to slay 4 of our scout groups in a flash without making a single sound. There is something weird with this matter. According to my calculations, he holds some sort of secret weapon unbeknown to us in his hands. Without first completely understanding his trump card, I do not propose launching an attack on him. That would just be feeding him one by one. Right now, I will command all combat units to raise their alertness, consolidate their defensive lines, and be on standby. As soon as the enemy appears, do not take the initiative to attack. Rely solely on defense and immediately notify combat units in the vicinity. As for Hellion Lai, return with your scout group back to the command center immediately. I want to know all the data and information on this Li Yao and analyze what cards he's been holding in the end. Okay. Let's let him run wild for a while then. Hellion Lai did not hesitate for even half a moment. He led his scout group and left in a hurry. After going through half an hour of trekking, he returned to the blue team's command center set up within the forest in the center of Devil Flood Dragon Island. Half an hour later, a male with a somewhat short stature and a pair of eyes burning with life that constantly radiated light sat cross-legged on the ground. Looking lost in thought, he pounded a tree stump. He was the commander genius, Gao Yi. Gao Yi, according to all my information, as well as the traces of battle we surveyed, what kind of judgment can you produce? Hellion Lai asked somewhat flippantly and hot-tempered. Gao Ye's eyelids closed a moment. A glow of energy glistened in his eyes. He was like a crystal processor operating at its maximum computational capabilities. A moment later, he spoke perfectly composed, the problem should stem from the artifacts. The enemy is an artificing expert. The artifacts we possess are all crafted by him. He must have installed a backdoor in them. This is a very common technique used in the battlefield. I never thought this would actually appear among common folk. This Li Yao is really amazing. It's the artifacts? Hellion Lai was stunned for a moment, then he promptly tossed the chains word in his hand to the side, like he was shaking off a viper. Gao Yi chuckled and spoke unperturbed, you don't need to be so anxious. According to my calculations, this type of backdoor doesn't have too much killing potential. At most, it can make someone locked and rigid for a split second. Its effective range is also not that large. It can't be controlled remotely from long range. Pausing for a moment, the energetic glow in Gao Ye's eyes blossomed. We don't need to have all our people relinquish their weapons. We just need to choose a few elite troops to carry ordinary swords and form a small hunting squad. They will hunt down Li Yao. After he's been slain, then we can use artifacts without worry. Hellion Lai frowned. Then, we must have sufficient numbers. Too few would be suicide. Gao Yi nodded his head. Relax. I won't underestimate any opponent, especially someone as fearsome as this. I will specifically plan some tactics to hunt him. Not a hair of detail will be missed. Hellion Lai pressed, Gao Yi, according to your analysis, where is he hiding now? Let me calculate for a moment. Gao Yi closed his eyes. His eyeballs trembled at high speeds beneath his eyelids. 30 seconds later, he suddenly opened his eyes and muttered, I've analyzed with a 47% probability that Li Yao is concealing himself in the swamp region on the north side of Devil Flood Dragon Island. That area is covered with sludge and marsh. It's disadvantageous for a large army to advance there. It's the greatest place for guerrilla warfare. Other than that, there's a 33% probability that he's already passed through our defensive lines to return to the Red Team's army on the south side of Devil Flood Dragon Island. There's still a 19% probability that he's concealed himself in the large waterfalls on the west side of Devil Flood Dragon Island. He's prepared himself to remain concealed all the way until the end of the competition, to rely on the points he had accumulated in the early stages, and obtain a decent ranking. Finally, a ripple of astonishment emerged on Gao Ye's expressionless face, like a clay sculpture suddenly splitting a small crack. There's still a 1% probability that he's right on top of us. Before his voice had died away, a pitch-black metal ball dropped suddenly from the branches over his head. Bang! A ball of flame more dazzling than the sun suddenly exploded. Everyone's vision suddenly turned to boundless whiteness. They were completely unable to see anything. It's a flash glyph array, someone shrieked miserably, covering his eyes. At practically the same time, a gale of wind blasted from the skies. An unstoppable force headed straight for Hellion Lai. Hellion Lai, your life is mine. Li Yao hissed and his daggers transformed into 2 black streaks of lightning. Don't be fooled. I'm his true target. It's absolutely not Hellion Lai. Gao Yi shrieked. His short figure curled up into a ball and rolled backwards on the ground in a completely sorry manner. Upon hearing Gao Yi shriek, several large and strong blue team competitors immediately threw themselves towards him, disregarding their own safety. Gao Yi had long since calculated the possibility of the red team executing the beheading tactic, thus he had his teammates practice anti-beheading tactics since the start. In less than half a second, a sturdy and robust meat wall appeared in front of Gao Yi. 7 to 8 ordinary blades danced vigorously, crisscrossing to form an unstoppable blade formation. And sure enough, Li Yao had stopped and changed directions in an utterly strange fashion while in the air, as if he had fiercely stomped on a transparent wall of air to throw himself towards Gao Yi, ignoring Hellion Lai. It seemed like Li Yao did not foresee Gao Yi reacting so quickly. He suddenly crashed into the blade formation. Fortunately, the blue team competitors had yet to recover from their dazed state caused by the flash glyph array. Their visions were blurred and unclear, and all they heard were ding ding dang dang sounds of colliding swords. Li Yao shouted a blood-curdling shriek and threw himself back into the forest to fade away without a trace. He left behind only a sentence, just y'all wait. I'll be back. 3 seconds later, every blue team competitor recovered from their dazed state. Each of them had deathly pale faces, were sweating like pigs, and looked at each other in dismay. They all saw panic in the depths of each other's eyes. What a fearsome fellow. He actually tailed us without making a single noise and infiltrated our command center, all without being discovered. A blue team scout member had spoken, traumatized. He could not hold back from looking at the crisscrossing branches above, as if Li Yao was still concealing himself in the darkness amidst the branches. However, he's still no match for Gao Yi. In the instant he threw out the flash glyph array, we all thought his target was Hellion Lai. Only Gao Yi still maintained a clear head, forcing Li Yao to fail in the end. Gao Yi, you sure are a natural commander. A different male had spoken cheerfully. Gao Ye's expression was incomparable grave as he spoke, this is an extremely formidable opponent. He does not possess as strong computational abilities as I do, but he possesses a certain innate beast-like keen intuition. He knew for certain the difference between himself and Hellion Lai. He knew that even an ambush may not have instantly killed Hellion Lai. What's more, although Hellion Lai possesses tyrannical combat strength, he is not someone who is key for determining victory and defeat. Even if he slays Hellion Lai, he would be beheaded from the competition a second later by our numerous blades. It would have been a mutual defeat between him and Hellion Lai. This was something he absolutely did not want to happen. I'm different, however. I follow the road of admin-type cultivators and my expertise lies in my computational and analyzing abilities. My combat strength is ordinary and mediocre. It would be very likely for him to slay me in a single blow. And once I'm out of the competition, the blue team would be reduced to a sheet of loose sand. Chaos would emerge for certain shortly. If the red team was able to seize this opportunity, they may have been able to turn the tides. This fellow figured this out, so he purposely used Hellion Lai as his pretense. He made it appear that there were personal grudges between him and Hellion Lai on the surface, so he recklessly tailed behind to settle things. Actually, his true target had been me from the start. Even more, I truly doubt this was all deliberately planned from the time when we first found him. I'm certain that once he first discovered Hellion Lai from the shadows, he took the initiative to show himself for the sake of discovering the location of our command center. Formidable. This fellow is way too formidable. If it weren't for my computational abilities computing a move ahead, finding out his plan in the last minute, he might have successfully pulled this off. Gao Yi had spoken with lingering fear. His forehead was drenched with sweat. However, he's still no match for you, Gao Yi. The layers of tricks that he schemed with all his might were all seen through by you. He's already lost the initiative. Now, we're the hunters and he's the prey, a blue team competitor had shouted with excitement. Gao Yi forced a laugh and spoke, that's true. Today, things have gone this way, but our comprehensive strengths are still on par with each other. Today, I was just lucky. If it were another battlefield, I can't say for sure whether he would successfully slay me or not. Hellion Lai remained silent and unspeaking to the side. Shame and anger were mixed in his heart, he felt the greatest humiliation and disgrace. Li Yao's target from the start hadn't been him all along. Li Yao absolutely did not pay a single ounce of attention to him. Li Yao only took him to be a pretense, to be bait. Only Li Yao and Gao Yi were the opposing striving players in this chess match. He was nothing more than a mere chess piece being controlled. Even if Li Yao was no match for Gao Yi, Li Yao still exceeded Hellion Lai, a chess piece, by leaps and bounds. If Gao Yi had not laid things out clearly, he would have absolutely been unable to guess what Li Yao's plot was. Just then, he even retardedly adopted the tightest defensive stance. It was as if Li Yao had ruthlessly slapped the proud and arrogant Hellion Lai across the face. Hellion Lai's anger caused his eyes to turn bloodshot and his teeth to clench tightly. He wished with all his hate to tear and consume Li Yao's bloody flesh bite by bite. Through gritted teeth in anger, his voice hoarsely sounded, Gao Yi, then what are you waiting for? Let's mobilize ASAP. And hunt down Li Yao. Wait. Gao Ye's entire face was entwined in a complicated knot. He looked as if he was considering every angle. He muttered, "Strange. I've factored in every detail in my calculations. I also succeeded in fending off his attack. Why do I still feel restless? It's like I missed something. What's that?" Gao Ye's expression changed and he pointed to a military pack amidst the center of everyone, letting out a shriek. This military pack's surface was smeared all over with mud, and even a few weeds and moss. It had been casually tossed in the core area of the command center. It was like a rock at first glance. None had noticed when this pack had appeared. How is there a pack? Whose is it? All the blue team competitors were at a loss. They looked at each other with dismay. It seemed that none of them had ever carried a pack such as this. In the eyes of Gao Yi, this commonly found pack transformed into a large demon egg, as if an incomparable fearsome existence was about to break through the cocoon and burst forth. Gao Ye's face warped and he shrieked, "Do you all still remember when dealing with Li Yao? He would hold an explosive device composed of over 20 crystal cells connected in series. He would say its might is tremendous, enough to flatten an entire supply point, and he would threaten us with mutual destruction." When these words were spoken, everyone's faces underwent enormous changes. They all remembered. We're F***ked. Gao Ye's, Hellion Lies, and several dozen blue team competitors' pupils shrank simultaneously to their minimum. 500 meters away in the forest. Li Yao had his back leaning against a large tree. He stood unmovingly and extended 10 fingers. One by one, they bent down, 9. 8. 7. 6. Who is it? 2 blue team competitors had suddenly emerged from the forest. They never thought a red team competitor would actually appear in a location so close to their command center. They could not help but be shocked. Li Yao glanced an eye at them faintly and didn't reply. He continued being engrossed in his countdown, 5. 4. There's something weird with this fellow. I think he's that Li Yao that the communication channel was talking about just now. Let's quickly drop our artifacts, use ordinary weapons instead, and notify the command center. The 2 blue team competitors were on high alert as they maintained a distance of 10 meters between themselves and Li Yao. They gave not a hair of opportunity to Li Yao. Li Yao continued as before doing what he was doing. He counted down leisurely, 3. 2. 1. When the number 1 was spoken from his mouth, a loud earth-shaking rumbling boom exploded 560 meters behind him in the forest. The entire forest shook and swayed, and a large gigantic white mushroom cloud gradually rose. A surging heatwave rolled and spread at high speeds, soon reaching out over 500 meters. The 2 blue team competitors' pupils were captured by this mushroom cloud. The hair on their heads was roasted and scorched by the heatwave. Broken branches and crushed rock were mixed in the shockwave, cleaving onto their craniums and smashing onto their bodies. In a flash, the 2 were stunned and covered in dirt and grime, becoming like 2 clay statues. Static came from the communication channel. Not a single person was still capable of answering their shouts. What? What the hell did you do? The 2 blue team competitors could not hold back from trembling. I'm terribly sorry. From now on, the blue team's command center no longer exists. Li Yao slowly took out his black daggers and walked over to the 2 blue team competitors with a smile. Chapter 63 Slaughtering everything in their paths. Over 100 competitors were still noisy and in disorder within the red team's communication channel. Each of them vented at, insulted, and complained at each other. It was extremely chaotic, just like the clamoring noise of a market. The sound of the giant explosion coming from the center of Devil Flood Dragon Island intimidated them all simultaneously into silence. No one spoke a word for a long time. Only after a long time had passed did a lazy-sounding voice sound out. I've already beheaded the blue team's commander. The entire command center has been bombarded to the skies. Right now, they're like a flock of dragons without a leader. It's a great opportunity. What y'all must do next is very simple. You don't need to assemble, don't need to form squads, don't need to cooperate. All you need to do is tear your throat screaming the words, Gao Ye's dead. The red team shall prevail. Scream as if you're a pig about to be slaughtered. Then, wave your giant swords crazily and slaughter all in your path. And that will be fine. Understand, everyone? Who are you? Why should we believe your words? It was silent for a moment until someone who was unconvinced had spoken. It's up to you if you want to believe me. Anyways, I'm going to go mow some grass. Everyone, do as you please. It's best if you just stay where you're at and not move. Let me take all the points alone. Ha ha ha. Gao Ye's dead. The red team shall prevail. Die 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 die. A pig-slaughtering howl came from the communication channel. From the incomparably arrogant laughter, everyone could imagine this certain fellow heaving a chainsword to go around chopping down people in a mad slaughter, harvesting all the heads he wishes. Look, the opposing blue team is acting a bit strangely. They haven't made a movement in a while. It's like they've gone retarded. Two red team competitors whispered in each other's ear at the corner of Devil Flood Dragon Island. Damn it. It'll be a dead end if we keep being suppressed like this as the battle goes on. F***ck it. Gao Ye's dead. The red team shall prevail. Two red team competitors hardened their hearts. They heaved their giant swords and charged over like hungry wolves throwing themselves at lambs. They blazed and collided with the blue team's combat unit. Gao Ye's dead. The red team shall prevail. Gao Ye's dead. The red team shall prevail. Gao Ye's dead. The red team shall prevail. Berserk battle howls rang simultaneously from far and near on Devil Flood Dragon Island. The blue team competitors just found out the news of the instant annihilation of their entire command center by the enemy through their communication channel. They were shocked into panic from this astonishing news and were caught off guard by the crazed assault of the devils and fiends that are the red team competitors. Their ears were filled with the red team's hellish demonic howls. They were completely unable to bring forth the least bit of intention to fight. At first, the scales of victory were completely slanted towards the blue team. No one ever thought that Li Yao would take this scale and kick it to crap. The remaining blue team and red team competitors all sank into the ugliest, the most entangled, the most pestering of chaotic melees. And relying on their high morale and excitement from this miraculous reversal, the red team actually began to hold the upper hand. On the distant expanse, both inside and outside of the monitoring center was absolute silence. Everyone was dumbstruck. They were all completely shocked from the brilliant performance that Li Yao had demonstrated just an hour ago. In the beginning, he had killed 4 scout groups of the blue team in succession. Then, he purposely showed himself in front of the new blue team scout group. Then, he tailed Hellion Lai and company, infiltrating the blue team's command center in utmost secrecy. And he even laid in wait in the command center in the branches above for an entire half an hour. Lastly, he continued with 2 consecutive attacks to distract all the blue team members' attention. Upon success, he set up the explosive pack inside the blue team's command center. After he safely evacuated the area, he blew the blue team's entire command center up in the sky. This was absolutely a brilliant, outstanding, smooth, textbook-like, and classic beheading operation. And from initial planning to actual execution, it was all actually done solely by Li Yao. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Several dozen names suddenly faded from the ranking board, and Li Yao's name was rising like crazy. Moving like a hurricane. This was due to the sudden, explosive death of several dozen blue team commanders and powerful members. An astronomical number of points had rushed to Li Yao. He directly blitzkrieged his way through to the number 1 ranking like a hot knife through butter. And his total points was actually over 10 times greater than that of second place. In the history of the Limit Challenge competition, this was an unprecedented high score. Amazing. He's too amazing. Let's just focus on the efforts he made to increase the explosive power of his bomb. He filled the pack with rocks, metal artifact parts, and sharp demon beast bones to increase the power of the bomb by 10 times. This is absolutely something an experienced military veteran would do. Our Federation's first military college will want talent as great as this. Who dares fight over him with us? After a short few seconds of reticence, a straightforward howl had broken the silence in the monitoring center. Soon, every scout was discussing lively and bellowing simultaneously. On what grounds? This kind of genius should belong to our Star Nebula University. Our Empyrean Capital School of Medicine also needs this type of young talent. I've already prepared a special enrollment for him. Your move. Humph. Special enrollment is nothing special. Our Star Nebula University can offer him an enormous scholarship in addition. Countless cultivators had flushed red faces and ears from vying for Li Yao. The scene was fiery to the extreme. Only Xie Tingxian was smiling without a word in the corner, keeping a cool head in this tense situation. He held a victory contract calmly in his hands. And sitting not too far away from him was Ding Lingdang firmly biting her lip. She walked to and fro fretfully and worried. She was like a bound female dragon that could erupt in flames at any moment, this kid. Why the hell is he bringing out such an outstanding performance? It's over, it's over. With this many schools wanting to give him special enrollment, this kid certainly won't choose our Grand Desolate War institution. Can it be that I need to knock him out and directly carry him back to Grand Desolate? Ding Lingdang frowned and thought seriously for a second. Then she shook her head, rejecting this plan. I can't. With my fist being this powerful, what if I kill him with a single punch? In the hallway outside the monitoring center, Li Yao's gorgeous performance set off even more stormy waves. It seemed as if all the youths were shocked to the max. Quite a few of them rubbed their eyes with force. They did not dare to believe everything they've seen. Some people even let out strange cries. Mother of God! One person flattened the entire blue team's command center. Isn't this way too abnormal? An evildoer. He's 100% an evildoer. He's really way too dreadful. Where did this monster come from? Floating Spear City? I've never heard of such an expert in Floating Spear City. I've only heard of Helian Lai and a Zheng Dongming. I never thought that even Helian Lai wasn't able to withstand him and was directly screwed. What a fearsome fellow. He must have come from some cultivator family. Compared to us ordinary rich and powerful kids, we're not of the same world. We're no match for him. Right when these competitors were wagging their tongues spiritedly, the ejected competitors of the Blue Team Command Center members who had just been blown to death by Li Yao also returned to the distant expanse. They entered the spectator area with faces filled with bewilderment. Suddenly, they were surrounded in an impenetrable circle by the 2,000 competitors. In an instant they, especially Gao Yi and Helian Lai, turned into the focus of attention of a great many people. Gao Yi, you've always been the pride of our East Harmony City. Everyone knows you to be a commander genius. I never thought you would actually be toyed with and be beheaded by the enemy. You okay? How do you feel? A person asked from within a crowd in a voice dripping with sarcasm. Gao Yi faintly chuckled. Not even a trace of the prior defeat remained on his face. He spoke calmly and peacefully, it's really pleasant. Really. To be able to meet such an amazing opponent who made me realize that my own commander skills are too infantile. To know that I still have great room for improvement. If we encounter each other next time, I certainly won't make the same mistake. I will absolutely hunt this Li Yao immediately. He paused a bit and looked around him in a circle. Gao Ye's eyes finally focused on Li Yao's figure within the giant hologram. He observed Li Yao for a long time before he spoke with complete seriousness. However, I wish even more to fight side to side with Li Yao on the battlefield against demon beasts. I even can create several dozen different tactics with him being the core. I am confident that as long as we work together, with my commander abilities combined with his individual combat capability. Needless to say of high-level demon beasts, even if it's the king of the demon race. Those powerful demon generals, demon kings, and even demon gods. They won't be able to escape the palm of our hand. Gao Yi was filled with the bearing of a general as he expressed himself, drawing quite a few students, especially the girls, to exclaim in admiration. However, another fellow who desired to stir up trouble was disappointed by Gao Ye's speech. His eyes turned, and he started to go after Helian Lai. Helian Lai, I've heard you and Li Yao are of the same school and that you have some personal beef with each other. Can you speak in detail what that's all about? The majority of competitors were from the surrounding cities of Floating Spear City. They had no scruples about teasing Helian Lai. Onlookers would never be afraid of escalating the chaos. So there wasn't much respect in the fellow's words. Instead, he was doing the utmost to provoke Helian Lai. Helian Lai's face changed to white. His teeth were gritting deeply into his lips. His two fists were clenched rigidly tight. He felt indignant to the extreme. He was silent for a good while before he squeezed out a stiff smile. He spoke reluctantly. Li Yao and I previously had some misunderstanding, however, we've long since settled things. Li Yao has improved at lightning speed over the past month. He's the pride of our Crimson Nimbus Second. I very much admire his efforts. Any personal grudges are simply complete nonsense. Apologies, please let me through. I need to go to the restroom. Without waiting for additional questions, Helian Lai pushed his way through the crowd of competitors. He seemed to be escaping, jogging his way to the restroom. Ugh! Helian Lai could not hold himself up any longer in the stall. His stomach was overturning in a mess, causing him to vomit with large mouthfuls. He vomited until he was dizzy. It was as if he had vomited every last drop of stomach acid. Li Yao. Helian Lai lifted his head. His eyes were red from vomiting for a long time. His entire self looked to be haggard, withered, and crazed. He looked like a malevolent demon. Li Yao, you piece of trash. You entrail waste. You better not give me a chance. Not even a hair's worth of opportunity. When I get the chance, I won't let you go. I will absolutely use all my resources to play with you till you die. Till you die. Helian Lai's pair of hands dug into the wall of the restroom. He clawed powerfully, tearing the wall. He was imagining the wall to be Li Yao's laughing face. 10 deep notches were dug out in the metal wall by him. Each notch flowed with crazed fresh blood. The Li Yao who had just been bitterly cursed by Helian Lai was comfortably concealed in a supply point in the depths of Devil Flood Dragon Island. He was checking his total points through Small G's hologram. He was firmly holding the top-ranking position ever since the moment he blasted the blue team's command center to the skies. It was impossible for his position to be rattled, save for the sudden sinking of Devil Flood Dragon Island. To be honest, at the very beginning when Li Yao opened the backdoor on his artifacts, he did not think this far and profoundly. All he wanted was to seize and earn some convenient points. But what followed was the emergence of the blue team's genius commander, Gao Yi, and the red team was forced to a dead end in an instant. Desperate times calls for desperate measures, and so Li Yao was forced to go all in. This beheading operation carried with it the highest level of risk. Luck had a huge role to play. It was a staggering risky gamble. In order to preserve his own safety, the explosion of the crystal cell bomb was delayed by half a minute. If the opponents had discovered the bomb immediately, they would have time to throw the bomb far, far away. All that could be said was that luck stood by his side. Even the heavens gave him a helping hand. He was destined to enter Deep Sea University. Li Yao was not pressed to go out and slay demon beasts since he has earned sufficient points. The remaining surviving competitors were few in number. The entire Devil Flood Dragon Island had transformed into a demon beast paradise. Quite a few demon beasts possessed strength at a super high, tyrannical level. Even Li Yao wasn't sure if he was capable of slaying them. He did not want to fail at the critical juncture, to capsize at a sure moment, to die at the hands of a demon beast. In addition, a torrential storm shower was coming. Li Yao lifted his head and looked far into the distance. The hazy yellow sky had turned jet black before he knew it. Purple snakes could be faintly seen struggling in the rolling black clouds, exploding out with muffled thunder. Soon, bean-sized droplets of water hacked down in a skull-cleaving manner. The weather above the sea changed in a flash. The clear and boundless sky had already changed to a stormy world with torrential downpours in just the blink of an eye. Black clouds rolled across the entirety of Devil Flood Dragon Island, like a myriad of black horses galloping onward. Boundless strikes of lightning tore through heaven and earth, shrieking with demonic wails. Together, they wreaked havoc with the ocean wind, appearing like a great number of swords ferociously pounding into Devil Flood Dragon Island. Even though the sky-towering trees obstructed the weather, Devil Flood Dragon Island still experienced dark winds and angry howls. The torrential rain came down like a waterfall, beating down on people, causing them to be unable to lift their heads and open their eyes. Even the large thick trees were pulled from their roots. They blew chaotically towards the distance, sweeping away everything in their paths. In the face of the powerful majestic might of nature, the demon beasts who had been baring their fangs and brandishing their claws turned tranquil. One by one, they searched for caves and slits in cliffs to hide from the weather. A violent storm just happened to pass through the skies of Devil Flood Dragon Island. I reckon this torrential rainstorm will last the entire night. The torrential storm caused the distant expanse to faintly rock and sway in the air. A cultivator levitated at the rear of the ship. He squinted his eyes and observed the skies, reaching a conclusion. A bolt of lightning cleaved towards his skull. The bolt of lightning was stopped by an invisible wall an inch away from the cultivator and was transformed into 4 or 5 lightning serpents that coiled around his body, illuminating a rather handsome face. The sky-patrolling cultivators were having a hard time covering every nook and corner of Devil Flood Dragon Island under such berserk weather. Additionally, the pudgy critters assigned to each competitor relied on connections between their crystal chips and the distance expanse. The telepathic link became unstable, and it was no longer guaranteed that each competitor's situation was promptly monitored and that the protective gel would be spouted in fatal crisis. The danger of the competition had increased greatly. Do we need to suspend the competition? As soon as this cultivator opened his mouth, the electric currents coiling around his body were consumed with a single bite. He licked his mouth as if wishing for more and returned at lightning speeds to the distant expanse towards the numerous cultivators to ask. In the monitoring center, cultivators were whispering in each other's ears for a moment before making a decision. The competition will continue as usual. The torrential rain would not affect the competition. In an actual battlefield, it is highly improbable for demon beasts to call an armistice with humanity over bad weather. A great officer dressed in black with a skull emblem on his shoulders had spoken icily with a face of steel. Correct. If they can't withstand such a small torrential storm, how could they still want to be cultivators? Simply laughable, a cultivator with a cross scar on his face sneered coldly. While they were talking, twisted ripples and snowflake patterns formed on the giant hologram in front of their eyes. This was the interference from the rainstorm affecting the connection between the pudgy critters and the monitoring center. Bang! Bang! A dozen or so holograms directly turned black. It was clear that the telepathic link had been severed. This meant that a dozen or so competitors were no longer being monitored and were no longer protected. Dispatch 20 more cultivators to Devil Flood Dragon Island. Patrol in rounds. Ensure the safety of the competitors. Give them status equal to deceased Federal Army soldiers should any accidents occur and give their families reparations. The cultivators and officers negotiated for a while. Soon they made a decision. This was in line with previous challenge competitions. The Star Glory Federation was capable of occupying the most fertile land of the Heaven's origin sector. This land was created from slaying a myriad of demon beasts into mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Every inch of the Federation's territory was dyed red with the blood of Federal Army soldiers and cultivators. Cultivators were the blades of human civilization. Those that wish to become cultivators must have a dying will and an utterly fearless sacrificial conscience. Those who fear death won't become cultivators. The torrential rain came down harder and harder. It was as if all the rain in the entirety of the Heaven's origin sector had concentrated overhead of Devil Flood Dragon Island, trying to smash this island of demon beasts completely into the ocean depths. In the midst of the raging storm and torrential rain, a strange darkness began to flourish. Asterisk pant asterisk pant. Asterisk pant asterisk pant. A blue team competitor stumbled as he rushed into a narrow cave. He was kneeling on the ground, no longer capable of supporting himself. Then, he fell flat on his face. His face was deathly pale, lacking even an ounce of blood. His entire body was shuddering as if he was cramping. An hour ago, he was being chased by 3 red team competitors. Fortunately, the torrential rain obscured the vision of these enemies, so he was luckily able to escape their encirclement. However, the red team competitors were increasing in number. He didn't know how much longer he would be able to last. Damn! We were clearly about to win. How can things change so suddenly? The pain of this blue team competitor caused him to smash against the rock wall. He was extremely depressed. A dark glow began to congeal in the depths of his eyes. He observed his surroundings from within the cavern. Squinting his eyes, he looked up towards the sky. His pudgy critter was like a headless fly, orbiting chaotically around a large tree. It let out tscz sounds as if it were out of control. The torrential rain and thunder both will interfere with the control crystal chip of the pudgy critter. Right now, my pudgy critter and the distant Expanse have already lost connection. Things have sunk into a chaotic and crazy state. The monitoring center won't be able to see anything I do. The darkness in the eyes of this blue team competitor turned denser and denser. The sounds of the red team competitors pierced faintly from all directions. Their encirclement was gradually shrinking. Soon, they would arrive at his hiding cave. The darkness in the blue team competitor's eyes turned malevolent. He reached out his hand and bit through the skin of his fingertip. He used his fresh blood to draw an arcane glyph on the inside of his right leg. A physical laceration of pain pierced from the inside of his right leg. It was like something wanted to tear through his bloody flesh and escape out of his body. The blue team competitor gritted tenaciously. Immediately, the arcane glyph trembled slightly. A monstrous strength tore through the muscles of his inner thigh and a fluorescent blue drug floated from within the glyph array. I had only wanted to use this as my last resort. I did not want to cheat, but I'm already at an impasse. It was y'all who forced me to do this. When injected into the bloodstream, this Ghost Dragon 7 doping drug will strengthen my body, increase my strength to a berserker level, and even strengthen my mental faculties in an instant. It will allow me to unleash one great powerful mental attack that will be enough to completely annihilate these damned hunters. I'll be able to rush into the top 50 of the rankings. The blue team competitor had a nasty grin on his face. His expression was incomparably crazed. Obviously, using Ghost Dragon 7 doping drug would have extremely heavy consequences, but when faced with the allure of special enrollment to a university, he was already prepared to ignore them. He had used his body to block the line of sight of his Pudgy critter and produced the synthesis glyph array for the Ghost Dragon 7 doping drug. Now, he was about to consume the drug into his body. A bizarre laughter came from within the depths of the cave. Then, a strong malevolent wind came blowing over. The blue team competitor's vision turned into complete darkness before he could respond. He was no longer aware of anything. His Pudgy critter finally responded to his strange behavior, immediately spouting out gel. But what it enveloped was just a headless corpse. Immediately, a monstrous force ferociously tore through the jello and a white streak of light shot forth at an incomparable astonishing speed, leaping into the air. A pair of hands seized the Pudgy critter and tore with force. The Pudgy critter immediately split in two. It was a bloody scene incomparable. Within the torrential storm, 1 out of 3 Pudgy critters lost connection with the monitoring center in succession. This Pudgy critter was one of them. And so, the monitoring center had not discovered this event in time. Bolts of lightning streaked through the skies, illuminating the dark forest to a snowy white from time to time. Under the illumination of lightning, an over 3-meter-tall white ape stood on top of the tree tops. Its face was extremely similar to a human's face, except for the incomparably enormous yellow devilish eye that grew on its forehead. It seemed to take up approximately half the ape's face, pushing the 2 ordinary eyes all the way to the sides. Its appearance looked like a mutated fetus. It appeared incomparably eerie and terrifying. This was a large-eyed ape, a 1 out of 1,000 mutated form of the 3-eyed ape. Not only does it possess outstanding intelligence, the strength of its mental attacks are 10 times stronger than that of ordinary 3-eyed apes. It was a demon beast only released during the finals and was one of the most fearsome demon beasts on the entire Devil Flood Dragon Island. Ka-ka. Ka-ka. In this midst of rolling thunder, the large-eyed ape let out a monstrous laughter. The Ghost Dragon 7 it held in its hairy palms emitted a demonic blue glow. The enormous yellow eye on the forehead of the large-eyed ape spun in circles. Soon, it figured out how to use the drug, and, without hesitation, it stabbed the Ghost Dragon 7 doping drug into its thick neck. The entirety of the drug was injected into his artery. Asterisk roar, asterisk roar, asterisk roar, asterisk roar, asterisk roar. A short moment later, the large-eyed ape was unable to restrain himself and shook all over. Its flesh twitched in a strange fashion and its skin split in layers of cracks. The muscles drenched in blood appeared to be growing berserkly at an alarming speed. Even muscle buds began to groan in between its strands of muscle fibers. They continued to entwine, expand, blend, be filled with blood, causing its build to suddenly erupt to 2 times its original size. It had turned into an incomparably malevolent ominous beast. The sole eye on its forehead seemed to have transformed into a frozen blood red. There he is. I found him. Right at this moment, the excited cries of Red Team competitors rang from a close distance. A malevolent smile emerged in the large-eyed ape's cherub, demonic face under the flash of lightning. It faced towards the source of the cries, shooting off like electricity. Immediately following came the hysterical shrieks and sounds of bones grinding and fleshing ripping from within the depths of the forest. 10 minutes later, Li Yao sat cross-legged in a supply point. He was closing his eyes, resting. A chainsword laid on to the left of him and a thunder blade laid to the right of him. A burning sky battleaxe was on his back. On his waist were his 2 black progressive daggers hanging in a cross. It could be said that he was fully armed. He could enter into battle mode at any time. If an ignorant blue team competitor would enter this supply point, he would absolutely launch an attack without the slightest hesitation. There's still one more day. It's been some time since the torrential storm started and it shows no signs of stopping. I'm still first place in the point ranking. Nothing unexpected should occur. As Li Yao calculated in his mind, a relaxed smile emerged on his face. Tremble Deep Sea University. For Li Yao, the vulture, shall arrive. Right at this time, his eyelids jolted up. An alarming sense of danger jumped in the depths of his mind. There's something off. There's the scent of blood in the air. What a dense bloody air. A well-familiar figure leapt out from within the forest. As it howled like pig being slaughtered, it fled frantically over towards the supply point. It was actually Zheng Dongming. Li Yao was dumbstruck. Zheng Dongming was an exceptional expert of Phoenix Ridge II. Rumor has it that his actual strength was on par with Hellion Lai's. He might even be a bit stronger than Hellion Lai. What could possibly scare Zheng Dongming into looking like he pissed his pants? The Zheng Dongming at this time lacked the usual magnificent, elegant demeanor of a young master. He was just like a stray dog with a broken rear leg. He ran gasping for breath and even his tongue was out in the air. He looked to be a few running steps away from frothing at the mouth and going into a seizure. The moment he saw Li Yao, a ray of hope emerged in his eyes, and he dashed over consumed by joy. His last few steps were like that of a tiger pouncing on a lamb, soaring directly into the supply point. What's wrong? Where's your pudgy critter? Li Yao asked in utter astonishment. Every competitor on Devil Dragon Island would carry a pudgy critter with them. The pudgy critter not only counts points but also provides the means of a final life-saving safeguard. It was eaten. Zheng Dongming spread out his limbs and was sprawled on his back. He was lying down, his body completely spent. Pant pant, he gasped for breath. He looked to be lucky to have a new lease at life. It was eaten. What could possibly be so powerful and fierce? Li Yao was frightened. How could such a vicious demon beast exist on Devil Flood Dragon Island? They wouldn't be taking the lives of competitors seriously if that were the case. Before Zheng Dongming could respond, an earth-shaking roar sounded close by. The explosive noise caused Li Yao's ears to ring. Several large trees swayed from side to side following the roar. An old tree simply flew up. A monster with a height of 4 meters and lack of skin all over its body, as if it was directly formed from muscles, leapt out. It stomped heavily on the old tree, causing the old tree to snap with a crack. And the speed of this monster blazed to another level. It crashed recklessly into the supply point. What the hell is this? Li Yao stared flabbergasted. Small G had introduced all demon beasts and demon plant life on Devil Flood Dragon Island before the competition began. Li Yao did not recall there being such a tyrannical demon beast among them. How could the organizers of the competition possibly release such a powerful demon beast? There's no way a high school student can withstand this kind of vicious beast. Damned if I know. Be careful. This monster's already killed 7 competitors. Zheng Dongming let out some astonishing words. As if confirming his words, the monster ferociously crashed into the surrounding defensive glyph array of the supply point. Several dozen transparent attack arcane glyphs appeared in the air. They surged with over 100 currents of electricity and formed into a tight-knit and dazzling electric net, causing the monster to howl and burn with white smoke. But this monster resisted the currents of this powerful electric assault, pressing onward step by step. The defensive glyph array's radiance flickered indefinitely between brightness and darkness. The electric net could be torn to destruction at any given time. To be smashed into pieces. Even the defensive glyph array can't stop it. Young Master Zheng, what the hell did you do to provoke this monster? To make it want to hunt you until death? Li Yao's scalp was tingling over and over. This monster was really too fearsome. It was something he was absolutely unable to deal with. I was just trying to help and stabbed a sword at his butt is all. I didn't know I would stab into his asshole. Zheng Dongming sighed as he spoke very helplessly. Li Yao was speechless for a time. He observed attentively at the faint bloody flesh in between the monster's buttocks. Indeed, half a chainsword was swaying endlessly there. The other half of the chainsword had completely entered into the monster's body. It was a total of 1 meter deep, and that wasn't enough to kill it. This monster's vitality is really too strong. Too astonishing. Li Yao spat out with difficulty as he subconsciously looked back. Don't even think of running. This monster should be based off the large-eyed ape. It will be far faster than us in the forest. We won't stand a chance. Damn. Where the hell are the cultivators? It's been so long and they still haven't come over to help us. It's killing us. Zheng Dongming half sat up with great effort. He spat a mouthful of fresh blood with a bitter smile on his face. Li Yao raised his head and glanced above. Small G's pair of eyes lacked consciousness. It spiraled chaotically in the air. Every time thunder rang out, Small G would violently shake and emit tszz sounds. Small G clearly lost control of its body. Damn it! Let alone the cultivators, even the protective gel won't be spat out. And even if Small G could spit out the protective gel, it may not be enough to resist such a ferocious mutant fiend beast. Li Yao's expression changed incomparably ugly in an instant. Roar. At this moment, the large-eyed ape howled towards the sky and tore a translucent arcane glyph with its claws. A clear crack appeared in the electric net and the ape took the opportunity to take a large step through. Not good. The defensive glyph array can't hold it back completely. It can come slaughtering through at any moment. Zheng Dongming tottered as he stood up. He glared unwaveringly at the large-eyed ape. He spoke tensely, Li Yao, I know that you've risen like a meteor. You must have had some sort of lucky encounter, so if you have any sort of hidden cards in the depths of your drawer, or if you have a godlike skill that you can use to transform yourself in a flash to increase your combat strength by 10-fold and so on. Hurry up and use it. This is a critical moment, fellow student Li Yao. This is not the time for you to play as a pig to eat a tiger. Li Yao was dumbstruck and was silent for a moment before he coldly said, I'm terribly sorry. This is already my most powerful state. What? You can't even transform? Zheng Dongming looked at Li Yao with utter disdain. He spoke through gritted teeth, fine. Then, only I'll pull out my finisher. Li Yao barely held back from ferociously hitting this fellow in the head. Since you have a finishing move, why don't you use it earlier? What are you speaking so much rubbish for? Zheng Dongming's expression turned utterly pained in an instant. His expression was utterly depressed. Through gritted teeth, he spoke, what do you know? This is my ultimate killing move. It uses the spiritual energy of my lifeblood. It consumes the maximum out of my body when I use it. I would need 3 months to recover. To endure 3 months without debauchery. 3 months. A whole 3 months without touching a girl. Damned demon beast. I'll dismember you to 10,000 pieces and smash you to paste. Zheng Dongming's expression turned incomparably malevolent in an instant. The fiery aura around his body expanded crazed, turning even more wild than that of the large-eyed ape. He opened his arms and countless blood-red energies fiercely shot out of his pores. They formed over his head into a threatening blood mist. Zheng Dongming muttered under his breath. He casted seals with his hands at lightning speed. In a flash, he casted over 100 different hand seals. Where the seals were changing continuously, the blood mist above his head also underwent a bizarre transformation. From a chaotic blood mist, it gradually turned into a dragon, a tiger, a panther, a bear, an eagle, and etc. It changed between different forms of beasts of prey. Soon, it turned into a battle-armored warrior wielding a sharp blade. Finally, it became a three-headed and six-armed blood deity, breathing mist and blowing clouds. Zheng Dongming was connected to this blood deity by countless blood strands. The blood mist endlessly absorbed his blood essence from his inner body. His originally rich figure was sucked into a figure as thin as a rake in a short moment. His prized dimples faded and disappeared, and even his eye sockets became deeply caved. He looked just like a human skeleton. At this time, the large-eyed ape tore through the final defensive arcane glyph. A bang rang in the air. The invisible wall shook and shattered, and the last bolt of electric current faded away without a trace. The large-eyed ape howled and beat its sternum twice fiercely. It took one large step and faced directly in front of the two people. Zheng Dongming took a deep breath. As he breathed in, the blood deity was breathed into his body. His limbs and skull remained emaciated as before, though his skin inflated greatly like a ball inflated with air. His skin was stretched to transparency. A blood glow surged faintly underneath. Demonic blood cannon. Ag! Zheng Dongming opened his mouth to the max. It seemed he even dislocated his lower jaw. A blood-red mist shot violently from the depths of his throat and transformed into an incomparably ferocious blood pillar, smashing straight into the large-eyed ape's sternum. Boom! Heaven and earth trembled. Li Yao could hear what seemed to be countless vicious beasts howling and spirits shrieking. A transparent hole had actually appeared running through the large-eyed ape's sternum. The blood mist possessed extremely powerful corrosive properties. It endlessly corroded the internal organs of the large-eyed ape with strange tszz sounds, emitting an utterly putrid smell. Z. Z. The large-eyed ape shrieked. Its cherub face displayed an incomparably painful expression. Thump. With one attack of the blood cannon, Zheng Dongming looked to have spat out half his life force. He fell to the ground, decrepit. He lacked the strength to even get up. And this doped-up large-eyed ape with its strong vitality at the extreme peak, with a chainsword stuck in its ass, with a hole running through its sternum, and with its internal organs corroded by the blood mist, still actually staggered forward. Its long arms flailed wildly, trying to tear Zheng Dongming to shreds in vain. Li Yao smacked his tongue inwardly. He pointed towards Zheng Dongming and shouted, "Big bro ape. We've never had grievances nor hatred with each other. The one who stabbed your asshole is him. You guys can slowly resolve things with each other. This brother will go ahead and leave first." He actually decided to slip away. To beat it. It can't be. He can't be this disloyal. Zheng Dongming was dumbstruck. He stared helplessly at Li Yao fade away into the forest with his tail between his legs. Zheng Dongming practically spat out another mouthful of blood in madness. Out of the countless swine companions he made, Li Yao was absolutely the lowest of the bunch. Lower than a dog. The large-eyed ape cackled with a devilish laughter. It seemed that it had long predicted Li Yao's desperate escape. It looked down, towering over its prey, and raised its arm that was thicker than Zheng Dongming's waist high in the air. "Big bro, I was wrong. Can you give me another chance?" Zheng Dongming had a sincere expression all over his face when he saw the large-eyed ape's cauldron-large fists. He spoke an apology out of the bottom of his heart. The large-eyed ape sneered. Right when it wished to smash Zheng Dongming's brain into paste with a fist, its body suddenly went rigid. An orange-colored line appeared on his neck. A flesh-burning smell permeated through the air. The orange line grew longer and longer, thicker and thicker. It crossed the entire neck of the large-eyed ape in a flash. The large-eyed ape opened its mouth to howl, but it could not make a single sound. Its body trembled and its huge skull fell to the ground and rolled around randomly. The strong carcass fell kneeling forward, collapsing to the ground. Zheng Dongming gazed doubtfully behind the large-eyed ape. Li Yao grasped a burning sky battle-axe in his hands. He was still maintaining his beheading. The palms of his hands were bleeding because he used too much strength. He was drenched all over his body, as if he had just been fished out of a boiling pot of water. It was unknown if this was from rain or from sweat. Phew, Zheng Dongming let out a sigh of relief. His head was heavily smashed into the muck. He couldn't even lift his pinky. Many thanks. My beloved swine friend, the emaciated fatso had spoken sincerely. I did what I must. Swine friends are still friends. Li Yao smiled bitterly. He walked slowly towards Zheng Dongming, dragging the burning sky battle-axe. So next, you're going to kill me, right? Zheng Dongming forced a laugh and asked calmly. Yep. Li Yao sighed. This was precisely the reason why I didn't want to use my transformation. As soon as I transform, everyone will take me for a demonic cultivator. They will absolutely want to behead and exterminate me. Zheng Dongming let out a sigh helplessly. Demonic cultivator, these two words were like traceless and invisible spirits orbiting between these two. The surrounding temperature decreased to 0 in an instant. The smiling expressions on Li Yao's and Zheng Dongming's face were completely frozen. A hard-like killing intent surged from the depths of their eyes. Demonic cultivators were those who were corrupted by Beyonder demons. They relinquished cultivating in spiritual energy and instead cultivated in the dark side of spiritual energy. They cultivate in Tenebrum energy. They were the arch-nemesis of human civilization and were 100-fold more fearsome than the demon race. Legend has it that when the Big Bang of the universe first began, from the very initial, starting point, endless spiritual and Tenebrum energy surged forth. Spiritual energy gradually transformed into matter, constituting the vast and boundless sea of the stars and producing the first generation of life forms, the Panga race. The Panga race had an obsession to create. They split heaven from earth and molded 3,000 greater thousand worlds. They took countless scorching interstellar matter to meld planets after planets capable of housing life. And so, human civilization has recorded the Panga race to be known as the Holy Ancients. And on the dark side of spiritual energy was Tenebrum. Tenebrum didn't form into matter. Large masses and masses of Tenebrum solidified into a mysterious world known as the demonic realm. It was a plane beyond our known universe, an alternate dimension made of pure Tenebrum. Within the demonic realm, Tenebrum endlessly tore, collided, pressed, and condensed to gradually possess intelligence and evolve into Beyonder demons. The Beyonder demons were a type of life form made out of pure energy. They did not know how to create, they only knew destruction. Their strongest obsession was to tear through the obstructing wall between the human cosmos and the demonic realm. To descend upon the 3,000 greater thousand worlds where humanity multiplied. To invade into the minds of human civilization. To corrupt the consciousness of humanity. To corrode humanity's determination. And to cause the human race to be lost in mindless slaughter, craziness, deception, and defilement of Tenebrum. To be reduced to dreadful demonic cultivators. Early on in the ancient cultivation age of 40,000 years ago, before the demon race had even appeared, cultivators and demonic cultivators were natural enemies until death. There were even rumors that the cultivator who initially synthesized the demon god virus, creating the demon race, had actually been corrupted by Beyonder demons long ago and had turned into a demonic cultivator. And 30,000 years later, when the Great Dark Age ended, when the Supreme Emperor emerged, when humanity was revived, when the demon race was on the verge of extinction, when the human race was about to proclaim themselves to be the rulers of the Sea of the Stars, it were the Beyonder demons who engineered the Armageddon rebellion, causing the world of cultivators to enter into a second civil war. During the Armageddon rebellion, the Star Ocean Imperium established by the Supreme Emperor collapsed in a great explosion. The links between each greater thousand world were severed. The raging flames of war engulfed the boundless sea of the stars once again. Li Yao stood calmly 5 meters away from Zheng Dongming. His expression was as sharp as a blade. He sized up Zheng Dongming's neck with eyes of a vulture. Even though this fatso was weak and powerless like a sacrificial lamb to an altar, Li Yao did not dare to be the least bit careless. His opponent was an extremely fearsome demonic cultivator. Who knows what sort of violent trump card he may still hold. Zheng Dongming spoke with a bitter laugh, "So you've decided to take me for a demonic cultivator, an evil you must purge. Then why the hell did you save me just now? Wouldn't it have been enough for the large-eyed ape to beat me to death?" Li Yao shook his head and spoke, "You've misunderstood. I wasn't saving you. I've heard that demonic cultivators are experts in close combat, and quite a few of them know the demonic skill of consuming flesh and blood to restore their vitality. What if when the large-eyed ape approached you, you killed it and consumed its flesh and blood to transform further? Then I'd be screwed. I killed the ape to make sure it didn't get close to you. I hope to keep you in your weak and fragile state. That's all." Pausing for a moment, he used his toe to draw a line in the ground and said, "Look here. I've maintained standing a distance of 5 meters away from you. I don't dare to even get closer by even an inch. It's because I fear that you might violently attack." As Li Yao spoke, a paragraph of information regarding the Armageddon rebellion that he had once learned in a history course emerged from the depths of his mind. 10,000 years ago, during the end of the Great Dark Age, the demon race's rule over human civilization was like a candle flickering in the wind. It was definitely unstable and could go out at any time. At this time, human civilization was rising like a raging storm, with the strong appearing in great numbers. In the southern region of the boundless Sea of the Stars, the demon race established an underground arena on the Ardent Gale sector, a greater thousand world. A powerful human known as the Heaven Banisher Emperor emerged from here. He was just a lowly death gladiator. He slaughtered those in his path and, in a dozen short years, became the battle god. He called countless death gladiators to uprise and resist against the demon race. Countless experts of the demon race were turned to pulp and transformed to ash under his giant sword and iron fists. And in the Chaos Star sector of the northern region of the boundless Sea of the Stars emerged another hero of humanity. He was known as the Star Ocean Emperor. He started by seizing a demon race patrol boat and plundered around everywhere as a star space pirate. Several dozen years later, he actually expanded to a human fleet composed of millions of crystal battleships. He changed from initially launching guerrilla attacks to launching grand and disciplined campaigns capable of squaring off against the demon race army. He defeated his enemies over and over. And when the Heaven Banisher Emperor and the Star Ocean Emperor met for the first time, people finally knew that they were actually two incarnations of the same person. Since then, the Heaven Banisher Emperor and the Star Ocean Emperor officially combined to a single entity. This entity possessed super outstanding military strategic capabilities and unparalleled combat strength. All of humanity addressed this entity as the Supreme Emperor. Using only his own strength, the Supreme Emperor took human civilization out from the darkness and reinstated its glory. He led every powerful person to excavate the remains of countless ancient cultivator guilds. With the ancient cultivator civilization as his foundation, he founded 20 guilds of provenance, and he split from his own soul 20 clones to rule these 20 guilds of provenance. The strongest clone inherited the Supreme Emperor's battle awareness and bloodlust. He was in charge of the guild with the strongest combat strength, the Blood God Guild. He was bestowed with the name Blood God. And the countless slain demon race members preferred to call the Blood God as Mad Armageddon. When the Supreme Emperor established the Star Ocean Imperium, when he was busy rebuilding human civilization, the Blood God commanded the 20 guilds and the Crystal Battleship Fleet. He ran wild and free through the boundless Sea of the Stars, banishing all demon race influence within every greater thousand world. Within a dozen years, it seemed that all those of the demon race were banished to non-existence on each greater thousand world. The only thing that remained of the demon race was their old nest, the myriad demon sector. In order to completely vanquish the demon race, the blood god assembled the cultivators possessing the strongest combat strength from the 20 guilds of provenance. He commanded 70% of the armed forces of the Star Ocean Imperium to form a matchless tyrannical expeditionary force. The Supreme Emperor even split his immortal soul into 2 souls to temporarily be sent into the blood god's body, to increase the blood god's combat strength to rocketing heights, to be able to contend with the king of the demon race. The epic 100 million light-year expedition unfolded and surged forward. Everyone believed that this would be the final war when the expeditionary forces went into battle. Humanity would forever end the suffering caused by the demon race. The Star Ocean Imperium would radiate with glory and blossom eternally for the next millions and millions of years. No one ever foresaw that the Beyonder demons were watching the blood god carefully. With slaughter after slaughter, the Beyonder demons endlessly enticed, corrupted, and corroded this mad Armageddon. When the war took a turn for the worst, when the blood god suffered a serious injury from 3 demon gods, and when the blood god was criticized from the back lines, the mad Armageddon finally failed to guard his mind and fell to the demonic way. From a clone of the Emperor, the greatest of cultivators, he fell into becoming the most dreadful demonic cultivator. When the mad Armageddon sank to become a demonic cultivator, he immediately led the Blood God Guild members to launch an attack on the other guilds. And the Beyonder demons took this chance to corrupt the other clones of the Supreme Emperor. In the end, 9 guilds of provenance fell to the demonic way, becoming demon gates. Under the interference of the Beyonder demons, Mad Armageddon and the myriad demon sector reached a ceasefire agreement. They even formed a temporary alliance. They commanded the 9 demon gates to launch a counterattack against the Star Ocean Imperium. When human civilization still had not thrown off the shackles of the Great Dark Age completely, they sunk into a second cultivator civil war. The bitterness of this war was not the least bit inferior to the first cultivator civil war of 40,000 years ago. The flames of war tore through the recently established Star Ocean Imperium. Even 2 of the guilds of provenance that remained on the side of humanity were completely destroyed within the incomparably cruel slaughter. They were forever lost in the boundless sea of stars. In the most critical moment, the 9 demon gates even forced their way into the Star Ocean Imperium's capital, Empyrean Terminus. The Supreme Emperor was forced to show himself and engaged in a world-shattering decisive battle with the Mad Armageddon. The Supreme Emperor stood at the peak evolution of humanity and was the immortal legend of cultivators. The Mad Armageddon was the incarnation of the Supreme Emperor possessing supreme martial strength and the strongest bloodlust. He also possessed a split soul of the Supreme Emperor and even received the blessing from the 100 million demon monarch of the 9 heavens and 10 hells. The Beyonder demons and demon kings all bestowed endless tenebrum and fiend energy upon him. No one could describe just how heart-shaking this decisive battle was. All anyone knew was that Empyrean Terminus was completely destroyed by these 2 raw people. In the end, the Mad Armageddon's fleshly body was completely smashed to pieces by the Supreme Emperor. All that remained was an injured soul, which brought the 9 demon gates' defeated forces to flee into demonic realm. And the Supreme Emperor also received a critical injury. He was forced to escape to a smaller thousand world that he had created. He sank to a state between life and death, reborning and dying, a mysterious long rest. The Star Ocean Imperium had taken heavy damage from this civil war. It had also lost the matchless guidance of the Supreme Emperor. Every fiend and demon took the chance to counterattack. The Star Ocean Imperium collapsed completely, and all links between each greater thousand world were severed. The 9 remaining guilds of provenance still loyal to mankind fractured into thousands upon thousands of smaller guilds. They dispersed into different greater thousand worlds and continued to defend humanity, to battle to the bloody end against evil. And amongst a few of these greater thousand worlds, such as the Heaven's Origin sector, cultivator guilds established powerful nations. They led regulated armies to slaughter demon beasts, to fight against the demon gate, and to allow civilians to still live a peaceful and tranquil life. In a few other greater thousand worlds, humanity was evenly matched with the fiends and demons. They sank into a several millennia-long blood war. Civilians were drawn into the flames of war as well, engaging in bloody slaughter as soon as they were born, all the way until death. An extremely small number of greater thousand worlds were completely overtaken and ruled by the demon race and the demon gate. The humans there lived a life not worth living that was miserable to the extreme. If humanity wants to completely quell the flames of war, to proclaim themselves the rulers of the Sea of the Stars, to conquer the cosmos, they still had a long, long road ahead of them. This event when Mad Armageddon set off a large armed rebellion became known in history as the Armageddon Rebellion. Ultimately, it was all engineered by the Beyonder demons. Obviously, when Li Yao discovered that Zheng Dongming was actually a degenerate who had been seduced by Beyonder demons, a demonic cultivator who could control Tenebrum energy, his heart was shaken just how intensely. I'm not a demonic cultivator. You should have learned this from the school textbooks. To enter demonhood is to be demon for life. When one falls to the demonic way, when they're purged with Tenebrum, one will lose their minds and become a puppet of the Beyonder demons. An incomparably powerful aura of Tenebrum energy lingers around their bodies. They absolutely won't be like I am now. Zheng Dongming spoke suddenly at rocket speed. Look. Other than when I shot my demonic blood cannon, there isn't any Tenebrum energy lingering around my body. My mind is also quite clear, absolutely not that of one who fell into madness. I only had some lucky encounter to be able to cultivate in both essence and Tenebrum. Oh. Li Yao's expression remained unchanged and spoke seriously. Young Master Zheng, you're mistaken. I'm not going to kill you because you're a demonic cultivator, I'm going to kill you because I've inadvertently discovered your big secret. You will kill and silence me for certain when you finish recovering, in order to keep your identity and your fortunate encounter from being exposed. I want to save my own life, so I shall make the first move and seize the advantage. Li Yao took a moment to sigh. I hope you can understand. There's no private enmity between us two. Originally, it was still possible for us to become decent swine friends. But now, he shook his head and raised the burning sky battle-axe. Zheng Dongming's expression changed as he urgently asked, if you really want to protect your life, then you really shouldn't kill me. Can you give me a minute of time to clearly explain to you why? Li Yao squinted his eyes as his eyes radiated with vitality. His telepathic mind spun at lightning speeds, blazing his computational power to the limits. He answered a short time later, 30 seconds. Without half a second of hesitation, Zheng Dongming opened his mouth and shot in rapid fire. First, the reason why you want to kill me is because you're scared that I'll kill you later to silence you. But when you slayed this large-eyed ape, you can be said to be my life-saving benefactor. I, Zheng Dongming, may be a scoundrel, but how could I ever lay a hand on my life-savior? Bullshit. You still have 25 seconds. Second, you assume that the reason why I would kill you is to protect my own secret of cultivating in Tenebrum, to silence you from divulging my secret. But it's pointless to kill you since, right now, fellow student Li Yao placed number 1 in the ranking and has already garnered the reputation of being a rising star of hope. The 9 elites will always have quite a few eyes observing you. And, you must certainly have had your own lucky encounter to have your actual strength soar at a rate that's higher than mine. It wouldn't be that easy to silence you. I would need to use large quantities of influence and resources for sure. Your Zheng family. Don't you have large quantities of influence and resources? Spoke Li Yao coldly. Zheng Dongming forced a bitter laugh and spoke, to mobilize large amounts of resources to kill you isn't actually the problem. The problem is the justification, see? You're right. My Zheng family has several cultivators of the refinement stage. We even have 2 powerful foundation building stage cultivators. But all these cultivators are my uncles or even grand-uncles. If I ask them to come kill you, they would ask me for a reason. How should I respond? Should I simply say that you've discovered my secret? If I explain it like this, not only would they not get someone else to do the work, these cousins and grandparents will kick me out of the house. They'll get rid of me. Sounds reasonable. These words you've spoken have won you 10 more seconds. Continue speaking. Li Yao gripped the burning sky battle axe tightly. He did not relax in the slightest. Even if I was able to convince my relatives to come and get rid of you, it would be very difficult to not leave behind tracks and clues. Everyone knows of the secret special police unit of the Federation. They specialize in handling cultivator crimes. Quite a few of the secret police possess super powerful computation capabilities. It's very rare for criminals to escape their investigation. What if they track things down to their roots all the way back to me? Wouldn't I have overextended myself? Zheng Dongming had finished speaking using a single breath. He concluded by saying, in short, to kill a ferocious person such as yourself wouldn't be easy at all. Even if I'm successful, there's still a 99% chance of being discovered. Rather than go down this route, I would rather place my bets on you keeping my secret. The chances of you keeping my secret is still greater. You have a few reasonable points, but it's still not enough to convince me. Do you have any more reasons? I'll give you 20 more seconds, Li Yao spoke without relaxing a single bit. I do. Zheng Dongming's pale white face let out a red glow. He shouted himself hoarse saying, you want to kill me because you're scared that I'll silence you when I recover. So you've decided to make the first move and seize the advantage. You just want to preserve your own life. But did you ever think about this? That after you've killed me you will leave behind some tracks and clues. What if my Zheng family discovers that you're the killer? Then you will be hunted and killed by refinement stage and foundation building stage cultivators. Do you think you can escape death? Zheng Dongming paused before he reached a conclusion. If you kill me, there's a 100% chance that my Zheng family's foundation building stage cultivators will get rid of you. If you don't kill me, you can still count on a 1% chance for me to have a conscience and treat you as my life-saving benefactor. As for the actual probability, you can calculate that yourself. Li Yao thought deeply for a moment before speaking, don't you worry. I won't leave behind any feasible evidence. Zheng Dongming blinked his eyes. The secret police will need feasible evidence in their investigation. To avenge a cultivator, it would be enough for there to be a suspect. Li Yao's eyebrows shook. I can say that I purged evil. That I rid the world of a demonic cultivator. Would the Zheng family dare touch me? They might even celebrate and send me a banner as thanks for cleaning the house of the Zheng family. Zheng Dongming's mouth pulled into a crafty smile. He spoke, the tenebrum I cultivate in has an extremely odd characteristic to it. Aside from the moment of stimulation, the tenebrum won't leave the least bit of trace. Even the most supreme of cultivators won't be able to tell. If you don't believe me, go ahead and look at the corpse of the large-eyed ape. Not even an ounce of tenebrum energy remains. Li Yao was shocked. He gazed unwaveringly at Zheng Dongming and swept a glance at the large-eyed ape from the corner of his eyes. And sure enough, there was actually not a hair's trace of demonic energy from the gaping hole in the sternum of the large-eyed ape reeking and dripping wet of blood. It was as if spiritual energy had blasted out that hole. Look, there's no evidence at all that I cultivate in tenebrum. Therefore, you can't use this reason to wipe yourself clean. Of course, I'm not worried about you spilling my secret. Anyway, you don't have proof, so I don't have a strong enough motive to kill and silence you. We don't need to take things so far where only one of us gets out of here alive. Zheng Dongming spoke at lightning speed. Right at this moment, a crackling sound rang from the air. Small G had finally struggled free from Zheng Dongming's camouflage clothing. A stellar aura glowed from its eyes and it flew over above the two's heads. Ha! Your pudgy critter seems to have had its connection restored with the distant expanse. Right now, every single movement is under the observation of countless cultivators. You really won't make a move now, right? Zheng Dongming laughed with complete brightness. Li Yao kept quiet for a moment before laughing. He tossed the burning sky battle-axe to the side, walked to Zheng Dongming's side, and sat down on his butt under the gaze of Small G. He covered his lips and whispered in a voice that only themselves could hear, "Very good. You've convinced me, but in the end, I've discovered your big secret. If one day you push your demonic cultivation to an exceptional level that you can get rid of me without leaving behind even half a speck of evidence, I believe you will still make a move." "That's highly likely." Zheng Dongming also covered his lips as he spoke calmly. "Wouldn't I have to worry as well? What if one day you miraculously make it big and you don't fear the retribution of the Zheng family? And what if you're confident that you can escape the investigation of the secret police? And you worry that I'll kill and silence you, so you will make the first move to gain the upper hand? To get rid of me as before?" Li Yao pondered for a moment before laughing automatically. The probability of this happening isn't small. Zheng Dongming took his arms and rested them under his head as a pillow with great difficulty. He comfortably spoke with half-opened eyes. "Anyway, right now, we are both meager weakling cannon fodder. It would be impossible for us to kill each other without being discovered by the secret police, so before any of us learns an exceptional godlike skill, we can still be friends, right? We might even be friends worth taking a knife for. There's no need to be friends worth taking knives for. I don't like to go stabbing around with guys," Li Yao spoke. "Being swine friends is fine enough. We can be light acquaintances like a pig and a dog." "Sure, my beloved swine friend. Many thanks for your kindness of saving my life. I'll introduce to you beautiful girls to get to know. What's your favorite type?" He. "Surely you're not one of those upright people who won't get close to a girl and only likes to cultivate, right?" Zheng Dongming was beaming with smiles as he asked pervertedly. "Of course not. I like a pure girl who's slightly provocative. And within that tease, there would be a faint shyness to her, but she actually wants it under that shyness. And what she wants would be a mix of different kinds of unspeakable passions and desires." Li Yao spoke earnestly. "Got it. You have before you a pure high-class woman who's a beast in bed. Those are pretty common, man. I know a lot of those. When you have time, come over to our school." As he spoke, Zheng Dongming's voice trailed weaker and weaker. In the end, his head lay to the side. He had passed out. He had forcefully used tenebrum and so he had overtaxed his body too greatly. Then he used an enormous amount of mental energy in the battle of wits against Li Yao. His mind was practically spent. He was pushing his limits to hold on until now. Li Yao rested for a moment, restoring his stamina by a bit. His gaze stopped and remained at Zheng Dongming's neck artery for quite a while. "Student Li Yao, please remain in the supply point and don't move. Cultivators are rushing over quickly." Small G suddenly spoke. Li Yao's pupils shrank before he moved his gaze. He used a chains word to support himself and stood up. A strand of curiosity had arisen in his heart. He staggered over to the front of the large-eyed ape's head. And with a kick, the giant head flipped over. The combat strength of the three-eyed ape actually wasn't that powerful. Even the mutation of a large-eyed ape couldn't possibly drive these two into such a sorry state. What sort of oddity did this large-eyed ape possess to transform into this crazy state? The large-eyed ape's face was still frozen in this ugly grimacing state, only that mouth, with crossed canine teeth, would no longer puff out a putrid stench. The bizarre, incomparably giant eye on its forehead was closed tightly. It was much nicer to look at. Li Yao stabbed his sword into the mouth of the large-eyed ape, firmly securing the large head to the ground, and took his daggers. Only then did he feel at ease to squat down and examine it. Right about the instant he squatted down, the bizarre eye on the large-eyed ape's forehead opened suddenly, releasing an incomparably strong blood-red glow. It was as if an extremely sharp blade had ferociously stabbed into Li Yao's forehead, reaching to the deepest depths of his mind. A split second later. "Kid, how could you?" Li Yao felt his head be in incomparable pain. An aged scream came from the deepest depths of his mind. A transparent figure of a person with aged white hair exploded and disintegrated, transforming into countless shards. A handful of these insignificant shards continued fleeing towards every nook and corner in the depths of Li Yao's mind. And the majority of these shards spun at crazy speeds, becoming a berserk vortex. Li Yao's consciousness was also dragged into this strange vortex of shards. He sunk into endless darkness. The instant before he sunk into this darkness, Li Yao saw 3 cultivators flying on swords and leaping down from the cloud-filled sky. They shot like lightning towards him and Zheng Dongming. Author's notes from the original chapter. Friends have raised a question in the comments section. Since the competitors' pudgy critters have lost connection with the monitoring center, how are they able to calculate points? Is there meaning for the competition to continue on? This question caused Teacher Cao to be blank for a long time. Things are often like this when writing novels. Some things are considered logical by the author and do not need to be explained, causing the reader to feel the author hasn't explained things clearly enough, that there are contradictions. And so Teacher Cao has pondered on this for a long time and has decided to change some things in the S by adding a few paragraphs of explanation. Pudgy critters aren't broken. They've only lost connection due to the thunder and torrential rain. While it is true that they aren't capable of transmitting data to the monitoring center during a loss of connection, pudgy critters' functions won't necessarily receive too big of an effect. The most that would happen from the torrential storm is a delay. This also means that most actions performed by competitors are still recorded down by the pudgy critters. When connection to the network is reinstated, maybe when the competition ends, all information can definitely be integrated into calculating the points. In short, the pudgy critter still remains in operation. It just goes from network mode to local mode, losing some functionality. This is also the reason why Zheng Dongming first covered up the pudgy critter's vision before he launched his demonic art. This sort of method may not be 100% fair. But a real battle was like this. It was filled with various variables. Actually, Teacher Cao isn't really willing to have these explanations outside of the main story. This is because Teacher Cao believes that if the final written work doesn't allow for everyone to understand what's going on, then that represents a failure of the author. But sometimes if every single detail is written comprehensively, although it increases the word count by a lot, it would be way too obstructive. It would lose that natural flowing feel. To summarize, Teacher Cao will do his best to balance between these two sides and welcome everyone's valuable insight. Teacher Cao looks at the comments section every day. Sometimes Teacher Cao doesn't give a prompt response. Teacher Cao hopes everyone will understand. Teacher Cao has to support both elderly and young people. He is normally busy with supporting the family. Time dedicated to himself is few. He usually gets up at 5 to 6 a.m. and goes to Kentucky Fried Chicken to write for 2 hours before he goes to work. After work, if there's nothing busy at home, he goes to Kentucky Fried Chicken to write for 2 hours. Sometimes he needs to take care of the old and young before he can find the time. So most of the time Teacher Cao needs to concentrate his energy on writing. The time he has to talk with everybody is really not much. Today Teacher Cao shall use this question by a novel friend to explain Teacher Cao's circumstances with everyone. This is also an apology to everyone. To summarize, everyone please leave more comments. Teacher Cao will certainly read them. Even if sometimes he can't respond back, he will always remember them in his heart. Everyone's support and suggestions is Teacher Cao's greatest driving force in writing. He will certainly write this 40 Millenniums of Cultivation book to be a good book with the help of everyone. Thank you everyone. In the deepest depths of Li Yao's neural field. Within his sea of memories, an endless abyss. A mass of countless memory shards formed an enormous crazy spinning vortex. It tore at Li Yao's soul without end. My name is O Yeming. One day, I will become the leader of the 100 Smelting Guild. I, O Yeming, swear to all the gods in all the realms and universes that I will take all the members of the 9 demon gates and behead them one by one and exterminate their whole families, leaving not even their dogs and chickens. God's word lithe, Warblade Carnage Dragon, Spear Soul Devourer. I've finally crafted these 3 masterwork weapons capable of slaying those old spirit transformation stage monsters. Senior O Yi, Senior O Yezi. Please craft me an artifact. I'm willing to pay you 10 floating mountains as compensation. Boom. Time went by as a blur. Li Yao didn't know how long he was stuck in the vortex of memories when suddenly he heard an earth-shattering loud noise that ruptured the entire vortex. A bizarre object with the shape of a giant tree had actually formed in the depths of his neural field. This tree of memories was formed from the countless pure crystal shards of memories. Each shard of memory flickered with clear scenes. They were the memory records of O Yezi's life. Starting from the tree top was the time when O Yezi entered the 100 Smelting Guild, when he was reduced to a low-level worker. Memories of when he suffered the torment of the Titan. As time passed, the memory shard spread downwards, gradually changing to show the time when O Yezi became a forge worker. Memories of when he hammered and smelted day in and day out in the forging room. Continuing downwards were O Yezi's memories of when he crafted rudimentary flying swords. What came next was the invasion by the demons. Memories of bloody battles all around. This continued all the way until the base of the tree, where the memories changed to when O Yezi became the leader of the 100 Smelting Guild, having won success and recognition. It was a scene where his might made the world tremble. All the memory shards were separated into 3 completely different colors. The earliest memories from when O Yezi entered the guild to when he made it as a forge worker were flowing with light and overflowing with color. They shined bright, appearing to be utterly vibrant and alive. The memories when O Yezi acted as a forge worker in the forge room lacked brightness and vibrancy, but they were still of various colors. These 2 sections of memories took up nearly 1/10 of the total number of memory shards. The remaining 8/10 ths of memories were only of 2 colors, black and white. The final 10th of memories completely faded into a mass of black fog, blurry to the eye. What's this? Li Yao's consciousness floated over to be in front of the giant tree of memories. He was astounded to the utmost point. He never thought that O Yezi's entire life would unfold completely in such a bizarre manner before him, allowing him to see everything with just a glance. I understand now. Although O Yezi failed to possess me, his soul must be quite strong. He didn't disappear at that time. He actually concealed himself in the dark within the depths of my mind to wait for a suitable opportunity and launch a second possession. I just don't know why, but when this mutated large-eyed ape launched an incomparably tyrannical mental attack, it directly penetrated my neural field and completely shattered O Yezi's soul, turning O Yezi into countless memory shards. Yep. This mutated large-eyed ape possessed an extremely high level of intelligence. After it was beheaded by me, its hatred was to the maximum. It saved the last of its vitality for this unstoppable mental attack. Clearly, it wanted to strike me dead or at least strike me into becoming retarded. I didn't expect it to actually cleave O Yezi's soul. In the end, both these 2 monsters suffered a sorry defeat, allowing me to fish up some benefits. But the thing is, how shall I properly utilize O Yezi's memory shards? His heart stirred. Li Yao's consciousness floated to the topmost portion of the tree of memories, carefully searching through the memories. Soon, he discovered a memory shard of a certain day, right at the moment when the Titan passed on to Yezi the 108 hands Chaos Gale Hammer technique. Li Yao gazed at this memory shard with rapt attention. All of a sudden, he felt his conscience be drawn by a great force. His vision turned black and he appeared once more on the large training field. It was precisely the day shown by the memory shard. The devilish-looking Titan stood right in front of him. His hands, the size of iron hammers, rocked as he roared, "You bunch of idiots! Listen carefully to your elder here. Today, I shall teach you all the 47th hand, the Heart-Piercer Hammer." The profoundness of this technique stems from the word piercer. The key is to aim past the body of the target. For example, if the enemy you're attacking is standing a distance of half a foot away from you, then you will need to take him for standing an entire foot away from you. Aim behind his body and exert force. Release all your strength and explode forth past their bodies. Run their intestines through completely. Come and take a good look everyone. See how each strand of my muscle fibers moves. Li Yao carefully observed the Titan's demonstration with wide bulging eyes. The Heart-Piercer Hammer was one of the more complicated moves of the 108 hands Chaos Gale Hammer technique. The last few times training in the dream of grandeur passed by like a blur, he had forgotten everything completely by the time he woke up. Li Yao certainly wouldn't forfeit this chance to watch this anew today. The Titan went into a horse stance. With a howl, his aura thundered out to form a giant humanoid figure. The crushed rock beneath his feet splashed randomly as his feet stabbed deeply into the granite floor. Meanwhile, the muscles all over his body bulged out like vipers scattering around. A strength like the tides rushed into his right arm. His fist pounded out and the air exploded forth with 7 sounds of bang 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 in succession. A series of 7 circular ripples tore through the air as the fist pierced by. The Heart-Piercer Hammer can tear the air when it is trained to the limit, creating sounds of explosion. I can only tear the air 7 times. The experts in our guild can tear the air 17-18 times with a single fist. Their strength can penetrate through even a giant boulder, turning the insides of the boulder into powder. The Titan had spoken with immense satisfaction. His eyes bulged open once again and faced Li Yao with a roar, "Oh Yeming, come over here. This senior will properly teach you." Li Yao's heart jumped. He jolted telepathically and his body went light for some unknown reason. His soul had actually separated from Yezi's body and fled out, transforming into a semi-transparent humanoid figure that floated in the air. He watched Yezi walk miserably in front of the Titan to suffer from abuse. So it was like this all along. This memory shard can already be used completely as I please. I can incarnate as Yezi and personally experience scenes from his memories. I can also take on an observation role and admire his life leisurely. This discovery caused Li Yao to be greatly excited. Below, the Titan exploded forth with a fist that shot like lightning. This was no training, this was an excuse to vent on Yezi. Li Yao watched with a frown and spoke in his mind, "These fists are too fast, I can't see them clearly at all. How can I learn from this? If only I can go back in and use slow motion." He felt his vision change as this thought floated in his mind. Time had actually rewound back to half a minute ago, back to the moment when Yezi was just called by the Titan to go up front. And also, the movements of the Titan and Yezi were abnormally slow. Every single explosive fist, every flowing movement of muscle fiber, were captured very clearly by Li Yao. That's it. The muscles of the 2 legs follows the rotation of the body to create strength together. So this is the key to the Heart-Piercer Hammer. This Titan really doesn't explain things clearly, it's clear he's keeping things to himself. Li Yao could not help but let out a whistle. He had discovered that this memory shard was completely under his control, causing him to be incomparably excited. He can freely manipulate the time, speed, and position. Li Yao watched the scene in slow motion repeatedly for 7 to 8 times. In the end, he even merged with O Yezi's body and experienced things from O Yezi's point of view 3 to 4 times. Finally, he mastered this heart-piercer hammer move through careful study. He had completely assimilated the technique down to his marrow. This memory shard has already been completely digested and absorbed. I will never forget it. But how do I exit from it? As this thought just emerged in his mind, the surrounding scene exploded and crumbled. Li Yao's conscience appeared once more in front of the enormous tree of memories. Can it be? Are all these memory shards all accessible for observation as I wish? To study from? To digest and assimilate? Li Yao's soul jolted fiercely. With a long whistle, he threw himself towards a middle-stage memory of O Yezi in wild joy. The memory of O Yezi crafting the God's word live. As long as I learn how to craft a masterwork weapon such as this, I'll be able to walk arrogantly across the Federation. No, the entire Heaven's origin sector. Li Yao yelled and crashed headfirst into the memory shard, and a clang-dang sound actually rang out. A black ripple emerged on the memory shard. His soul had nearly crashed into pieces. He tumbled rolling backward. What's going on? The crash made Li Yao confused and lost. The pain pierced to his soul. He rubbed his head with a confused shout, "Why can't I enter this memory shard?" He was unwilling to give up, so he orbited to a few memory shards to the side, circling them for a few rotations. He tried carefully to enter several times, but he was completely unable to. He tried to enter over 100 memory shards before he discovered a common pattern. All these memories were from O Yezi's middle and late stages of life, which can also be referred as 9/10 of the tree that are in the two colors white and the black mist memories. These memories all include the remnants of O Yezi's powerful soul. He wouldn't be able to probe them easily. Only the bright vibrant colored memory shards and the clear multicolored memory shards were accessible. Anyway, there are some differences between these two memory shards. The bright vibrant colored memory shards were already under his complete control. He can choose to take either a personal or an observational role for these shards. He can even increase or decrease the speed of time, to the point where he can replay the memories over and over. And in the ordinary multicolored memory shards, he can only take on the role of an observer to watch O Yezi's memories pass by slowly. He lacked all control. Li Yao pondered for a long time until it seemed like he figured out the principle behind all this. In the early stages in the life of cultivation, O Yezi was only an ordinary person. His soul wasn't that powerful, so I am able to freely probe his memories. But later on, his actual strength grew more and more powerful, and his soul grew stronger and stronger as well until the end when he became a grandmaster. The memories of that time contain an inexhaustible magical power. There's something that the present me obviously can't pry into as I wish. However, as my actual strength slowly grows, my soul will also become more and more powerful. Eventually, there will be a day when I can take O Yezi's entire memories. I'll swallow his memories drop by drop until they completely turn into my memories. After gobbling up about a dozen of O Yezi's early memory shards, Li Yao discovered with complete astonishment that what had originally been a multicolored memory shard had become bright and vibrant colored, its radiance flickered brightly. When his consciousness entered to probe this shard, he discovered that what had originally been an observer role-only memory changed to become freely controllable, able to be observed repeatedly. His resolution grew firmer upon this discovery. As long as his soul gradually grows more powerful, the memory fragments that were originally impossible to control would eventually change into delicious food. They'll be completely swallowed. From this moment on, Li Yao seemed to forget the passing of time. He was like the greediest of thieves who had accidentally discovered treasure troves containing the wealth of a nation. He stole with extreme joy, having infiltrated into this trove filled with gold, silver, and gems. The thought of leaving never crossed his mind. The early memories of Oyezi were overturned completely upside down by him, they were wiped completely clean. Again and again, he repeated the training of the 108 hands Chaos Gale Hammer technique. It was deeply branded into Li Yao's soul. He would never forget it. And in the world of reality, time flowed by at lightning speed. A week went by in the blink of an eye. The accident that happened on Devil Flood Dragon Island led to 9 competitors dying miserable deaths. One competitor received critical injuries and had entered a coma. This was a rare tragedy in the history of limit challenge competition in the Federation. The competition ended abruptly due to this tragedy, and an investigation was launched as well. Soon, it became clear that a competitor had violated the rules by bringing in a doping drug to the competition. Then a demon beast stole the drug and underwent an astonishing mutation after injecting it. However, this competitor was killed at the first moment by the demon beast. He had used his own life to pay for his actions. And the peddler who had sold this competitor the doping drug actually committed suicide after finding out about these matters. This whole matter ended on a completely unsatisfactory note. Through careful investigation, it was discovered in the underground workshop of this peddler that the Ghost Dragon 7 drugs he sold weren't genuine Ghost Dragon 7 drugs. They were actually mixtures made up of the remains of several different types of doping drugs and strengthening drugs. It was unknown what sort of composition the drug had had. Only the tyrannical body of a demon beast could withstand the ravaging of this sort of knockoff doping drug. If that student had injected the drug, then he might even have exploded and died on the spot. In this entire matter, what caused people to feel the most regret, aside from the deaths of the 9 competitors, was the competitor who received critical injuries, the competitor who had sunk into a coma, Li Yao. Floating Spear City local news media released a series of discussion articles titled "The Fleeting Fiend Star Yao." Student Li Yao was originally a rising star. In the recent Limit Challenge competition, he produced an unprecedented record, receiving the collective interests of the 9 elite universities. A young person such as this should have a future radiating with glory, but due to an accident, he lost the chance to tread onto the world of cultivators. His brain received a bizarre mental attack, ripping his pineal gland completely to shreds, dropping his actualization quotient down to 7%, to the level of a low-grade elementary school student. Even if he does regain consciousness, he might not be able to ever cultivate again. The article was written in a tone of utter regret. And on the online forums, netizens were engaging in all sorts of discussions. Quite a few people felt regret for Li Yao one after another. What a shame. If this accident never happened, he probably would have already been specially enrolled in one of the 9 elite universities. It really is too cruel. There was also quite a large portion of people who took joy in his misfortune. They spoke with scathing words, who told him to be this arrogant? To flip the Enter Command Center of the blue team? And kick several dozen people out of the competition? How awesome he was. And now you know what? This accident has just sent him back to where he belongs. However, to the majority of people, this was an extremely insignificant matter. The gargantuan news only lasted with liveliness for 3 days in this explosive information era of today. Additionally, the entrance exams were coming up. Everyone was training and cramming to the very end. Who would still pay attention to the news of other people? Wasn't this just the downfall of a genius? With the Federation being so large, there were quite a few of the powerful, a few geniuses who experienced all sorts of circumstances, fell into a chi deviation, were eaten by demon beasts, or were silently killed in guild infightings. What was Li Yao worth when compared to them? After a few days of liveliness, the accident that happened on Devil Flood Dragon Island soon sunk to silence. Li Yao, this fleeting fiend star, was also forgotten by everyone. A week later. In Floating Spear City's first hospital. In the intensive care unit. A giant metal medical treatment pod was engraved with circles and circles of arcane glyphs on the exterior, forming a giant glyph array. Over 100 creamy white crystals were embedded around the glyph arrays. They vibrated faintly, emitting ripples that caused one's mind to be relaxed. Li Yao laid motionless in the medical pod. The body that lay under the white bed sheets appeared extremely weak and shriveled. Tubes were stuck all over his body. A soul-calming talisman was stuck to his forehead. His eyelids pulsed madly underneath the talisman. He was immersed in an incomparably intense nightmare. Zhao Shud and Xia Tingxian stood next to his bed. They listened to a white-gowned doctor explain Li Yao's condition. Student Li Yao's body hasn't actually received much damage, but he is injured from a mental attack by a mutated large-eyed ape. His spirit root is completely lacerated. His neural field has entered into a state of incomparable disorder. His body has automatically sunk into a state of deep sleep in order to protect his brain. Under this state, his brain is like a black hole that's crazily absorbing energy from his meridians, limbs, and bones all over his body. Look. No matter how much of the strengthening drug and high-energy nutrient solution we inject into his body, it's no use. His mind can consume the equivalent of a month's or even a year's volume of energy for an ordinary person's mind in a second. The white-gowned doctor spoke with admiration. Zhao Shud asked with a deep frown, Dr. Gu, from your experience, when will student Li Yao awaken in the end? Also, his spirit root has been torn, leaving only an actualization quotient of 7% left. What are the odds of his spirit root recovering after he awakens? The white-gowned doctor spoke with a bitter laugh, Headmaster Zhao, I am truly ashamed. I have never encountered student Li Yao's circumstances in my many years since I entered the world of cultivators. The large-eyed ape who attacked him had injected a doping drug to mutate into a mutated form. But this doping drug is formed from a chaotic mess of inferior drugs. No one knows the specific composition, and no one knows how warped the mental attack of this large-eyed ape came to be. And what is even more unknown are the effects on the person's brain. Under these circumstances, we can only wait. The gloominess on Zhao Shud's face grew more and more concentrated. He spoke somewhat despairingly, Dr. Gu, you are the #1 meditation healer of Floating Spear City. You have great academic roots in the field of the mind. Even you are clueless? The gowned doctor spoke, the brains of men are the most complicated and mysterious organs. The field of the mind is even more of a mysterious world incomprehensible by the ordinary person. From the growth of cultivator civilization until now, we know the human body like the back of one's hand, but the brain remains an uncrackable forbidden area. I've tried to enter Li Yao's neural field, but I've been obstructed by a wild power each time that nearly sent me to descend to chi deviation. It looks like that doping drug is utterly ferocious to be able to strengthen the large-eyed ape's mental attack to the peak. No one knows when student Li Yao will awaken under these circumstances. If his luck is good, he could wake up tomorrow. If his luck is bad, he might spend his entire life in this deep sleep. Nothing is certain. After pausing, he continued, however, there are actually several hundreds of this sort of cases where a critical injury leads to the pineal gland to be torn and actualization quotient falling substantially in the past 300 years. The majority of those with torn spirit roots were completely unable to cultivate, becoming cripples. Only an extremely few people were able to recover. At most 7 or 8, I guess. Therefore, when you ask if student Li Yao can continue cultivating, my answer is, the probability does not exceed 1%. Zhao Shud let out a long sigh. His despair was overflowing in that sigh. He walked to the corner and turned on the micro-crystal processor on his wrist. A cultured and refined middle-aged man appeared on the hologram. It was Crimson Nimbus Guild's elder, Zhou Yin. So there's no hope? Zhou Yin could guess from looking at Zhao Shud's expression. He asked calmly. Yeah. The doctor also doesn't know when he'll wake up. Even if he does wake up, the chances of him cultivating again are less than 1%, Zhao Shud spoke with complete pity. Zhou Yin nodded his head and spoke without a change of expression, it's somewhat of a pity. However, there's nothing to be done about it. The world of cultivation is cruel. There are countless geniuses born every second, and every second there are countless geniuses who fall. To become a cultivator, one can't do without having talent, diligence, connections, and luck. He's a genius, but he lacked luck. Who could be blamed? From now on, all resources we were originally going to throw to him shall be revoked. I remember that your school has Helian Lai and Si Jiaxue who aren't too bad. Take those resources and give it to these two then. Yes. Your orders are my command, Elder Zhou. Oh right, this Li Yao and Helian Lai have created another misunderstanding on Devil Flood Dragon Island. Board member Helian is really not happy. What if Li Yao wakes up and they, Zhao Shud asked probingly. Zhou Yin laughed utterly moderately and spoke, I originally looked upon Li Yao with favor because I took him for young talent worthy to be fostered. But at the present, he's already become trash. What sort of connection does he have with me now? There's no need to mention his matters with me anymore. I see. Zhao Shud shut his crystal processor. He walked to the side of the doctor and spoke, since even Dr. Gu has explained as such, then I can only wait and see what happens. Dr. Gu, I'm going to leave then. Professor Xie, how about you? Xie Tingxian hesitated a moment before saying, I'll continue waiting. Zhao Shud nodded and headed outside. The instant before he stepped out of the room, he turned around to take another look at Li Yao in the medical pod. Crimson Nimbus Second's headmaster Zhao Shud's expression turned incomparably cold, it was as if he was looking at a pile of trash. 2 weeks later in Floating Spear City's first hospital. Li Yao slept deeply like a baby in a medical treatment pod, except the eyeballs beneath his eyelids shook like crazy as before, showing that he was still continuing to cultivate in the dream of grandeur. Xie Tingxian looked at Li Yao with a face of complete loss. In the end, he faced the doctor to confirm. Dr. Gu, has there still been no signs of student Li Yao turning around for the better? The doctor shook his head. Professor Xie, you're quite considerate. However, this type of heavy damage to the neural field where the spirit root has been torn is different from an ordinary illness. The passing of time won't necessarily cause things to turn for the better. Look. This is the report of his most recent days. His brain waves are undulating in a bizarre motion. His actualization quotient has been fluctuating sharply. The highest it reaches is 17% and then 10 minutes later it falls to 4%. This shows that his neural field is becoming more and more unstable. Or in other words, his mind is in the middle of launching a more and more fierce storm. Even if a patient like this awakens, do you feel he will still be a genius that's needed by your school? Xie Tingxian hesitated for a long time. He let out a long breath. He walked to the corner and turned on his micro-crystal processor to contact Deep Sea University. An utterly short and petite old woman, who wore an utterly old and strange gold-threaded robe, appeared on the hologram. She seemed to be blind, her eyes in her deep sockets flashed with a purple flame. From time to time, the flames escaped the eyes, shooting out a terrifying radiance. Xie Tingxian's expression turned extremely respectful in front of this old woman. He spoke with great difficulty, Dean Chu, is it possible to give me a week's more time? What do you say? Within the hologram, the blind old woman spoke dryly. Her throat seemed to have been slashed by a blade, it was incomparably hoarse and ear-piercing. I admit that this kid you've taken a liking to is a genius, but now he has become like this. There's no need for you to waste further time. We of Deep Sea University are the Federation's strongest. Our university possesses the greatest of inner resources. Who knows how many young geniuses there are every year who sharpen their minds to want to enter our school. What's the worst that could happen if we miss one genius? You have quite a few projects still within the school. They're waiting for your direction upon your return. One of them is a major military collaboration project, pertaining to the newest individual assault artifact. If all the Federation's soldiers can use an artifact designed by our university, you should know how much that's worth. I understand. I'll return today. Xia Tingxian's eyebrows frowned into a knot. He closed his crystal processor and hesitated for a long time before he finally made a resolution. He faced towards the doctor and said, "Dr. Gu, if student Li Yao wakes up, make sure the first thing he does is contact me. This is my E-Crane number. Many thanks." After finishing his words, the refining expert of Deep Sea University, Xia Tingxian, also walked out of the ward. This time, he didn't look back. A third week passed. Ding Lingdang let out a great, bored-to-death yawn. The yawn even caused tears to flow down. She glared like a tiger at the doctor by her side. Cold sweat seeped from the forehead of Dr. Gu. He spoke stammeringly, terribly sorry, Miss Ding. Although you've accompanied the patient in the hospital for 3 weeks, although everyone else has already walked off leaving only you here night after night, I can't agree to your proposed treatment." "Why?" Ding Lingdang crossed her fingers, cracking them to create pops. "Anyway, your conservative treatment methods are damn near useless. You might as well let me rip open this medical treatment pod, drag this kid out of there, and let me beat him up for a change. Who knows? He might be hit wide awake. This is precisely what's called giving medicine to a dead horse. Nope. No can do. Really, it's impossible. You better not mess around. Someone help." A fourth week passed. In the depths of his neural field, Li Yao continued to cultivate madly around the clock. He engulfed Yezi's memories with incomparable savageness. Having experienced thousands upon thousands of repetitions, he had already decomposed, swallowed, digested, and assimilated all of Yezi's memories of when he had sunk to being a low-level worker in the 100 Smelting Guild. Most noteworthy was the 108 hands Chaos Gale Hammer technique. He trained again and again, bringing it to perfection, to a point more skillful than the Titan. Li Yao even changed the direction of Yezi's memories several times. In the spars against the Titan, he ferociously pounded the Titan to the ground, beating forth a blood nose and face, letting out some anger. Fortunately, every memory shard was independent from each other. When one memory shard was changed, it wouldn't affect the direction of the next memory shard. After swallowing the entirety of the memories of being a low-level worker, Li Yao was still not satisfied. He continued engulfing Yezi's memories of when Yezi was a forge worker. But with the passing of time, his soul grew weaker and weaker. He was completely thin and withered. He had a feeling he could disappear at any time. Not good. I've been immersed in the depths of my neural field for this long. I don't know how many days had passed in the real world. Can a week have already passed? Li Yao's soul violently trembled with this fear. It was as if a strange fish on the deep sea floor was rushing dimly towards a bright light, suddenly emerging to the surface. Finally, on the early morning on the 33rd day, Li Yao faintly opened his eyes on the hospital bed. He woke up. The first thing that entered his vision was the yellow paper talisman stuck to his forehead. Li Yao pouted his mouth and blew, lifting the paper talisman up. He discovered that his body was contained in an enormous glass cover. On the inner chamber of the glass were over 1,000 glyph scripts engraved and packed. The creamy white crystals surrounding him drove the glyphs, causing a faint resonance. A ripple permeated through the void that caused one to feel utter comfort. The faint scent of disinfectant medicine permeated through the air. He faced towards the windows and discovered that it was the greatest darkness right before the approaching dawn. A few stars were vaguely flickering in the darkness. Li Yao didn't know how long he had been lying down. His body was completely empty and lacked strength. However, his brain was filled with a complete abundance of energy. His soul had solidified to have true substance. It was a type of indestructible feeling. It was like a giant door had been forcefully pushed open. His neural field expanded to a limitless state. A new world had been born in the depths of Li Yao's neural field. With every pulse, his mind was filled with an incomparably tyrannical strength. This time, Li Yao's 5 senses changed to become utterly sharp. His computational abilities rose to the utmost limits. He could recall trifling past events of memories from a dozen or so years ago. He could calculate out an utterly complicated math sequence problem. And, he could easily hear 2 nurses whispering outside the ward in the hallway. "Hey, did you know? The fellow who's sleeping inside is that famous Fiend Star Yao. You're saying that misfortunately Yao then? I know him. But why does everyone call him Fiend Star Yao? Rumor has it that he was originally the rising star of Floating Spear City who had everyone's attention. The 9 elite universities were scrambling over him. Everyone took him to be the second Fiend Blade Peng Hai. But due to an accident, his spirit root tore and he entered into a coma. His actualization quotient fell to the bottom, all that's left is 7%. He's practically become crippled. All of a sudden, the university who had all wanted to specially enroll him all retreated. He came from being a rising star to becoming a fleeting meteor. Emichim. An especially jinxed meteor. So they all call him the Fiend Star. So that's how it is. Now that I know all this, I think he's quite pitiful. I've heard he's the same as Peng Hai. They both were poor kids who came from the slums. You see. A destitute kid who was able to soar to great heights with a single step, like a fish becoming a dragon, who was looked by the 9 elite universities with favor, who looked to be destined to walk the road of cultivators and burst into the upper-class circle. Yet at the most critical point, he was beaten by an accident to his original state. If I were him, I would prefer to keep sleeping and never wake up. If I wake up and discover that I've fallen this far, I'll absolutely commit suicide. Who says that won't happen? His actualization quotient fell to 7%. It's impossible for him to cultivate. Even I have an actualization quotient of 21%. The 2 nurses laughed together. Li Yao lay motionless on the bed. He listened silently, his eyes filled with doubt and ridicule. My actualization quotient fell to 7%. What jokers. I feel that right now I'm great to the point of simply exploding. He looked around. There was actually a small balcony connected to this room. Li Yao pulled off the tubes connected to his body and pushed open the glass cover. He quietly got off the bed and quietly tiptoed to the balcony, closing the door behind him. Floating Spear City was like a sleeping beast that lay calmly within the darkness. Occasionally, anti-gravity shuttles would streak through the night sky. Their thrusters created streaks of rainbows and were swallowed by the darkness in the blink of an eye. The spirit root was the origin for every cultivator. It was closely bound with one's 5 senses and thinking ability. Everyone would approximately fill out their own actualization quotient and figure out what level they were at. My 5 senses are much sharper than before. My mind has become clearer. I can even easily remember matters from the past. Even if I don't feel a sprouting sensation on my forehead, my neural field has changed to be much more vast. If my original neural field could be said to be the size of a small pond, my present mind is like a vast giant ocean that stretches as far as the eye can see. My spirit root is stronger than the past by over 2-fold. My actualization quotient must have increased by at least 17–18%. How could it have fallen instead of rising? To the point of 7%? Li Yao laughed involuntarily. A sudden drop in one's actualization quotient would bring about an extremely intense reaction for sure. For example, their heads would hurt to the point of splitting, their thinking would become blurred, their memory faculties would decline, their five senses would drop, and they might even become a retard. When compared to his crisp and clear mind of the present, in a state of boundless energy, it was completely different. Li Yao's first thought was that the hospital's sensor machine made a bad measurement. But the probability of this happening is small. Thinking about it, the greatest possibility was that he had used up too much of his mental energy when he was consuming Yezi's memories. This led to his actualization quotient to drop temporarily. But it was also because he swallowed Yezi's memories that he was able to break open his neural field. From today on, cultivation would absolutely be a flat ground where he could gallop straight across, covering 1,000 miles in a single day. Li Yao's mouth hooked into a smile as he thought back to Yezi's memories. His two legs split. A fist pounded forth randomly, and he actually heard 3 bang 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 explosions. 3 air-tearing ripples had appeared on the tip of the fist in front of him. I actually succeeded in learning this heart-piercer hammer move. I don't know how many days I lay in bed for. My body consumed enormous resources, I'm as thin as a skeleton. My body lacks strength. I was able to strike out with 3 air-tearing ripples with a single punch even under this state. If I properly recover for several days and eat several hundred cans of the giant creatures of Starry Skies meat, my body will recover back to its peak state. It's possible that I might even strike out with 10 air-tearing ripples. As he looked at the morning star to the horizon, Li Yao's heart was moving with great undulations. He simply wanted to howl loudly without a single care, to vent his heart's feelings of pleasure as much as he wanted. This awakening of deep sleep was completely different from last time with the dream of grandeur. The experiences of the dream of grandeur was spotty and blurred, flickering and passing. The memories seemed to have vanished in the blink of an eye and were completely forgotten. This time, he remembered every detail in the dream. Yezi's memories were completed, transferred and transformed into his own memories. Li Yao's eyes were bright and lively. The bones of his body crackled with explosive ringing. He stood on this small balcony using his fist as a hammer. He fully displayed the 108 hands Chaos Gale hammer technique, feeling it to be only flowing and natural. He went through the moves from top to bottom, linking them smoothly. The small balcony became shrouded by the tip of his fists. Circle ripples permeated through the air, causing his body to appear strangely twisted. A fleeting Fiend star? Not bad, not bad. This nickname Fiend star has quite the nice ring to it. It's more suitable than the vulture for the big stage. There will be a day when the name Fiend Star will shake the Federation and spread through the whole Heaven's origin sector. Right as Li Yao stretched his muscles to their limits, a shriek suddenly pierced from behind his back. It was a nurse who had opened the door to come in and was faced with Li Yao standing on the balcony. Who knows what he was up to? Her fright caused even the tray she had held in her hands to fall to the ground. Li Yao spent the entire day receiving a full-body exam in the hospital. He didn't know how many talismans were stuck to his body by the doctor. Then the doctor shoved him into 17-18 strange and bizarre machines. Then there still were 4 renowned mind-healing specialist meditation healers who tried to hypnotize him in vain, to take a glimpse at his neural field. Li Yao's neural field broke through new ground, having experienced Yezi's powerful soul. His mind had changed to be incomparably vast. The 4 meditation healers spent a hair-pulling half a day and were unable to find out why they can't access his mind. They ended up concluding. Since his spirit root was torn, Li Yao had already lost the brain wave response that most ordinary people should possess. To summarize, they tried over and over until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Floating Spear City's first hospital issued a diagnosis report. There's nothing majorly wrong with Li Yao's body. Each of his organs was weak only because of his month-long coma. Perhaps he needs half a year to a full year of time to recuperate for the functionality of his body to recover to normal. Li Yao knew the actual cause. It was because consuming Yezi's memory shards took far too much energy. As long as he used the art of the swallowing whale to eat several tons of food, he would be able to recover back to normal in 3 to 5 days. What do you mean a year to recover? That's simply a joke. Soon, a white-gowned doctor with a grave expression walked to his bedside. The doctor explained with an expression of being in constipation for several years. The attack from the doped-up mutated large-eyed ape caused his spirit root to be completely torn. His actualization quotient dropped to a state unrecognizable by any father or mother. Only 7% was left. The doctor estimated that he would have to say goodbye to cultivation for life. Even though things were like this, the doctor still hoped for Li Yao to summon the courage to live life bravely. Though his body was ravaged, he should maintain an unyielding will. Don't give up hope. And so on and so forth. Li Yao browsed his diagnosis report meticulously. He compared pages after pages of diagrams and charts of his neural field. Li Yao used his substantially enforced computational abilities to calculate to the limits. His thoughts coursed with electricity and surmised at lightning speed everything that had happened. Soon, his pair of eyes flickered and shined. He had thought of a possibility. I have an approximate understanding why my spirit root had suddenly torn and why my actualization quotient has fallen to the bottom. Suppose that a 1.8 meter 50 kilograms thin person expanded to be 2.5 meter 150 kilograms in a short day's time due to strange circumstances. His muscles would explode to the peak and he would become a super buff guy. His skin, muscles, veins, and bones surely won't be able to support him. They will tear over and over until they catch up with the growth of the body. With every tear, he becomes a degree buffer. And my soul grew at incomparable crazy speeds when it was engulfing great amounts of Yezi's memory shards. Can it be as simple as being a 100-pound skinny guy turning into a 300-pound super buff dude? My soul simply was a small lizard transforming into prehistoric Tyrannosaurus Rex. My soul grew stronger too quickly. It was impossible for my pineal gland to keep up with the growth of my soul. It could only tear over and over. And when this small lizard had just transformed into a T-Rex, its muscles and skin tore all over its muscles. It looked to be drenched in blood. It would naturally appear incomparably frail before eating large amounts of prey. It would appear to have received a critical injury at first glance. To be dying. But as long as I can find enough prey, Li Yao's eyes flickered with a devilish, stellar light. The corner of his mouth hooked into an arch containing a trace of slight savageness. Therefore, everyone else believes that I've received a critical injury, that I'm weak to the extreme, that I've become trash. But no one knows that I'm actually not weak. I'm actually powerful to the point that my body can't withstand itself. Li Yao's slightly bizarre smile seemed somewhat stupid and dull in the doctor's eyes. Dr. Gu was actually under the impression that Li Yao was shocked by the news, that Li Yao was incapable of accepting it in this time period. This was very normal. What sort of cultivation genius can bear to hear the fact that he's suddenly turned into an invalid? This was not something that could be comforted with just a few words. He could only hope that time would slowly heal the wound in this fiend star's heart. Dr. Gu sighed a breath. He patted Li Yao on the shoulder and left the room. A moment later, a resolute and unhesitating pair of footsteps sounded from outside. They were like two iron hammers alternately smashing the ground. Stomp. 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 A military uniformed man wearing black walked with large strides inside. What's a retired military member come here for? Li Yao was somewhat curious. This middle-aged serviceman wore a well-ironed black military uniform. He lacked an insignia of ranking on his shoulders. It's a standard attire for retired soldiers. There were several maimed injuries all over this man's body. His right hand and left leg were essence prosthetics. Even his left eye was sculpted from jade. Several hundred arcane glyphs were engraved on this eyeball to form a complete glyph array, faintly emitting a red light. It was somewhat terrifying to look at. Student Li Yao, I have come here as a representative of the Federation's Disabled Servicemen Association to declare the compensation provided for you by the Federation. The disabled serviceman drew his legs together and stood at attention with a bang. He gave Li Yao a standard military salute of the Federal Army. Compensation? Li Yao was stunned. But soon he came to. Although he knew that he hadn't received critical injuries and his spirit root wasn't trash, other people didn't know. The Federal Army was the major organizer for the Limit Challenge competition. The accident at this time had led to the casualties of numerous competitors. Of course, the Army would distribute compensation. And, this accident was caused by a competitor breaking the rules by bringing a doping drug into the competition. The organizers of the competition weren't able to discover the doping drug ahead of time. It could be said to be negligence on part of the Army. Therefore, to make up for their negligence, they had to distribute quite a compensation. It might even be an astronomical compensation. After the serviceman had done his introductions, Li Yao discovered that he was right. Devil Flood Dragon Island's accident had already entered the military's highest level of inspection. Aside from tracking down the main culprit, the important thing was the method in compensating the student casualties. The accidental student deaths were rather easy to manage. Financial support and compensation were distributed to the families at the standard of a Federal Army soldier sacrificing his life. But for Li Yao, this victim, the circumstances were somewhat a mess. This was because his injury can't be said to be light nor heavy. Arguing for a light injury, one could say that he didn't lose a single hair on his body. If he goes through rehabilitation for about a year, he would go back to normal. He would be as healthy and active as before. But arguing for a heavy injury, one could say that he was originally a cultivation genius who one day was likely to become cultivator with boundless outlooks. But because of this accident, he had completely lost his hope for cultivating. To the many people obsessed with cultivation, receiving this sort of injury is worse than death. These two opinions were disputed without end. Rumor has it that in the end, the high-ranking military officers observed Li Yao's battle video on Devil Flood Dragon Island. Or maybe they were moved by his brilliant performance and decided to give him compensation standard to that of Class 1, Disabled Serviceman of the Federation. Class 1, Disabled Serviceman of the Federation. Even though Li Yao was prepared, he was still shocked by this exceedingly high status. The Star Glory Federation faced the invasion of the demon beasts year-round. The flames of war burnt for 500 years, never completely stifling. The status of servicemen was of the utmost sublimity. It was precisely due to relying on countless servicemen of the Federation on the front lines casing their heads, bathing in blood, resisting the never-ending waves of demon beasts that the common citizens behind the front lines could live a peaceful and auspicious life. So ordinary people had the utmost respect, reverence, and adoration toward servicemen. And amongst servicemen, needless to say of those who sacrificed their lives, those who received critical injuries and disabilities on the battlefield received the same veneration by society. Disabled servicemen were divided into 4 classes. Class 1, Disabled Servicemen of the Federation, was second only to Special Class Disability. Those of Class 1, Disabled Servicemen of the Federation, must be like the serviceman before Li Yao, to be missing a hand and a leg, and even an eye. Only then one would be considered Class 1 disability. After retirement, not only will the nation distribute a high pension every month, but all public services like the underground crystal rail train, the high-speed crystal rail train, the public anti-gravity ship, and so on were all free for lifetime. Aside from this, a large majority of restaurants, dining halls, hotels, and stores will give a different discount specifically for disabled servicemen. When a restaurant owner discovers a Class 1 disabled serviceman dining in his restaurant, he might even give a big wave and refuse to receive a single cent. This was quite a common occurrence. The Star Glory Federation relied precisely on the officers and soldiers to fight with their lives at stake on the front line, fearless of death. And the common citizens behind them had warlike, military-embracing, and unyielding worshipping spirits. Only in this way could the Federation exist in the Heaven's Origin sector where demon beasts ran rampant. Only in this way could the Federation grow endlessly stronger and reign supreme. Student Li Yao, there's no need to worry. All medical expenses incurred when you were in a coma and all future rehabilitation costs are completely covered by our nation. And 30,000 credits will be wired into your bank account each month starting this month. This is the Class 1, Disabled Servicemen Pension. If you wish to find work, our Disabled Servicemen Association will give you aid. If you want to go to college, we can also set up arrangements so that you won't need to take the entrance exams. You can directly go to school at the Federation's first military college in the Disabled Servicemen Special Class. In addition, come find us without hesitation if you encounter any sort of troubles in society. The Federation's Disabled Servicemen Association is one of the most powerful organizations in the whole Heaven's Origin sector. As soon as there's a problem, you will have the backing of the total 63 million disabled servicemen of the Federation. The black-uniformed disabled servicemen spoke these words with complete domination. Things have turned big now. Li Yao felt a bit guilty. The image of a disabled serviceman of the Federation in his head was one with a head full of white hair, a face full of wrinkles, and a body of essence prosthetics, an old veteran that staggers along as he walks. Crimson Nimbus II will always have some retired servicemen of the Federation as guest speakers to give speeches of their heroic deeds of glory on the battlefield. In circumstances without ammunition and supplies, in circumstances when their spiritual energy was completely depleted, they hefted their inoperable chainswords with their 3 to 5 squad mates and rushed towards the skyblotting tide of demon beasts. Li Yao's heart would become all fired up every time he heard these inspiring and tragic heroic tales, his battlelust would gale forth. The title, Disabled Serviceman of the Federation, was an extremely high honor and was sacred in his mind. To be awarded this title was truly being subjected to shame. And so with this train of thought, Li Yao decided to speak the truth, to tell the truth, my injury really isn't as serious as you believe. I'll recover as long as I take a good few days to rest. I'm not disabled. The disabled serviceman revealed an expression of unconcealed admiration from his eyes. His prosthetic arm patted down heavily onto Li Yao's shoulder, causing Li Yao to grimace in pain. Great kid. I like you. Us men must have an indomitable will just like you. It doesn't matter what our bodies are, we must be filled with fighting spirit and hope. That's right. You're not crippled. The 63 million disabled servicemen of the Federation aren't crippled. It doesn't matter how crippled our bodies are, our fighting spirit and battle lust will never be crippled. Whenever our nation demands it, we will suit up and go into battle to explosively kill a demon beast with each fist. Li Yao had somewhat of a toothache. He figured out that his circumstances would be very hard to explain clearly with just a few sentences. The middle-aged disabled serviceman spoke, Student Li Yao, Dr. Gu and I have talked. I understand your circumstances clearly. I know you can't possibly accept your circumstances in such a short time, but, the nation has national laws. The military has military rules. Rewards and penalties are defined clearly. Only in this way could we have strict compliance. Before you entered the Limit Challenge competition, you should have signed a document letting you know that all competitors are considered to be ad hoc enlisted military during the competition, possessing the status of a serviceman and having to comply with the orders of the military. Of course, you get to enjoy benefits provided by the military. You faced a mutated large-eyed ape in the competition. You fully demonstrated the bloody battle spirit of the Federal Army by fighting face to face on a treacherous road and braving out victory by slaying the demon beast in the end. If you had not struggled in a blood-soaked battle undaunted by danger, there would have likely been much more competitors meeting their bitter ends. You received injuries for the sake of protecting your comrades in the midst of battle while under the status of a serviceman. You are obviously 100% a disabled serviceman of the Federation and are qualified to enjoy receiving the treatment of a war hero. Remember this, the Federation never forgets each warrior who struggles for the nation. This compensation belongs to you, not a single cent can be missing. If the nation was unconcerned with their heroes, if the nation remains indifferent when their heroes sink into bad circumstances, who would defend this kind of nation? Who would fight their battles to the bloody end? So no matter what you say, our nation will at least provide you with all basic necessities for this next half of your life since we can't help you recover your ability to cultivate. And we will let you receive respect from the masses of society. This is what a nation ought to do. It's what a nation absolutely must to do. The eyes of this disabled veteran was like two scorching warblades deeply stabbing into Li Yao's neural field. Without waiting for Li Yao's explanation, the disabled serviceman saluted, turned his body, and walked out of the room with large strides. Despite half of his body being completely made of metal, when he walked, he still maintained a tall and straight posture like a pine tree. The distance between each step was completely identical, as if accurately measured by a ruler. After the disabled serviceman left, Li Yao sat stunned on the edge of the medical treatment pod for a long time. Forget it. There's no need to think about other matters. My priority is to restore my actual strength completely. This fact should naturally explain everything clearly. Even though this man had promised that he wouldn't need to take the entrance exams and could directly enter the Federation's first military colleges and go to school as part of the disabled servicemen special class. Li Yao immediately rejected this thought still. One of the only reasons was that he was unwilling to take up the convenience of the Federation's disabled servicemen. A more important reason was that Li Yao still had not given up the idea of entering Deep Sea University. Only 7% remains of my actualization quotient, but this is just a temporary state. As long as I have enough energy and I go through appropriate cultivation training, I will soon be able to recover to my peak state. There's still a month's time until the entrance exams. I can still give it my all. Upon discovering that he had actually consumed the memory shards of the 100 Smelting Guild's leader, O Yezi, larger ambitions were expanding at flying speeds in Li Yao's heart. O Yezi represented the highest level of crafting techniques in the ancient era of cultivation, an unsurpassable pinnacle. And similarly, Deep Sea University possesses the strongest crafting techniques in the modern cultivation world. If he could combine these two together. God's Word Lithe, Warblade Carnage Dragon, Spear Soul Devourer. These masterwork weapons crafted by O Yezi are powerful enough to slay old spirit transformation stage monsters. Although the treasures of heaven and earth needed to craft these masterwork weapons are hard to come by and there are many critical steps in crafting that are hard to reproduce in modern techniques, the theory of the essence operation is still the same. If I could one day engulf these memory shards of O Yezi crafting these masterwork weapons, mastering the techniques behind these ancient weapons, figuring out the principles of the essence operations driving them, I'll take these techniques and implement them into modern artifacts. For example, if I can analyze and figure out the essence operation model of the three masterwork weapons God's Word Lithe, Warblade Carnage Dragon, and Spear Soul Devourer and apply it to the main cannon of crystal battleships, I'll be able to craft 3 joint main cannons for battleships possessing the characteristics of these 3 masterwork weapons. A single shell would be able to explosively kill an old spirit transformation stage monster. I can eliminate a mountain full of old nascent soul stage monsters with a single volley from these 3 joint cannons. How unreasonably powerful would that be? What tyranny! What a crisp and ecstatic matter! Li Yao's heart stirred as he thought to this point. He took out his microprocessor from his bedside drawer and opened his e-crane application. There were several hundred unanswered messages in his e-crane. Li Yao skimmed over at lightning speeds. The majority of the messages were from friends. Among them were several dozens of messages sent by his bro for life Meng Jiang. They were all inquiries about his condition. He looked at the times and found out they were all from within the last 4 weeks. Li Yao typed out the 3 words, "I have awakened," at lightning speeds and sent out the message. The other side did not respond. Thinking about it, Meng Jiang should still be in class. Then Li Yao entered Xie Tingxian's e-crane number, searched him up, and sent him the following message: "This is Li Yao. I've awakened." Dr. Gu had just given this number to him. Soon, Xie Tingxian's wrinkle-covered face flashed out with a paper crane from the hologram. He spoke with surprise and delight, "Student Li Yao, I just received the news from Dr. Gu. I was just about to get in touch with you. I didn't expect you would wake up so soon. This is really something to celebrate." Li Yao had spoken filled with confidence. Xie Tingxian's smile stiffened. He said rather awkwardly, "Student Li Yao, I've recently discussed your condition with your assigned doctor. We've also discussed to a point of understanding about your situation. In my opinion, there's no need for you to be hasty. The most important thing for you to do is to first properly take care of your body. Only a month remains until the entrance exams. No matter how much you try your best to cultivate, you won't be able to produce a good score on the exam, and there's even the chance that you might completely break your body. Would that be worth it? It would be better to spend a year to recover and wait till next year. This would be good for everyone, right?" Li Yao was stunned. His mind coursed with electricity and quickly understood. "Professor Xie, your school won't give me a preferential score?" Xie Tingxian's old face went red. He hesitated for a long time before he nodded as he spoke, "Student Li Yao, you need to understand. To make the decision to give a preferential score treatment is an extremely serious matter in regards to time-established advanced education establishments such as Deep Sea University who possess deep inner resources. Every student given a preferential score need to go through a strict inspection. And the quota creates an utterly fierce competition. No one ever thought you would awaken in such a short time of a month according to your previous circumstance. So, someone else has seized your spot." After a pause, Xie Tingxian appeared to make a firm decision and continued, "And to tell the truth, even though you're awake now, only 7% of your actualization quotient is left. The chances of you testing into Deep Sea University this year are far too uncertain. Even if your required score decreases by 20 points or even 30 points, would that be of any use? Listen to me. Spend a year at home to properly recover and take a test for your actualization quotient next year. If your actualization quotient is restored to 70% or above, I will fight for you to receive a preferential score treatment or even special enrollment. I vow this to you, Student Li Yao." A person called from behind Xie Tingxian right at this moment. Xie Tingxian wiped off some sweat and said, "I'm terribly sorry, Student Li Yao. I'm in the middle of directing an extremely complicated project. We're assisting the military with crafting the newest model of individual assault artifacts. I wasn't able to make time to get in touch with you over the past few days. You are welcome to come contact me more in the future when there's time. If you have any questions regarding cultivating, you can discuss them with me. I will help you with all my strength." "I understand. Many thanks for your kindness, Professor Xie." Li Yao closed his e-crane application somewhat disappointedly. He blinked his eyes. He felt a sadness and frustration indescribable. It was inevitable and expected that Deep Sea University cancelled his qualifications to receive a preferential score treatment. According to the rules, he was slain by the large-eyed ape and totally lost all his points, even though his points beforehand was higher than the collective total of the next 9 to 10 students. What's even more was that all that remains of his actualization quotient was 7%. Anyone would take him to already have become a pile of trash through and through upon seeing this number. Not a single school would give preferential treatment for this kind of trash. But Li Yao still had a trace of disappointment born from the bottom of his heart. I know you don't believe in me right now, Professor Xie. There isn't anyone who would believe in me now. But that doesn't matter. I'll use my entrance exam score to speak for me a month from now. I don't need special enrollment, and I don't need preferential score treatment. I will enter Deep Sea University properly and frankly using my own strength. But if you were able to believe in me in this moment for just a little bit, how great would that be? After thinking and pondering, Li Yao decided to first go to school and check out what's going on. He remembered that Headmaster Zhao Shud treated him with complete importance while he was back on Devil Dragon Island. The headmaster was even willing to represent the Crimson Nimbus Guild in signing an entrusted education contract with him. He had turned into trash in the eyes of others, this contract certainly is null and void. But he could ask the teacher of the important class to create a 30-day final sprint training program for him and also divert some school resources to nurture him. To let him strive with all his might in the entrance exams. This single request wouldn't be excessive, right? Upon leaving the hospital, Li Yao chose to ride the underground crystal rail in order to save on time. He was just about to take out his gold transfer card and swipe at the underground ticket window when a crystal processor monitor within the window suddenly shot out with faint green ray. The ray scanned Li Yao's face and went beep beep, turning gold. An utterly stiff voice sounded out on the spot, "This passenger should be a Class 1 serviceman of the Federation according to facial recognition. This passenger may ride all public transport within the Federation free of charge." The missus behind the ticket window went, "Ah," and her face was full of admiration. As she passed over the ticket covered with glyph script, she looked through the window with curiosity to size up Li Yao. Her beautiful eyes immediately sparkled and shined as soon as she found out how unexpectedly young Li Yao was. She shouted with amazement, "Oh my! You're so young and yet you're already a Class 1 disabled serviceman of the Federation? How amazing! My name is Li Cici. Can we get to know each other?" With that hungry appearance of hers, she would probably have directly leapt out if it were not for the counter blocking her way. Li Yao didn't expect to enjoy the status of being a Class 1 disabled serviceman of the Federation so soon. His cheeks burned red from the hungry fixed eyes of the ticket seller missus. Crazy. So the status of a Class 1 disabled serviceman of the infantry actually has this kind of power? No wonder so many hot-blooded youths strive over each other to enter the Federal Army, to be willing to struggle and be bathed in blood, to purge evil. It was already 4 in the afternoon by the time he arrived at Crimson Nimbus 2nd. At this time, the first and second-year students were starting to be dismissed one after another. Quite a few flying shuttles were descending and rising at the parking lot to the side of the school. The third-year students also finished up their heavy morning classes. They were right in the middle of walking beneath the shade of the trees on campus or on the sports field to get fresh air. They were preparing to continue with an all-night cramming session after dinner. As Li Yao walked through the school gate, he raised his head to take a look. The entrance exam countdown sign was still there. Upon it were the words, "Time until the entrance exams, 31 days 7 hours 44 minutes and 32 seconds remain. Time and tide wait for no man." Li Yao clenched his fist tight and he felt his hot blood start to boil in every vein of his body. He itched to start cultivating like crazy right now. He walked with large strides towards the classroom. At first, nobody recognized him due to his quite petite figure, he simply was just skin and bones. But soon, a student pointed at him and shouted, "Isn't that Li Yao?" "What? Li Yao? That fleeting and passing fiend star? Wasn't he in an accident on Devil Flood Dragon Island and is still sleeping in a coma? It really is Li Yao. He actually woke up. But he's gotten so skinny. It's like he's shed his form. Ah. He was quite buff in the video of him in Devil Flood Dragon Island. I never expected he would turn into this purely miserable and ghastly appearance. I've heard that his brain took a mental attack and his spirit root to be torn to shreds. Only 7% of his actualization quotient is left. He's simply a cripple. What has he come to school for? The numerous students whispered secretly in each other's ears. The students who were just about to leave also halted in their place. Some students even faced towards their parents to explain the situation. They dragged their parents to come look at the lively scene. After all, Li Yao was still the man of the hour at Crimson Nimbus 2nd, even though it's more of the negative type of famous. Li Yao's 5 senses were quite keener than they were in the past. He heard the whispers of the numerous students clearly, however, he did not stop moving to explain himself. Many things don't need to be explained. Just wait until the entrance exam scores are announced, then everyone will naturally know that this Fiend star absolutely isn't fleeting and passing by. Only, a tall figure appeared right in front of him before he could enter the school building. This guy brought a smile on his face. Faint sneering and ridicule were contained deeply in his irises. It was Hellion Lai. Fellow student Li Yao, I never thought you would wake up so quickly. Your vitality is quite astonishing, just like an unkillable cockroach. Really, congratulations. Hellion Lai towered above him arrogantly. He stooped down next to Li Yao's ear and spoke softly. The surrounding students were unable to hear his words. They could only see the overflowing cordial smile on his face. They even believed that these two people had already resolved their conflicts and that Hellion Lai was welcoming Li Yao back to school. Li Yao raised his eyebrows. After swallowing a great amount of Yezi's memory shards, his true strength had increased astonishingly. This fellow Hellion Lai was completely reduced to the same level of existence as cannon fodder. He really wasn't worth getting angry over. Once again, Li Yao thought of Zheng Dongming. Only those monsters like Zheng Dongming who can cultivate in both spiritual energy and tenebrum were qualified to become his enemy or prey, to force him to bring out his full spirit in the hunt. Hellion Lai was indistinguishable from the food between his teeth. Fellow student Hellion Lai, please pardon me. Li Yao's face was expressionless. He had spoken completely undisturbed. Hellion Lai's eyebrows shot up. It seemed that he didn't anticipate that Li Yao would still dare to be undisturbed in front of him, even to the point of unconcern. A fierce expression flitted past Hellion Lai's face. He spoke through gritted teeth, Li Yao, do you still believe you're the tyrannical cultivator genius on Devil Flood Dragon Island? Bah! Right now you're a cripple with an actualization quotient of 7%. A piece of trash. You still dare to be arrogant in front of me? I have 100 different ways to toy you to death. Li Yao squinted his eyes. His gaze turned sharp like 2 ice picks fiercely stabbing into Hellion Lai's eyes. Hellion Lai felt only a sinister chill in his neural field. It was as if his pair of eyes had been ferociously stabbed, causing them to flow with tears. He subconsciously retreated 2 steps. By the time he came to, Li Yao had already moved around his body. Hellion Lai looked at his surroundings. Everyone was looking at him dumbstruck. They didn't understand why he had suddenly froze, it was like he was terrified. Hellion Lai's fury suddenly raged. But right before he was about to move to intercept Li Yao, he suddenly saw a dark-skinned middle-aged man walking towards Li Yao. Hellion Lai relaxed and spoke with a devilish laughter, fellow student Li Yao, looks like the head instructor has some business with you. You should prepare yourself mentally. Don't be too excited. I'll wait for you to come out of his office, then let's chat some more. Li Yao sized up the dark-skinned face with some suspicion. The name of this head instructor was He Yiming, but all the students called him the black-faced god. This guy's methods were strict in the school and he was known to be ruthless. He liked to appear in the back of the classroom in complete secret to grab students who broke the rules. He was abhorred by all the students and was infamous for being stealthy and fierce. Student Li Yao, our school has just received news of your awakening. We were just about ready to send people to the hospital to find you. We didn't expect you would come by yourself to school. Excellent, let's go to the instructor office. I shall represent the school in communicating the issue about you attending school from this moment on, the black-faced god spoke coldly. Li Yao frowned from the black-faced god's unkind tone. Usually, this guy had a face of a dead person, but today his expression has become especially strange. His expression seemed to actually reveal a trace of pity. Anyway, Li Yao didn't say much else. With eyes staring at the back of the black-faced god, he arrived at the instructor's office. In the instructor's office, several teachers were in the middle of conversations in low voices, but they were distracted when they saw Li Yao enter the room. They exchanged glances containing profound meaning and left the room one by one. The last one to go even closed the door lightly. The black-faced god coughed dryly. A bit of awkwardness appeared on his ice-cold face. As he sat on a chair, his fingertip subconsciously rapped against the table. Finally, he spoke aloud the school's decision. Li Yao was silent for a long time after the black-faced god was done speaking. The trace of an electric aura congealed gradually deep in his serene eyes. At last, his rage reached to the peak where he found it almost funny and ridiculous. He said indifferently, "You want me to take a break from school? Student Li Yao, I know how you feel right now and I'm extremely sympathetic towards your misfortune, but I still ask you to keep your cool when you hear me out. Our Crimson Nimbus II is a famous and excellent high school in Floating Spear City. We ask strictly of our students. Not to mention the important and ascending classes, even for the common class students we require an actualization quotient of at least 25% or above." At first, the black-faced god was even a bit ashamed, but his expression soon turned calm. It seemed that he even convinced himself. He rapped against the table calmly yet not slowly and said, "Your body's current condition clearly isn't suitable for learning and cultivating at the rigorous level of the 3rd grade. You would barely persevere. Not only won't you be able to test into a university, you will completely break your body. Wouldn't it be better to take a step back and first go through a year break from school? You can slowly nurse yourself back to health for a year, or even 2 or 3 years. It doesn't matter. When your body recovers, when your actualization quotient increases, you can still come back and continue with learning." Li Yao only gave a sneer. He did not answer these words. The fury in his heart expanded, filling his chest to the point of bursting. It seemed he was about to explode out with lava. He very much expected to have his special enrollment and preferential score treatment qualifications cancelled by Deep Sea University. Before coming to school, he also thought that Crimson Nimbus Guild would never proceed with the recommendation to enter Star Nebula University for education. And even more of an impossibility was Crimson Nimbus Guild signing a job contract with him. These were all reasonable matters in this business. He did not complain, and he was not disappointed. The thing was, he never thought that Crimson Nimbus II would force him to take a break from school for a year in this key moment. And they wanted to see the state of his body recovery next year, to see if he could continue with school. In the end, Li Yao represented Crimson Nimbus II in entering the competition at Devil Flood Dragon Island. If he had really gotten the #1 ranking in points at that time, besides himself reaping great benefits, Crimson Nimbus II would also be radiating with pride. They would have become the most famous school known by everyone in the southeast region. But right now, he has been injured and has become a cripple. The school discarded him like a piece of trash, and now they're kicking him aside. Li Yao's thoughts coursed at lightning speed. His eyes squinted into 2 blade-like slits. He had just woken up. The school absolutely wouldn't have made the decision for him to take a break from school so quickly under normal procedures. The school would have first gone to the hospital to comfort him if they truly were sincere in making their decision for his sake. They would simultaneously ask for his own opinion, give him a few days of time to decide, and give him all sorts of compensation at the same time. After all, this was a major matter where a student's future was determined. How could they be this careless? There has to be people playing games in the background. I understand. It's Hellion Lai, right? Li Yao spoke in a thick voice. A trace of panic flashed on the black-faced god's face, but he quickly recovered to normal. He dragged out his voice as he spoke, "Student Li Yao, this is the best decision made by the school in regards to your individual circumstances. This is most appropriate for the school and you. This has nothing to do with other students. Don't make things too complicated. Really, go home and slowly self-cultivate for a few years. You might even be able to recover your actualization quotient. The school will still welcome you back unconditionally when that happens, ha. Ha ha ha. Li Yao couldn't hold back at last. He laughed absolutely unrestrained. What's the meaning of this? A layer of cold sweat trickled out from black-faced god's forehead. No matter how much he wiped, he couldn't wipe his forehead clean. He felt an incomparably brutal aura suddenly surge from this cripple in front of him. It was even more fearsome than Zhao Shud, who was a foundation building stage cultivator. Zhao Shud as a foundation stage cultivator. I appreciate the good intentions offered by your school, however, there's no need for me to take a break from school. From this moment on, I will straightforwardly quit school. I will no longer be a student of Crimson Nimbus II. Li Yao had suddenly put away his smile. His expression had changed to become incomparably intense. He had spoken pausing after each word. After he was done, he strode outside with large steps without looking back. Ridiculous. It was really too ridiculous. Hellion Lai really believes that he's turned into a cripple. He believes that he can pat himself on the back by toying with Li Yao using these methods. Little did he know that the Li Yao at this time was stronger by 3 to 5 times than the Li Yao back on Devil Flood Dragon Island. And, his potential for growth increased by several hundred-fold. The great big world had vast seas and wide skies outside. Where can't he cultivate? Since Crimson Nimbus II was this blind, everyone might as well sever ties and see who will regret it in the end. Student Li Yao, you don't need to do this. The school never intended for you to quit school. Student Liyao, the black-faced god was sweating as he shouted dryly. Li Yao suddenly stopped when walked to the door, turning his head slowly. He gave an expressionless glance at the black-faced god. Just this single glance caused the black-faced god to feel his heart be grasped firmly by an invisible claw. The claw pulled fiercely, causing him to shout out, "Ah," in pain. Tears even flowed uncontrollably from his eye sockets. What's going on? This cripple was clearly as thin as a rake. He looked like he would topple merely by a gust of wind. How could his gaze be so intense? It was simply like a sword that stabbed directly in his heart. The black-faced god held his sternum as he gasped for a long time. By the time he raised his head, all he saw was the large open door. Li Yao had long since disappeared. The black-faced god felt an unfathomable fear for the first time from the bottom of his heart. He felt the school had made an irreparable mistake. A gargantuan mistake that they would soon regret. Li Yao wandered, feeling pleased on the path under the shady trees on the campus with 2 hands in his pockets. He really had not even a bit of reluctance leaving Crimson Nimbus II. This was a private high school. They thought in terms of money. The high amount of money he paid for tuition was only able to get him into the worst class, the common class. Other than the last month when he was under teacher Sun Biao's care, no other teachers had taken him seriously. And he was actually ruthlessly kicked to the side when he came back from the only time he represented the school in entering a competition. Even though there was the certain element of Hellion Lai playing games on the inside, the school didn't have the intentions of persisting in fighting for Li Yao. What sort of loss would there be in leaving this kind of school? Right now, I'm going to enjoy the status of being a Class 1 disabled serviceman of the Federation. I'll be able to receive preferential treatment from quite a few cultivation gyms. In the worst case, I'll find a high-quality cultivation gym in the last month and cultivate on my own. Then I'll sign up individually to enter the entrance exams. I just don't believe that I won't be able to test into Deep Sea University. Li Yao resolved himself firmly. He spat out a long breath and spread out his arms. He felt only that the sky was high and the clouds were faint. An unfathomable grand feeling surged from his chest. Fuck you. Crimson Nimbus 2nd. A shadow obstructed the top of his head right at this moment. Hellion Lai had appeared once more in front of him. Li Yao was stunned at first, but quickly he let out a laughter from his heart. His laughter was utterly vicious. He was like a stomach-rumbling prehistoric T-Rex discovering a hungry wolf. Although it was as thin as a match, it was perfect to grind his teeth with. This is precisely what's called refusing to walk an available road of heaven and instead bursting into the doorless hells. Hellion Lai, you're seeking your own death. Don't blame me. Li Yao laughed coldly in his heart. I've heard you went into a fury in the administration office and directly quit school. Fellow student Li Yao. Hellion Lai spoke with a smile. He purposely spoke loudly to let all the surrounding students hear. What? Li Yao quit school? That's quite normal. He's just trash with only 7% of his actualization quotient left. What can he do if he doesn't quit school? It's not like that he can test into the 9 elites, right? What a real pity. I remember that he was quite fierce last month on Devil Flood Dragon Island in the Limit Challenge competition. It doesn't matter how fierce you are. If you offend Hellion Lai in Crimson Nimbus 2nd, you won't have a good outcome to enjoy. Quite a few students discovered the confrontation between Hellion Lai and Li Yao. The surrounding students withdrew one after another to the not far distance in order to spectate cautiously. Everybody's tongue was waggling. No one thought optimistically for Li Yao. Hellion Lai, it was you proposed the idea for me to take a break from school for a year, right? Li Yao laughed indifferently. If the fierce people back in the artifact graveyard, like Fatty Liang or Wild Wolf, were to see Li Yao revealing this kind of smile, they would run for sure to the furthest distance they can run. No one was willing to be the target of this smiling vulture. However, it seemed that no one knew the significance of this smile on campus. Hellion Lai maliciously laughed. His pair of eyes seemed to be bulging out as he spoke through gritted teeth. You got it. It was me who used my family's influence to force you to take a break from school. And what can you do about it? To tell you the truth, even if you hadn't voluntarily quit school, I would have thought of a way for you to never be able to enter the gate of Crimson Nimbus 2nd ever again. I just want to exterminate you, and what can you do about that? And my father has already bribed practically all the famous and excellent high schools in Floating Spear City. Not a single quality school will accept you, you piece of trash. As for that damned old son who supported you, I'm terribly sorry. When he heard the news of your spirit root being torn, his old internal wounds left from several dozen years ago flared up again, leading to his heart rupturing. He was in the hospital for 2 weeks. Now, he's already quit all jobs at school to enjoy a life at home in retirement. The more Hellion spoke, the louder his voice got. He towered arrogantly above Li Yao and extended a finger, jabbing with force at Li Yao's chest. He howled with incomparable pleasure. What's wrong? Weren't you quite ferocious back on Devil Flood Dragon Island? Didn't you rely solely on your own strength to blow up several dozen people into the skies? Just how domineering, just how mighty, just how arrogant you were at that time. But look. Look at you now. Only 7% remains of your actualization quotient. You've shrunk to just skin and bones. I can cause you to fall by stabbing with a single finger. What does this show? This shows that trash will forever be trash. Even if a gust of wind would occasionally blow you to the skies, soon you will drop to the ground, striking you back to your true place, becoming a pile of trash once more. Li Yao picked his ears as he spoke dully with an expressionless face. I loathe 324 things the most in my life. The 138th thing I loathe is when people call me trash. The 275th thing I loathe is when people use the finger to jab me. Can you stop it? I just want to jab you, and what can you do about it? Hellion Lai's excitement warped his entire face. The least bit of the elegant, handsome and bright look couldn't be seen. I've cultivated like crazy this month. My actualization quotient has reached 78%. It's a given I'll test into the 9 elites. I might even seize the top scorer title in Floating Spear City's entrance exams, treading onto the world of cultivators from that time on. I'll become an unsurpassable cultivator. And you will forever be a piece of trash. 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 You refuse to accept this? Well, you're welcome to find me for revenge. I'll wait for you patiently for 10 years, 20 years, 30 years. Trash. No need. I'm not the type to hold a grudge. Li Yao spoke without thinking. I'm the type who takes his revenge on the spot when there's animosity. His hands suddenly shot out like lightning before the final word left his mouth. He gripped fixed Hellion Lai's finger that was jabbing his sternum. Before Hellion Lai could even react in the least, he felt as if his finger had stabbed into a blob of magma. It was burning to an astonishing degree, causing him to start to subconsciously withdraw back, but unexpectedly, he didn't withdraw. Li Yao squeezed with force, causing a few cracking sounds to burst out. Hellion Lai's finger bones were squeezed into shattered bones. A few short finger bones were squeezed into 70-80 fragments. His finger was turned into a soft worm. Hellion Lai's originally flush red face changed deathly pale in a flash. A terrified and shocked expression flashed across his face. Before his expression could settle down, his expression was replaced by an even more twisted, painful expression. Li Yao had actually kicked Hellion Lai in the lower stomach. All Hellion Lai felt was a high-speed crystal rail train directly colliding and entering below his belly button. He was hit rigidly into letting out a few drops of urine. His entire body suddenly flew several dozen meters and crashed ferociously into a big tree. The tree shook, causing its branches to shake crazily and its leaves to fly randomly like drops of rain. Before he could scream a first blood-curdling screech, he was overtaken by a second blood-curdling screech. The two screeches superimposed to become a strange shriek like that of a neutered chicken. The 47th hand of the Chaos Gale Hammer technique, Heart-Piercer Hammer. Li Yao's leg spread out like a bow drawn to its limits. He crossed 5 meters with a single step. And he crossed to be in front of Hellion Lai with 2 steps. His 10 toes were like 10 iron hooks, tearing through his hard cultivation shoes and stabbing deeply into the earth. The back of his foot had veins throbbing like crazy and every strand of muscle fiber pulsed chaotically. His body extended forward at an incomparably fast speed. From his foot to his calf. From his calf to his thigh. Then to his abs, his pecs. A ripple of muscles surged like the tide. In the end, they converged to the end of his right arm. A fist punched out, bringing with it 7 explosions of bang 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 bang. Layers and layers, folds and folds of skull-cleaving air ripples smashed against Hellion Lai's body. Asterisk crack. The bark suddenly exploded on the back of giant tree behind Hellion Lai, causing a clear and distinct imprint of a fist to appear. The screech came to an end. It was as if Hellion Lai was hammered fixed into the tree. His expression was lifeless for a long time before he suddenly went poo, wilding, spouting out a bloody mist. He could not hold on any longer. He hugged his stomach with his hands and slowly kneeled in front of Li Yao. Then his two hands landed on the ground to support him and started to vomit in large mouthfuls. The skin of Li Yao's entire arm had exploded and ruptured. Fresh blood dripped and dropped. If a medical expert cultivator were to come and examine his bones, the cultivator would certainly discover microfractures covering all over the bones in his arm. After all, he had just awakened. His body was far too overtaxed and was incapable of bearing such an intense heart-piercer hammer. This fist caused his body the same enormous harm. The pain spread like wildfire along the tips of every nerve fiber. What was different about him from Helian Lai was that he could take it. Li Yao grabbed Helian Lai's ear and pulled it with all his strength. Half of Helian Lai's ear was torn off. The pain was so much that Helian Lai couldn't even cry out at all. His pair of legs thrashed randomly. The urine-soaked spot in the crotch of his pants grew larger and larger. Going close to Helian Lai's ear, Li Yao spoke articulately by pausing after each word, "Can't even take a single blow. You are garbage." A silence. A deathly silence was all around. There were several hundred students congregated around these two. Each one of them looked as if they had sunk into an incomparably absurd nightmare. They completely weren't capable of understanding everything that had happened. Everyone from the first years to the third years, from the students to the parents, looked at each other in confusion. The countless bewildered expressions all turned incomparably crazed, condensing into a single question: "Did you see that? How about you? Did you see that? Everyone saw that, right? I'm not the only one whose eyes are playing tricks on me, making me see this hallucination, right?" Such a large campus gave birth to a strange silence. The sound of Helian Lai vomiting stood out alone. He vomited until he was dizzy and dim, practically vomiting out all his intestines. Only after a long time passed did some people pinch their thighs to come back to their senses. They said, for quite a while, they were actually unable to speak half a sentence. This cripple Li Yao actually sent Helian Lai flying with a single kick. Then he caused him to vomit by punching with a single fist. Finally, there were some people who were able to stammeringly squeeze out a sentence. It was as if a floodgate was opened by this sentence. The just deathly silent campus turned incomparably noisy in a flash. Everyone tore their throats in producing gasps of shock and disbelief. Did we get this wrong? Didn't Li Yao receive a critical injury and become a cripple? Isn't there only 7% of his actualization quotient remaining? How could he be this powerful? So powerful that Helian Lai is completely no match for him? Quitting school? This kind of expert is actually quitting school? What the heck is the school doing? I've seen his battle videos on Devil Flood Dragon Island. He didn't look to be as ferocious during that time. What the hell is going on? He's simply much more powerful than he was a month ago. He clearly looks as thin as a match. But when he punched out with that fist just then, his entire body seemed to be pumped with air, expanding by a factor in a flash. Were my eyes blurry? Was I mistaken? Your eyes weren't blurred. I also saw it. That one fist was super ferocious, it had the faint hint of ancient martial techniques. But it's much more exquisite than the ancient martial techniques taught by our school. Look, you guys. Even the back of that large tree exploded from the strike. Wow. It's true. How crazy. Is this still a high school student? Li Yao spat out a breath slowly. All he felt was that his mind was clear and the air was crisp. The resentment that had filled his body had been swept clean, giving him an indescribable happiness. He did not feel like getting involved with his fellow students. So he strode open his legs, stepped over Helian Lai's body like stepping over a dead dog, and headed walking towards the school gate. A few dumbstruck teachers were standing to the side. Their bodies were completely frozen. They didn't know if they should go up and stop Li Yao. Right at this moment, an ear-piercing rumble permeated over Li Yao's head, sounding like an arriving giant beast. Li Yao squinted his eyes and raised his head to look. He saw a flame shoot from the southeast over here at lightning speeds. It cut the skies in two, looking like a sharp flaming warblade. It reached the skies over the school in a flash and orbited around the school in a circle, creating a flaming tornado. It was an incomparably domineering flying shuttle. Its rumbling sound was like a great, wild giant beast howling, drawing the attention of the other students. Quite a few people raised their heads to take a look and found that they were unable to take their eyes off it. The knowledgeable students cried in astonishment, "It's the Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle. It's just as famous as the Mystic Bird Battle Shuttle, the Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle. Wow! It really is the Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle. You can tell from its sound. It's the highest quality model. Its propulsion glyph array went through special customization to allow its speed to burst out to 2 times the speed of sound. It's a super amazing top-grade flying shuttle. It's too beautiful. It's simply just like how they show it in the ads, a mass of concentrated flame. Its design is totally different from the Mystic Bird Bat Shuttle, but it has the same kind of complete boldness to it. It's incomparably tyrannical. Wow! You can't find this shuttle for cheaper than 30 million, right? 30 million? That's just the base model. This top-grade version with its specifically customized propulsion glyph array can cost at least 80 million. Who else can drive such an unrestrained flying shuttle besides Demon Blade Panghai? To come to our school? The Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle made one more circular loop in the air under the surrounding incomparably envious gazes of everyone. Finally, the shuttle found its target. It made an utterly strange, sharp-angled turn in the air and stabbed down, aiming at Li Yao. Whoosh! Li Yao closed his eyes subconsciously. All he felt was a shooting star pierce through the sky heading straight in front of him. The Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle came to a stop at low altitude at a distance of 3 to 4 meters away from Li Yao. It was like a mass of raging flames hovering in the void. This was a flying shuttle with a completely different style of design than that of the Mystic Bird Battle Shuttle. The Mystic Bird Battle Shuttle was stealthy, minimalist, and profoundly concealed. In contrast, this Flame Battle Shuttle was totally a byword for aggressiveness, domination, and unrestrained. It was as if this shuttle was made by directly taking lava and congealing it with the skeletal remains of a phoenix. It could burn a path to your heart with just a glance of an eye. It made people be fired up with hot blood, igniting their souls. TSSSS, the cockpit door to the Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle opened. Wearing a red tank top and shorts that were as revealing as you could imagine, with skin as exquisite as honey, with a series of 8 bells tied to her ankle, a long-legged woman leapt out of the shuttle. Gasp! Everyone took in a breath of cold air. This woman was not beautiful in the traditional sense, but she was the type that was best at attracting people's eyes. She was like a forever radiating tiny sun. An unmatched beauty, no matter how devastatingly beautiful, would be incapable of seizing away people's gazes as long as she was present. What a young woman. I'm guessing she must be at most in her 20s and she actually drives a luxury flying shuttle worth nearly a 100 million. Her aura is so powerful. I can't even breathe from the pressure. She has to be a cultivator, right? She's certainly a cultivator and a very ferocious one at that. Even if she hasn't reached the same level as Fiend Blade Panghai, she's at least around the same level as Headmaster Zhao. Her aura is way too powerful. Her eyes are super sharp, they're simply like 2 blades. 2 scorching blades. Scary. She's way too scary. The surrounding observers were chatting animatedly. Not one of them dared to look face to face against this tiny sun. They held their heads low and whispered amongst themselves. In an instant, everyone had taken the matter between Li Yao and Hellion Lai and threw it to the back of their minds. Everyone discussed in low voices. They could tell that this woman had a large background with a single glance. Who did she come looking for here at Crimson Nimbus 2nd? Even Li Yao was stupefied in place. It took a long time before he spoke. Ding. Ding, Sister Ling, or Ding Lingdang Lang. It's up to you. With a large wave of her hand, Ding Lingdang slapped Li Yao on the shoulder. She spoke with complete domination. Come then. Sister is treating you for a meal. You came here for me? Li Yao blinked his eyes, unable to get over his shock. Shouldn't this woman long have returned to the Grand Desolate? Nonsense. I was in Floating Spear City for a whole month, precisely waiting for you to wake up. I got some information 5 days ago about an extremely rare winged indigo shark roaming about the Far East Ocean. Its swim bladder is a priceless treasure. After going through decoction, the swim bladder has an extremely good recovery effect for patients in comas. I just paid a visit to the Far East Ocean. It took me 3 days to finally hunt down a winged indigo shark. I didn't expect that you would wake up already and had even sneaked out of the hospital. I had to ask around for quite some time before I found out that you went to school. Looks like your recovery is going quite well to be able to hit someone into pissing their pants. Ding Lingdang had casually glanced a look at Hellion Lai and spoke, beaming with smiles. It's going so. The main thing is that I haven't eaten yet. If I ate until I'm full, my kick just then would have destroyed his bladder. He wouldn't be able to piss at all. Li Yao returned to being calm and spoke while shrugging his shoulders. Ding Lingdang laughed with a pfff. She pinched Li Yao's shoulders forcefully a few times while speaking. You've really lost weight. You're just skin and bones. Come on, let's go eat. I spent quite some time looking for you. I'm hungry even if you're not. She dragged Li Yao into the flying shuttle without giving him a chance to speak. The Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle was a racing-type shuttle, so it used saddle-like seats. At most, it could seat 2 people front and back. Li Yao sat behind Ding Lingdang. He hesitated for a moment, hardened his courage, and hugged tight her strong, supple, and powerful waist. Hold on tight. We're leaving. With a whistle from Ding Lingdang, the cockpit door closed. The interior of the shuttle was flowing with brilliant colorful lights. It was like there was a myriad of flaming serpents dancing on the walls. Soon, a gigantic kickback force arose, forcing Li Yao to stick to Ding Lingdang's body. Her short hair was very hard like steel needles. They pricked against Li Yao's face, creating a very strange numbing sensation. Whoosh! The Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle was perpendicular to the ground, rushing perfectly straight into the air. It merged with the scarlet red sunset in a flash. All the people throughout campus had their mouths as wide open as possible. Their necks stretched as high as they could. And their line of sight was locked dead on the Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle. They maintained this posture frozen until the Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle faded through the highest clouds. It took a long time before they were able to lower their heads. It was shocking. There was a heaven-falling and earth-splitting shock in everyone's hearts. It was outside everyone's realm of thought. This female cultivator, who drove a near 100 million credit flying shuttle, actually came here to find this piece of trash Li Yao. The two were even good old acquaintances. Wasn't Li Yao a poor destitute kid from the slums? Didn't he receive a critical injury? Wasn't his spirit root destroyed, reducing him to a cripple? How can he be this powerful? This irrepressible? This fortunate? Li Yao. Was he really a piece of trash? The surrounding observers looked at each other in confusion. Occasionally, some people would notice Hellion Lai still laying on the ground and vomiting. The look of pity thrown at Li Yao just now was increased by tenfold at this time and was tossed towards Hellion Lai. And, Crimson Nimbus Second's headmaster Zhao Shud and the black-faced god were together in the headmaster's office facing the window. They watched the Scarlet Flame battle shuttle speechless. They were incapable of retracting their expressions of stupefaction for a long time. It took a full 30 seconds or so for Zhao Shud to have a cold sweat trickle from his forehead. His two legs also began to tremble lightly. Hellion Ba. Hellion Lai. You two father and son have brought me disaster and calamity this time. Zhao Shud talked to himself at the volume of a mosquito and his facial color gradually turned ashen. He spoke through gritted teeth, investigate. Investigate ASAP. Which cultivator does this Scarlet Flame battle shuttle belong to? How could Li Yao, this destitute kid, have a relationship with a cultivator? What sort of hidden powers are backing this kid? Investigate now. Now. Yes. Headmaster. I will go right away. The black-faced god's speech was also messy. He staggered and stumbled out of the headmaster's office. In the sky. The way Ding Lingdang drove the flying shuttle was exactly the same as her personality. It was as rough as possible, it was as dominating as possible, and it was as tyrannical as possible. She floored the propulsion glyph array of the Scarlet Flame battle shuttle to its limits within only 0.1 seconds. The Scarlet Flame battle shuttle tore through the skies in a flash, reaching the speed of sound. It surged and charged, battering through the air completely freely. Yet, this woman was still not satisfied. She piloted the Scarlet Flame battle shuttle to rush left and charge right in between the clouds, turning at incomparably exceedingly fast speeds. It seemed that Li Yao had placed himself amongst the raging waves and stormy seas. It was as if he was being yanked around fixed by an enormous maelstrom, when suddenly, a tide flung him several hundreds of meters in the air, then falling suddenly once more to the distant seafloor. Li Yao was forced to embrace Ding Lingdang's waist tightly. His face was a deathly white sheet. Had he not have prior car racing experience in his previous life, he probably would have vomited up even his bile long ago. Ding Lingdang rode as fast as lightning for about 3 minutes before stopping. She turned around to look and raised her eyebrows in a bit of surprise. She laughed, saying, "Not bad there. Out of 10 people who ride my flying shuttle, 9 of them would pass out on the spot." People ride your flying shuttle often? Li Yao had to take a few deep breaths in order to recover. He asked incredulously. Ding Lingdang shrugged. At first, there were a few people. However, there hasn't been many in the past few years. Every time I want to take people out of the kindness of my heart, everyone would avoid me like they've seen a ghost. How boring. Forget it. Let's not talk about this stuff. Come on. I'll show you something invigorating. She pressed a glyph array on the control panel and the cockpit door of the flying shuttle opened with a TSSS. A thick biting cold air danced madly in the narrow cockpit. Li Yao was dumbstruck, then he gazed through the small crack to the outside. All around him was a boiling sea of clouds. There's several thousands up in the sky. What the hell was this woman up to? Ding Lingdang chuckled and she actually stood atop her seat and spread open her arms. She walked swaying to the outside of the cockpit. There were 2 small flame-shaped wings on the 2 sides of the Scarlet Flame battle shuttle. The wings had a streamlined shape and were utterly narrow. Rather than saying they were wings, it might be better to say they were decorative bumps. Ding Lingdang was standing on the left flame wing at this moment. She looked at Li Yao with squinted eyes that contained an expression of utter provocation. Li Yao's mind heated up. An unrestrainable craze surged forth wildly from the depths of his veins. With an unknown source of courage, he actually clung to the edge of the cockpit, crawled out swaying, and stood on the right flame wing. "Didn't you say you were going to treat me for food?" Li Yao did not avoid Ding Lingdang's eyes in the least. He used an even sharper expression as a counterattack. Ding Lingdang bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. She spoke with utter content. The surrounding here is quite decent, right? Look at this sky. Look at this earth. Don't you feel all your worries being flung to the back of your mind? Your appetite will immediately open wide and you'll be able to eat 10 roasted chickens right away? Li Yao was stunned. He gazed off to the horizon and was immediately moved by the several thousand meters high view. Layers of clouds boiled like angry waves within the vast and boundless world, molding into divine-like shapes. Layers upon layers of red were painted under the blood-red illumination of the setting sun, condensing to a rouge-like color in the greatest depths and diluted to a peach-like color on the lightest surface. Li Yao never knew that this world actually contained thousands upon thousands of different shades of red. Every shade of red was a core-shaking red that pulled one's heartstrings. This red cloud sea churned, changed, condensed, and dispersed endlessly along a whistling gale. And suddenly, from the thousands of different forms of red came sketches of gold lines. They were like gold fish leaping forth from the Red Sea, morphing out wings and soaring freely. A gale of wind would occasionally rip tears into the sea of clouds. Looking below the tears, Li Yao could see all of floating Spear City below his feet. The city was like a giant turtle with its limbs spread out, lying unmoving on its belly. Needless to say about the flying shuttles and pedestrians, even the skyscraping buildings turned into tiny toy building blocks. It was like they left this mortal secular world and all that was left between the billowing and grand world was these two. Their surroundings were extremely noisy. The wind tore endlessly against their eardrums, yet at the same time, things were extremely quiet, not even the least bit of noise from the secular world existed. All they could hear was the badum beating of each other's hearts. Looking above their heads at the transparent, bowl-like sky dome, one could see the cyan blue sky gradually fade away into a draping curtain of darkness. The stars in the entire sky were like raindrops sprinkled amongst the clouds. Li Yao's heart stirred. He somewhat understood why Ding Lingdang brought him here. The secular mortal world becomes incomparably ridiculous in front of such a breathtaking spectacular sight, wiping their gargantuan worries into thin air. Even if he had turned into a cripple, seeing this magnificent view in front of him would likely still restore his fighting spirit and reignite his confidence. Under the final illumination of the setting sun, Li Yao's face turned flush red and a smile came from the bottom of his heart. This restaurant is nice. Now, where are the roasted chickens? Ding Lingdang fished out an enormous military pack from the back of the Scarlet Flame battle shuttle and closed the cockpit cover with her long legs. She placed the greasy and dirty military pack directly on the rooftop of the flying shuttle worth several tens of millions. She fished out one after another as if performing magic, holes and holes of wonderfully fragrant roasted chicken, chops and chops of braised pork joints, and links of blood sausages. There was even an entire trunk filled with high-energy and high-nutrient performance drinks. Li Yao's nose quivered and he took a deep breath. With eyes radiating with an energetic glow, he said, "It's all ghost food and drinks from the underground ghost market?" Ding Lingdang grinned widely, exposing 2 rows of snow-white teeth. She laughed while saying, "You just woke up from a long coma. According to common sense, you should eat light porridge and mild meals. Would something this greasy be fine?" Of course it was fine. A thunder cry rang out from Li Yao's stomach. Without a word, he directly spread open his hand and grabbed a roasted chicken. A bite from the left. A bite from the right. A bite from the top. A bite from the bottom. He ate this 1.5 to 2 kilograms roasted chicken completely clean in just 4 bites. Crack crack, a meat grinder-like sound rang out from his mouth. His cheeks bulged out enormously, but they returned to normal in a flash. This is what it means to be alive again. With a roasted chicken down his stomach, Li Yao's face revealed a small trace of healthiness. He licked and licked the oil-drenched edges of his mouth, wishing for more. He stretched his hand once more towards a second roasted chicken. This time, it was Ding Lingdang's turn to be dumbstruck. She couldn't have possibly foreseen that Li Yao, a patient who had just awakened from a deep coma, would eat so ferociously. She was stunned for a long time before she snorted lightly and tore into a roasted chicken with her hands without a trace of etiquette. Each of her hands held half of the chicken. She stared down Li Yao as she ferociously chewed in big mouthfuls. At an altitude thousands of meters in the air, within the waves of boiling clouds, on top of a luxurious vehicle worth nearly 100 million credits, two people exchanged not a word. They carried out engorging ravenously in an eating competition. The two did not keep up even a trace of proper appearances. They were like two fearsome beasts that had hungered for 10 days and 10 nights. A beast rammed into the mountain and the sea of meat, shaking its cheeks and revealing its back molars. They ate like a locust plague, savagely sweeping everything clean. These two ate the entire military pack of greasy meaty food clean in under half an hour. Even the chest of performance drinks was drunk such that not even a drop remained. The two should have eaten about the same amount after some careful calculations. Ding Lingdang held the military pack from its bottom, shook it forcefully a few times, and shook out the last blood sausage. She split the sausage into two halves to split with Li Yao to eat. They looked at each other and discovered that they both had made a mess of their faces. They could not hold back from grinning and laughing at the same time. "You never left." "Why?" Li Yao finally asked this puzzle he had hidden in his heart. Ding Lingdang really didn't have a proper appearance when she licked her fingers, she was still immersed in the seduction of the fine food. It took a long time before she burped and said, "I was just about to leave after waiting for 3 weeks. But on the day before I was going to leave, I saw a diagram of your brainwave activity." A meditation healer had used a secret technique to draw out the approximate shape of the depths of your neural field while you were in your coma. Ding Lingdang extended her wrist and out from a red microprocessor jumped a hologram. It was like the colors of the rainbow at first glance. Various shades of colors were packed together to form a tall cloud-piercing mountain peak and a deep abyssal valley. Some places even appeared to be like erupting volcanoes, bursting with the numerous brilliant and varied colors of the rainbow. And this diagram here is of another patient in a deep coma. It's a very typical brainwave activity diagram. Ding Lingdang brought up a second hologram. The colors of this diagram were much darker. It seemed that only two colors, black and white, existed in this world, causing the entire world to change incomparably dark. There were no mountain peaks or valleys. It was just like a deathly still flat desert without hardly a trace of life. "These two diagrams are a bit different," said Li Yao. Ding Lingdang nodded her head. "The doctor told me that it was because you had recently entered your coma that your neural field world was still relatively active. As days go by, as a long time passes, your neural field world will slowly turn to a deathly still desert. But I felt that something was off. The degree of activity of your neural field world is simply much more intense than a normal person's by 100-fold. And more so, I felt something faintly familiar about it, so," she tapped a few times against a virtual keyboard projected by the crystal processor, bringing out a third brainwave activity diagram. This diagram was the same as the first. It had 7 bright colors of the rainbow, it was filled with life, and fiery sparks radiated all around. "Look. What's different between this diagram and the first?" Ding Lingdang stared straight at Li Yao's eyes when she asked. Li Yao carefully compared the two for a long time. There were obviously a lot of differences between the fine details of the diagrams. But their colors were both dazzling, their undulations were both intense, and they both revealed a bloody, brave aura that caused people's spirits to be raised with a single glance, to be all fired up. "This is also a diagram of my brainwave activity?" Ding Lingdang shook her head and unraveled the riddle. "Nope, I pulled a few strings with the army to get this. It's the brainwave activity diagram gathered from several seasoned soldiers of the army. And they gathered this brainwave activity when these soldiers were situated in the most dangerous of battlefields. They were engaging in precipitous close combat, fighting against the demon beasts to the bloody end. Li Yao was stunned for a moment. He tried again to carefully examine the two brainwave activity diagrams to identify any differences. He was still unable to differentiate too much between the two. He never thought his neural field activity would be this crazy while he was swallowing Oyezi's memories. It was actually the same as blood-soaked soldiers engaging in close combat. Or maybe it was due to this crazy brainwave activity that led to his spirit root to be torn and caused his actualization quotient to plummet. Ding Lingdang spoke with eyes filled with admiration. I knew it when I saw your brainwave activity diagram. Even though you had fallen into a coma, you still continued to engage endlessly in close combat within your mental world. So I changed my plans. I decided to wait one more month. And sure enough, I waited it out. So how goes it? What's the next step you're planning to take? Are you still going to enter in this year's entrance exams? Of course. Li Yao responded instantly. He squeezed his hand lightly into a fist, making the veins on the back of his hand gradually come into view. They were like dragons hibernating within his body, totally coming to. The large mass of food that he whale-swallowed entirely transformed into pure energy, endlessly nourishing Li Yao's body. The energy caused every single dried-up cell in his body to be filled once more with strength and shine with thriving vitality. I will be cultivating like mad for this next month. I will strive in recovering to my peak state. I will absolutely attend this year's entrance exams with all my effort. Li Yao punched his fist out hard. A sound of silk tearing rang suddenly in the air. A faint white ripple swept outward starting from his fist, slowly undulating across. This white ripple caused Ding Lingdang's eyes to flash. You're confident that you can test into the 9 elites? Li Yao was silent for a moment and he squeezed his fist tighter. My spirit root has been torn. Only 7% of my actualization quotient is left. If I had a year's worth of time, I'm confident I can restore my AQ to 70%. I may even be able to charge into the most powerful realm, 90% AQ and above. But 1 month of time is really too short. Honestly, I don't have the confidence for an absolute victory. However, even if I only have a 1% chance, I will use 100% of all my strength to strive for it. It would be good if I win, but losing is fine too. I will only know after I go for it with all my effort. Not giving it my all is the same as giving up, it's not my style. Great. I knew it then that you were destined to be a member of our Grand Desolate War institution. Ding Lingdang did not conceal the hungry glow in her eyes at all. It looked as if she wanted to swallow Li Yao whole with a single bite. Li Yao was stunned. Deep Sea University had given up on him. Crimson Nimbus II also pressured him to quit school. He never thought that Ding Lingdang would represent Grand Desolate War Institution and still offer him an invitation. Li Yao didn't understand. I only have 7% left of my actualization quotient. I've turned into a cripple under the vast majority of people's eyes. Your Grand Desolate War Institution still supports me? Ding Lingdang looked straight at him while she spoke seriously. I told you this when I first met you. There is a total of 9 elite universities in the Federation. 8 of them educate cultivators, as for our Grand Desolate War Institution. We only breed true warriors. This wasn't an exaggeration, but is the basis upon which the Grand Desolate War Institution was founded on. Ding Lingdang sat her buttocks down next to Li Yao. She faced Li Yao and narrated the origins of the Grand Desolate War Institution. Li Yao only knew then the massive difference between the Grand Desolate War Institution and the other 8 elite universities. Aside from the Federation's first military college, the other elite universities were created when the nation was first founded. Each and every cultivator guild united together to create these universities. The goal of these schools was to educate cultivators for the sake of creating new blood for the various cultivator guilds. They walked the path of eliteness from the start, counting as the typical academic institutions. The Federation's first military college also, more or less, had the same goal when they were established. Their goal was to foster military cultivators. Therefore, the cultivation potential of students was of high consideration by these 8 universities. They looked especially at the actualization quotient. It was unacceptable if the AQ was even the least bit lacking. However, the Grand Desolate War Institution was different. The Grand Desolate War Institution was located in the Demon Beast Wasteland. It was spontaneously established by unaffiliated cultivators and the martial civilians. It was completely unorthodox. There were over 10 million square kilometers of land in the northern region of the Federation. Even though the environment was of the poorest of qualities with a sky filled with yellow sand and desert land everywhere, there was actually a rich abundance of resources and crystal mines stored underground. Countless adventurers came here within the past several hundred years with hopes of making a fortune. They settled here and multiplied. Yet, this place was actually the region where demon beasts had wreaked the most havoc in the Heaven's Origin sector. There were many demon beasts, comparable to the Far East Demon Kingdom back in the day. According to the speculation of many experts and scholars in the cultivator world, countless cracks of space exist in the depths of the Grand Desolate region located in the extreme north of the Federation. These cracks allow passage to a greater thousand world controlled by the demon race. The Blood Demon Sector. The Grand Desolate region was precisely the border between the Heaven's Origin sector and the Blood Demon sector. The powerful demon beasts and demon race can come at any time through the cracks in space from the Blood Demon sector, entering the Heaven's Origin sector in a steady stream. The Grand Desolate region became the Star Glory Federation's front line for all eternity, engaging in the flames of war for several hundreds of years continually. It was known as the Demon Beast Wasteland. Even though the Federal Army had stationed troops in the Grand Desolate region, each of the major cultivator guilds also formed their own hunting squads to infiltrate the wasteland and purge evil. But the Grand Desolate region spanned a distance of thousands of miles. In the end, there were several places that were unable to be covered by the army and the cultivator guilds. The human race that lived in the Grand Desolate region could encounter demon beasts at any given time. After several hundred years of cleansing, the remaining survivors were not lacking in bravery and had no fear of death. They were the strong who fought with bravery and fierceness. Natural selection. Survival of the fittest. By slaying several demon beasts in close combat, these powerful also turned into absolutely strong existences with ferocity on the level of demon beasts. Even ordinary people, who originally did not possess good talent, were able to ascend to become cultivators through experiencing several hundred bloody battles and luckily escaping death. The powerful amassed together automatically for the sake of survival. They took their own close combat experience and passed it on to those like them. At first, there simply were just some unfixed and casual activities such as martial arts exchange conventions, hunting experience lectures, etc. Everyone sat around and compared notes on their martial arts while roasting demon beast meat, exchanging their experiences. It wasn't until later for the organization known as the Grand Desolate War Institution to be formed. A portion of the people who faced demon beasts in close combat had received critical injuries. No longer suited for fighting the enemy, these powerful stayed in this organization and passed on their martial arts and combat experiences to the youngsters. The number of powerful humans in the Grand Desolate region grew larger and larger with the passing of several hundred years of development within the 100-year bloody battle with the demon beasts. Even quite a few high-stage cultivators were able to emerge forth from the mountain of corpses and the blood-filled sea. The actual strength and teaching standards of the Grand Desolate War Institution kept increasing. Finally, they rose to become one of the 9 elites. Although they were one of the 9 elites, Grand Desolate War Institution continued to maintain its crudeness, barbarism, and their tradition in emphasizing actual combat. Their standards of selecting students were not quite the same as the other 8 elites. To become a cultivator, one needs to have their actualization quotient reach 100%, their spirit root must be awakened. But it wasn't necessary for things to be that complicated when becoming a warrior. Even if there was only 1% of an actualization quotient remaining, as long as one's fist can still be clenched tight, as long as one's heated blood can still boil, as long as one can still charge and attack without being affected by the howls of the opposing powerful demon beasts. It was enough. The Grand Desolate War Institution did not breed cultivators, they only bred warriors. Ding Lingdang's glowing eyes shined as she stared at Li Yao. She spoke earnestly, "You've just awakened. I still don't know to what degree you can recover your body to in the end, so right now I can't give you any guarantees. However, please be convinced of Grand Desolate War Institution's sincerity. Student Li Yao, if you are willing, I hope to be able to closely observe your cultivation for the following month, to move one step closer to confirming your recovery state. At the same time, I will fight for preferential treatment for you as much as possible. The time for special enrollment has already passed, it would be very hard to arrange, but a preferential score treatment shouldn't be a problem. I will do my best to fight for the best preferential score treatment." Li Yao was finally moved. The style revealed by the Grand Desolate War Institution was completely different than that of Deep Sea University. Ding Lingdang held a unique charm that was different than that of Xie Tingxian. It was the kind that comes when one will persist until the very end once a target has been fixed. The charm that comes from absolutely completing something. It caused one to unable to keep their blood from boiling, to wish to fight shoulder to shoulder with her, to fight until the bloody end. What do you think, Student Li Yao? I saw the blazing flame in your eyes. Your heart has already stirred. That's right. Be a straightforward man. Let's do our best together for this following month and blast out a never-before-seen miracle. Let's make those people who look down on you feel regret. Then let's enter the Grand Desolate War Institution's combat department in a magnificent fashion. Become a heaven and earth-defying warrior. What do you say? Ding Lingdang's passion radiated all around. She was completely ignited. Li Yao also was boiling. Suddenly, he smashed his fist down and growled, "No good." Ding Lingdang blinked her eyes. Her expression was sluggish. What do you say? No good. I won't enter Grand Desolate War Institution's combat department, Li Yao repeated very seriously. Ding Lingdang's charming face broke down completely. Yo. Student Li Yao, we just ate that meal so happily just now. We chatted in our conversation so amiably. When I introduced the history of the Grand Desolate War Institution to you, the flame in your eyes was blazing and bursting. You were clearly super interested. That rejection you did in the end was way too snappy. Amiableness is amiableness. Happiness is happiness. Blazing flames are flames. But dreams aren't something that can be sold. Li Yao looked straight at Ding Lingdang's beautiful eyes. He spoke with complete seriousness, Sister Ling, I am extremely thankful for everything you've invested for my sake in this month. When everyone else no longer supported me, when everyone else gave up on me, only your Grand Desolate War Institution continued to favor me and believe that I'm a manufacturable material. To the me at this very moment, this belief is the most precious of invaluable treasures. The Grand Desolate War Institution's founding history and traditional school of thought are really to my liking. You should have looked through my profile and know that I was born in the artifact graveyard. That I am a small garbage scavenger. I've struggled since young at the very bottom. I started 100% from the grassroots. It should be natural for someone like me to go to your Grand Desolate War Institution. However, I've always wanted to become a master refiner from the very beginning. This is not only my dream but a promise was given to the deceased person closest to me. The combat department of the Grand Desolate War Institution is the Federation's strongest. I believe there are many youths who thirst to become the most powerful of warriors. They are like the me at this time, striving with all their strength to chase their dreams and break into the combat department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. If I gave up my dream of becoming a master refiner for the sake of emotion, for the sake of trust, for our amiable chat and other causes, to enter into the Grand Desolate War Institution's combat department unresigningly and unwillingly, this would be an insult to my dream. It would also be an insult to the Grand Desolate War Institution's combat department. It would be even more of an insult to the thousands of students cultivating with their all, thirsting to test into the Grand Desolate War Institution. So, I'm very sorry. I can't choose the combat department of the Grand Desolate War Institution. My number one goal still remains to be the refining department of Deep Sea University. As for the trust and assistance the Grand Desolate War Institution has given me, I will engrave it all in my heart. One day in the future when I become a master artificer and break through in my career, I will absolutely pay back everything you've done for me today. A dream once made is a dream forever fixed. One absolutely has to persist down that road. There isn't anyone who can change my path. Ding Lingdang remained quiet until he finished his speaking. Her expression was somewhat lonely. You're this determined? You won't give even a 1% chance for our Grand Desolate War Institution? Li Yao hesitated for a moment. For some unknown reason, the hesitating face of Xia Tingxian had suddenly flashed in his mind alongside with Ding Lingdang's ravenous eating appearance just now. Right when he was about to painfully nod his head, Ding Lingdang actually laughed crisply and brightly, revealing a mouth of white teeth. You hesitated. That means I still have a 1% chance, right? I remember that someone told me just now that even if there's only a 1% chance, he will bring out 100% of his strength and strive with all his might. After giving his all, it didn't matter if he loses or wins, but if he didn't give his all, it would be the same as giving up. It just wasn't his style. Excellent, excellent. These words are my spoken feelings. Likewise, these are my thoughts. It's fine even if you haven't promised me. I will stick to you like sticky candy for this following month. The Grand Desolate War Institution will also bring forth its most alluring preferential treatment, to make you understand completely our sincerity. Unless I see with my own eyes you fill out the words Deep Sea University's refining department on the college entrance exam application form a month later, I will, like you, persist until the very end. Before that happens, I absolutely won't give up. Why? Li Yao really didn't understand. He wasn't a narcissistic person, he really couldn't see what was so special about him to be worthy of Ding Lingdang being attached like this, to not be discarded, to not be given up. Ding Lingdang stood up on the flame wing and spread out her arms. Her beautiful feet tapped and she rocked swaying into the frontmost portion of the Scarlet flame battle shuttle. She relied on her big toe to stand on a condensed flame. Underneath the blood-red illumination of the setting sun, she had the appearance of a devastatingly beautiful goddess. She closed her eyes and bathed in the warmth of the setting sun. She was silent for a long time, long enough for Li Yao to believe that she wouldn't answer this question. Then she slowly opened her mouth, because I see myself in you. What do you mean? Li Yao was completely confused. But this time, Ding Lingdang only giggled lightly. She wouldn't reply no matter how Li Yao asked. She just stood like this quietly, looking at the beautiful view of the changing wind and clouds. Her eyes were somewhat blurred, it was as if she had sunk into distant memories. In the dark curtain of the night, the pitch-black Mystic Bird battle shuttle stealthily slipped into the Crimson Nimbus 2nd Senior High School. Its exterior was riddled with multiple potholes as well as a startling dent. It appeared as if it was ruthlessly nibbled on by a giant demon beast. The Mystic Bird battle shuttle stopped before a brightly lit office building. In the blink of an eye, the cruiser melted into thin air and was replaced by a black armor-wearing young man who was covered in dust. With a flicker of his figure, the black-armored young man disappeared and reappeared inside the principal's office. The lights of principal's office were still on. Several school leaders' eyes were boiling red, noticing the black-armored young man's arrival. Some hope burst forth in their eyes. One by one, they all ecstatically stood up. Peng Hai, you're here. Fiend Blade Peng Hai looked at everyone around. His facial expression was cold as ice. He appeared to be laughing yet not laughing. What happened? I only went away to the wasteland to cultivate for just a month, yet you've created such a ruckus here. Not only that, but you also drove away teacher Sun Biao in anger? Zhao Shud, He Mianchen, and a few other high-level school leaders were all shocked. Zhao Shud embarrassingly replied, "Old Sun is too stubborn. If he wants to go home, no matter what we do we can't stop him. We plan to wait for few days till his anger has subsided, but we didn't expect you to be back before that. However, today, it's not about Old Sun but Li Yao, did you know?" Zhao Shud was not yet finished before Peng Hai coldly interrupted him. "Do you know why I had promised I would help Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School in instructing the students?" Zhao Shud and He Mianchen stared at each other before replying hesitatingly, "Peng Hai, you're an outstanding graduate of Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School. Now, everyone is Crimson Nimbus Sec's family. You coming to instruct the younger generation is a matter of course." Hey hey, hey 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 hey. Peng Hai laughed strangely as he very slowly and calmly said, "Zhao Shud, you listen to me carefully. If you can't remember, then let me refresh your memory. It was teacher Sun Biao who had rescued me from the slums and brought me to the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School. I was just a hillbilly with a dusty and dirty appearance. At that time, all of you acted like snobs and didn't take me seriously. On the contrary, all of you scolded and shouted at me and made it difficult for me. Don't even think for a minute that I've forgotten anything. If I wasn't trying to be respectful to teacher Sun Biao, I would be too lazy to even look at your rotten faces, let alone fostering the new students of Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School. As for Li Yao, not only is he the newest seedling uncovered by my most respected teacher Sun Biao, he has also helped me conduct special training for 1 month, by virtue of which my strength has stepped onto a new level. I have the best relationship with these two. Since your actions have driven them away, why should I even stay to help you chop sueys to train new people? You can look out for yourself. From this moment on, any cooperation between us is completely terminated. If Zhou Yin has anything to say, he can come and directly look for me." Peng Hai coldly spoke, took a long deep glance at everyone, and suddenly disappeared. From outside the window came the departing noise of the Mystic Bird battle shuttle. By the time Zhao Shud and the others got to the window, a black tail like the ripples left by in a sea of black ink appeared in their sight as it disappeared into the darkness of the night. Zhao Shud lost his wits completely. He sat down on a chair and his lips trembled for a long time, but nothing came out from his mouth. Inside the Mystic Bird battle shuttle, the spiritual glyphs engraved upon the control panel emitted a faint light, shining upon Fiend Blade Peng Hai's face. The expression on his face was exceptionally heavy. After pondering for a bit, Peng Hai turned on the crystal processor and sent a message to a spiritual crane number. Just 0.01 seconds after, dozens of kilometers away in the clouds, Li Yao's wristwatch slightly shook. The mini crystal processor had received a message from some unknown number. It's him? Li Yao was a little taken aback. It was the contact info of the man he had been sparring for 1 month in the militant Wolf Slayer gym. Li Yao was really curious about this tyrannical mysterious figure. However, in the underground ghost city, everyone had to abide by its rules. One must never remove their mask if they don't know the identity of the opposing party. He's inviting me to the Upper East District to see his real identity and also wants to make a deal with me? Li Yao pondered over the address sent by the gym guy. The address happened to point at the most central location in the Upper East District and was one of the tallest buildings in Floating Spear City. It was one of the Floating Spear City landmark, rumored to have the personal training rooms of many cultivators inside. Who the hell is that gym guy? unexpectedly calling me to meet him at the Crystal Sky building. Li Yao was a little surprised. From the bottom of his heart, an impulse to leap surged forth. He now had the opportunity to actually see how luxurious a legendary cultivator's private training room was. After thinking for a moment, Li Yao accepted the gym guy's invitation. "A friend is looking for you? Where do you want to go? I'll take you there," Ding Lingdang said with a smile. Li Yao lightly tapped on the hologram before the location area of the hologram turned into a fragment and flew out to build an extremely vivid three-dimensional map. Ding Lingdang arbitrarily swept a glance, but suddenly, her gaze was transfixed. She appeared to be frightened out of her wits. "You want to go to this place? Do you know the owner of this place? What is your relation with him?" Li Yao, after a bit of thinking, replied, "You can say, we have trained together for a month." "You have trained with him for a month?" Ding Lingdang turned completely foolish. Looking at Li Yao, the expression in her eyes was also a little sluggish, as if she was looking at some monster, one out-and-out evildoer. "Is there a problem? Do you know this guy?" Li Yao touched his cheek while Ding Lingdang looked at him with a hint of fear. "Yeah, this guy is your high school alumni. It would be more strange if he could not discover a monstrous genius like you with his sinister insight." Ding Lingdang muttered in such a low voice that only she was able to hear herself. Her facial expression had turned extremely weird. After laughing several times, she shouted, "Hold on tightly, we're leaving." Ding Lingdang's pair of hands tightly grabbed the Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle's handle. The spiritual energy around her body burst to its limit, and like the outbreak of a flood in a steady stream, it flooded into the Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle. Her crazy spiritual energy stirred up the array glyphs powering the Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle in an instant. The Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle blasted off with a dazzling aura, like the dance of a peacock, and whistled towards the most prosperous Upper Eastern district of Floating Spear City, leaving a trail of flames and a series of deafening noises behind. In a second, the Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle tore away the sea of clouds. Rows upon rows of sky-rising buildings were glistening in the dark curtain of the night as if the sun was shining upon a city of crystal. As the Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle soared into the Upper Eastern District space, the battle shuttle slightly trembled and gradually slowed down as if it hit a transparent cushion. Multiple shiny round objects floated in the sky. A translucent eyeball unsteadily floated over. Despite its seemingly clumsy movement, it was astonishingly fast. Presumably, it was the defensive magical equipment responsible for guarding the floating spear city. A few cultivators could also be found floating in the sky as rainbow-colored lights danced around their bodies. They were in the process of absorbing moon essence. The roaring noise of the Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle had obviously made them a little unhappy. One after another, everyone looked over with a sharp look in their eyes. Even through the thick wall, Li Yao felt a cold chill inside the room. In front of the abundant cultivators, even Ding Lingdang did not dare to act rashly. She slowed down the battle shuttle, circled around at a lower altitude, and flew towards an approximately 1,000 m high round building. In the Upper Eastern District, flying shuttles were the main means of transportation. Cultivators also liked to fly as high as possible on their flying swords, thus the top of each high-rise building had hundreds of branches spread out, at the end of which was a small air terminal. Looking from afar, it appeared as if the rows upon rows of crystal trees were growing to create a city of trees. Ding Lingdang's Scarlet Flame Battle Shuttle landed upon one of these branches. At the center of each air terminal was a small transmission formation. Ding Lingdang brought Li Yao to the transmission formation and entered a glyph on the control panel. In Li Yao's vision, everything suddenly disappeared. With the flash of a blinding light, Li Yao and Ding Lingdang appeared inside a small training room. The length and width of the small training room were no more than 20 meters. It was much smaller than the underground city's Militant Wolf Slayer's cultivation gym. There were no windows inside, the walls slightly exuded a milky white aura, and the air inside was extremely fresh, giving off a slight grassy fragrance. Breathing the air here made one feel refreshed. Strengthening equipment and treadmills were casually placed inside the room. There were no priceless, high-level training equipment as Li Yao has imagined. At the corner of the room, a tall and thin young man was exercising his body. From his posture, it was quite clear he was the man from the militant wolf slayer's cultivation gym. How do you know this room's glyph key? Li Yao was extremely puzzled. Lingdang seemed to be quite familiar with this place. It was like she was returning to her own room. Instead of replying to Li Yao, with a grin on her face, she shouted in a crisp and clear voice, "Senior Brother Peng." The young man slowly and methodically completed his last exercise, stood up, and walked towards the two in large strides. "Junior Sister Ding, when I heard fellow student Li Yao was picked up by a Crimson Flame battle shuttle, I knew it was you." Lingdang wrinkled her nose. "Senior Brother Peng, you are at fault this time. When I asked you for a place to stay, you already knew I was here for Li Yao, but why didn't you say anything to me?" Peng Hai faintly smiled. "At that time, I was cultivating deep inside the wasteland and I was not coming anytime soon. Not to mention, it was a secret between me and Li Yao. Moreover, Li Yao was still in a coma. Even if I told you, would it have mattered? Hello, fellow student Li Yao. We are finally meeting in our true appearances. I very much miss our month-long sparring." Li Yao's gaze was completely transfixed. He kept staring at Peng Hai with wide-open eyes. Simply put, his eyes were ready to pop out. His mouth was agape, he opened and closed his mouth a few times before stammering, Peng Hai? Fiend Blade Peng Hai. No, not possible. The man I've been training with for a month in the militant wolf slayer's cultivation gym was actually Peng Hai? Li Yao's mind went blank, he didn't know what to do. Fiend Blade Peng Hai. His idol. Ever since his admittance into the Crimson Nimbus Second Senior High School, Fiend Blade Peng Hai had been the object of worship and envy for Li Yao and was the one idol whose place he wanted to take. Li Yao's excitement was at its peak, and his scalp tingled yet again. Who was Fiend Blade Peng Hai? He was a building foundation stage cultivator. Just his hair alone could cut him into two. Yet, he actually trained with Peng Hai for a month, fought a good number of times with him, and was even beaten black and blue by him. This was too scary. Fiend Blade Peng Hai arrived in front of Li Yao. His sharp gaze swept over Li Yao from top to bottom. Fiend Blade Peng Hai withdrew his gaze and lightly snapped his finger. Immediately, a big round metal ball flew in from outside the room and hovered in between the three. The metal ball automatically opened from both sides before a beautiful tea set was revealed inside. Two long spirit arms came out from the side of the metal ball and then poured tea for the three one by one. Peng Hai smiled and said, "Fellow student Li Yao, perhaps you don't understand, but it doesn't matter. Let me tell you two things first. First, 1 month ago in the militant wolf slayer's cultivation gym, you have helped me finish a crucial training. Precisely due to your help, I was finally able to completely consolidate the high-level building foundation stage and even began to touch the peak-level building foundation stage." Lingdang exclaimed in surprise before joyfully speaking, "Senior Brother Peng, have you started to touch the peak building foundation stage? TSK, if you are successful, we will have a peak building foundation stage cultivator who has not even crossed the age of 30. There's no doubt you will become the top expert of the younger generation of the Federation." Peng Hai nodded his head and continued, "Junior Sister Ding should know. At my level, each advancement is more difficult than the previous ones. So, fellow student Li Yao, I owe you a favor.